Dun, 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 dun. You've got mail from Lavender. How goes it, everybody? How are we today? How are we doing? Tell me when and where we're tuning in from. It's so lovely to see you guys tuning in before the stream is even ready. I saw some of you dropping some notes in chat about an hour or so ago. Made me real happy as I was putting some tests through. Obviously, I must have been testing something related to the chat, but I was also trying to test out a multi-stream setup because I always said that I would multi-stream and I never have yet. And today I spent a bunch of time doing research for just that. And I even set up the software, the programs, and the plugins, and da-da-da-da. And I'm so sorry for the background noise. That's unavoidable. It was impromptu. Anyway, Twitch is not happening today, at least not for this stream. It seemed like it would go well. It did not happen. So we will stick to YouTube for today, but that is no problem. I think the main reason why I wanted to test this stream in particular on Twitch rather than just YouTube is because, well, it'll make a little more sense once we deep dive into our topic for the day, but we will be discussing a particular person. They're not necessarily the center topic, but they might as well be, for the sake of what we're talking about. I did not want, by me putting this on YouTube, for it to be more accessible for people to just go and I don't know, everybody has free will. I can't control things, but I guess this is the perfect time to put a disclaimer. Please do not take the entertainment meant from this stream as a jumping board to go harass anyone included in the topic of this stream. There will be name drops because it's literally in the channel of his name. But yeah, let's be nice, let's be friendly. The goal of this stream is not to dog on anyone. This is purely for entertainment purposes. And I do hope you will find this funny because I find it hilarious, especially at this point in time. But yeah, considering this person is also on YouTube, I didn't want it to be a jumping board for people to go dog on him, but also B, for it to AI, YouTube has been implementing a heck of a lot more AI integration in so many different aspects of their platform, and one of which I have a feeling one of the roles that AI has on YouTube now is like whatever what's the word, algorithm they used to have for like attempting to tag related individuals or flag related individuals or like go give them a nudge if they were included in a video. I don't want that to happen here, but if it does, shrug. That's okay. That's a-okay, because again, we're not being mean today. We should not be mean ever. But it'll make a little more sense why I don't want this to flag that individual, just because I feel like he's already had a bunch on his belt. But anyway, again, how are you guys doing? Let me know. I'm super happy, super excited to get into this with you guys because I think it's one of the funniest things that I've seen recently, and definitely in not a I'm crying laughing funny, but like, wow, this is so intriguing type of way. A culprit, yes. Playing Bioshock? Ooh, okay. Hi Avery, hi Zero, hi Mark. Chill, Moriarty, Caswan, Francis, Erratic, Zaki, Sans, how are you guys? Alejandro, puts pitchforks away. Good job, good job. Okay. Get. Oh, Moriarty, that sounds so awesome. Some of you are still getting snow, huh? Glad to hear you're doing dandy. Hopefully we can keep that mood up. Yes, sir. Hi, Jack. What's up, everybody? Okay. So. As you can see, part of my getup today, I have these little antennas on my head, these little woozy radars, because it is the first episode of Psychology Hour. And this is going to be a segment dedicated to studying the ology of things we find in the everyday. People we come across, mostly through videos, given our medium, and all for the fun of it. For the fun of it and the education, because, I think a lot of us forget, especially me, that not everyone we meet, in fact, a lot of the people we meet don't have a lot of the same experiences we do, which we got a lot of the information and wisdom that we have. And yeah, I definitely, for one, forget that a lot, because not everyone's going to react to seeing certain people behave a certain way in the same way, because either, everyone's experiences, everyone's thoughts are shaped by their own experiences. So if someone doesn't think something's weird, they might share some experiences with the person in the video, or they might lack certain experiences that would tell them that that's weird. And that's a certain aspect that I really would like to study today, for lack of a better word, because you guys are the perfect people to discuss this sort of thing with. Since we all have our own different experiences, we can offer our own opinions. And looking at today's case study, I would love for you guys to share your initial reactions, as well as your initial thoughts, and maybe even your secondhand thoughts after getting a little bit more context. And after witnessing the person, or as Zero mentioned, I called him the culprit in the description, the culprit in today's video. What? No, I didn't know tick. Oh no, I hope you find your math homework soon. This won't be a super brain heavy live stream, so hopefully you can multitask. And hello, my fruta, how are you? I don't know what is happening, but I feel like Crowley. That sounds like that could be a rap line, not gonna lie. Don't know what is happening, but I feel like Crowley. I keep the chat laughing like I'm Jeff Howley? Is that was his name? Jeff Rowley? I don't know. Anyway, I tried. There's two types of wired and crazy wired. Which one are we dealing with? Are you saying weird? Okay, there's two types of weird and crazy weird. Which one are we dealing with? I will let you be the judge of that today. How about that? Israel, thank you so much for tuning in. I'm so happy you love my videos. I love that you're here. Which culprit are we talking about today? I just arrived. Hi, Snaky Boy. You did not miss much, I promise. We are just introducing ourselves to today's topic, and you are here right on time. So, I'm so sorry for the background noise. Okay, we're gonna go in order. So, if there are any Charlie fans in chat, you will be super happy to know that that is where our topic starts off, because this is where I first became aware of the existence of this person on this planet. Okay, so, oh yeah, you found your homework, awesome. But before we do that, I need to change something in my settings really quick. Please give me one moment. we go. Awesome. Fantabulous. Okay. We are set. Okay, so if there are any Charlie fans in chat, to give you guys some context as to how we stumbled upon this miraculous human being, I started watching a Moist Critical video that came up on my feed. Actually, I think it was like 3 or so videos ago. That was the video that was on my feed. But as tends to happen with Lavendher, I don't just stop at one video. I usually watch like 2 or 3 more. I usually watch him like on the side while I'm editing or something at night. It gives me a nice little interactive boost. Feels like someone's talking in the background. And it's entertaining because I like watching his segments where he reacts to like bad text from guys to girls, or basically. This video that I'm choosing to react to with you guys, yeah, that Charlie, Moist Critical, also known as Penguins0, I think is his YouTube handle. This video is titled, "Please Don't Be Like This Guy." And I'll put this on in the background. Okay. This video is titled, "Please Don't Be Like This Guy." And if you've seen, his roster of videos, this sort of title is not that strange. We've seen it quite a few times. Like worst guy, creepiest guy, weirdest guy, whatnot. It's really not that weird. What I didn't know is that upon watching this video, how much this title would make sense. It is quite unfortunate, and I'm not gonna like completely, grab his content just for us to watch it together. I will skip through it some so that we can get to the meat of our topic today. Excuse me. Basically, this is yet another instance of a guy talking or speaking to a woman over text, yet it just turns into a spitfire very quickly. So I'll go ahead and try and skim through to the first bit of text messages we see. So for a bit of context, this guy supposedly, I'm trying to remember if it was like Bumble or something. It was like a dating app. This guy found this girl's profile off of it, this woman's profile off of this dating app. And instead of your usual like, okay, we matched on this dating app, so now I'm gonna text you and I might have -20 Riz and be like +20 weird creepo buff. These are my text logs. It's not even that sort of situation. He found her profile off of a dating app and then like found her on Facebook or something, doing a little detective work, found his way to her Facebook and then messaged her there. So this is already the context and the place we're starting off with. This is what we're working with. Zero said, yeah, I saw this video appear on my feed, just haven't watched it. Well, you're gonna find out what the video has right now, basically. Don't worry if you can't hear. You don't need to hear just yet. So, I don't know if you can see very well, but this first screenshot is just showing how the dude decides to start off his interaction with this woman. Kelsey, what's good? Not even what's good, just Kelsey with like 5 exclamation marks. Chat, is this the move? Is this the move? Hi, Pike. Francis says, don't really watch his videos, but let's give it a shot. Yeah, it'll be worth it. Trust me, it'll be worth it. And hi, Kaya. Jack said, ew, what the heck? That's stalking. It is stalking. One might argue that it wouldn't be as bad if that's like where it ended. He was curious about this woman on this dating profile who he just was so intrigued by and decided to go see if there was more to her, I guess, and thought he'd go look at her Instagram or something, but no. He searched around for her Facebook. And if you have different social media, you may or may not know the difference between a Facebook and an Instagram. Tell me if you do or don't. We can talk about that too. Snaky Boy said, oh no, he started wrong in the character creation is what you're saying. Maybe. Character creation, maybe less. Character interaction, maybe more. Oh no, Moist might mute this for real. Well, you won't be hearing him just yet. I will be unmuting for the actual voice messages because yes, there are voice messages. And that's actually a big pointer that I wanted to share with you guys because I just think it's so hilarious. But anyway, Kelsey! Immediately followed by, shoot. Mayhaps that was a tad overly enthusiastic for a stranger danger message on a sunny Friday morning. My bad. Let's go with ... I can explain? Not even I can explain, just I can explain? Question mark, exclamation point. Evya? That works. Yeah? See, I don't know if... Tell me if you guys agree or think differently. There's like a difference when you're saying yeah. All of these have distinct differences in my book. The first two can be interchangeable depending on who you're talking to, but the last one is always like yeah, as in yes. Or like you. Yeah, as in you. Like yeah. Like the first part of y'all, basically, minus the contraction. Like yeah and yeah. You see where I'm going with this? It makes it so confusing the way he's put that last text message. F ya? I can't tell if he's saying F you or F yes. But I'm gonna go based off the context. Probably heck yes. Like, I'm cooking with this, I guess. Moriarty said, with every word he writes, I can feel his fedora getting tighter. Okay, so you guys are already picking up on the pebbles leading to where this goes. So, that we got a 5-message back-to-back introduction to this guy's dialogue with this woman. And yes, it's a dialogue. Surprisingly, she does answer. And she responds by saying, sorry, do I know you? And he responds to that, saying, oh, hey. Hold on, I need to see a timestamp, because, like, why is that? Oh, surprised, like, you didn't message her first. He messages this at, June 9th, 11 a.m. She responds at 8:52 a.m. So he texts first at 11. She texts, the next day at 9 a.m., I'm guessing? Or one of the following days at 9 a.m. Maybe someone clipped that onto the screenshot. And then he responds much later at 4 p.m. So, okay, maybe the surprise, I thought the surprise might be like, oh, she responded quite quickly. But maybe the surprise is like he opened his phone and is surprised to see a response from her. I don't know. Surprise does not make much sense for someone who went miles and miles out of their way to go find her Facebook. That was not linked, mind you. Some extra context. None of her social media was linked to her profile. He just went the extra miles to find it. But yet he's acting surprised. Like, oh, hey, funny finding you here in my texts on my phone. Casfine, he said he's not cooking anything because what? No, that's so real. That's such a real reaction. Text-to-speak drives me crazy. He was never even in the kitchen to cook. You guys are hilarious. Snaky Boy said, it's important to structure words carefully via text. So much can be lost in translation or could just come off as really weird. I agree with that 100%. I mean, some things obviously will get lost in translation regardless. You know, it could be a person-to-person thing. There's variables with people and how they interpret things, but the most you can do is advocate for your communication as best as possible. And that comes with making the effort to structure your texts. So I agree with that totally. Subterfuge is crazy. Casswine said, I would think he's desperate, like really, really desperate. Hi, Krim. How are you? How's it going? Hi, Aragon. We are currently discussing a case study of the person who is sending these text messages right now. Pike said, bro, burnt the ice. Okay. Oh, hey. No, we don't know each other. Sincere apologies for the subterfuge. I see why you said that now. Subterfuge is crazy. If you give me the tiniest bit of room, I'd be happy to explain. I reckon that said explanation will bring laughs and smiles. P.S. Not trying to rope you into a pyramid scheme to sell fancy Tupperware. Yet. ... Yet. So we already have a very quirky introduction, as you can see. Honestly, I'm not gonna say I don't see anything wrong with this, but giving allowance for people's different approaches to things, you know, some people do want to be quirky, and quirky is not always bad, you know. This could very well just be someone who is very interesting, and that's it, you know. They like going about things in a non-conventional, is it unconventional? An unconventional way, and that's fine. Except it doesn't stop there. So, a little bit of early context. The reason that I found this guy's YouTube channel, which is what we will be diving into together after the end of these screenshots, I found this one person's comment after scrolling forever, and they were like mimicking the way the guy was talking. That's what I thought. They were making like a little joke based off of what he said in one of the comments, and I thought, oh, that's so funny. They really actually, was it this one? It was this one. Okay, I'm mixing things up. Someone else made a funny comment that was like basically quoting this, but I just thought it sounded like it, and I thought that was funny. But the comment that I actually found his channel off of was this comment saying, love that he's all, let me explain, and he never actually does. Guess it's pretty hard to say. I was mad that we didn't match, so I stalked you because I think I deserve your attention. And then this person said, fake news, I absolutely did. And their name is Ryan Andrews Shrugs. And I thought that this was like an ironic username, and it just happened to fit the context, so this person jumped on the opportunity to make a joke because they seem like they would be the person in the video. But then I realized, wait, Ryan Andrews does sound like a name. Wait a minute, wasn't that the guy's name in the video? This is what I thought, and then I was like, wait, I don't remember if they actually said the name of the guy in the video. But hold on, what's the chance? What's the chance that this is actually him? And so that's how I ended up finding his channel. But anyway, back to the context of the story. I agree. Ain't nothing wrong with a little quirk. Here we go. Right here. And she said, explain away. And the reason that comment was so funny is because we only have like, 3 screenshots so far? 2 or 3? And he has mentioned the word explain twice. Like, let me explain. I'll explain. Let's have an explain count until he actually does. He says, oh God, I just spent 60 minutes singing to seniors with a mask on and in a hot room. I'm not sure if I'm funny right now. Haha, sweating. That took a lot of energy. He said, okay, F it, I can do this. So, you know, a little bit more quirk points here, because we got +1 quirk points for the oh god reaction. Like, off the bat with some intense energy that you can expect, sort of. Then we got another +1 for randomly telling what he was up to when he said he would explain twice, and she gave the go-ahead to explain. And he's just going on with it, like she just asked him WID. Not to mention, we still have the layer of, hey, I just found your Facebook off of your dating profile, which is not linked. Parentheses, hey, I just stalked you and that's how we're talking right now, and I have yet to explain that. But no, let me tell you what I've been up to for the last hour, because that's more important. Yep. And then +1 quirk points for, I don't know, I don't know if I'm funny buffer. I don't know if you'll think I'm funny buffer. This is my excuse buffer. I don't know, guys. Are we on the same page? Let me catch up with what you guys are saying. Jack said, it's why I hate texting, but I hate talking on the phone too. Fair. I do always wonder what it is that makes some act in this way, as it isn't a one case and done. There's countless of these people, for real, which is why I think this makes an incredibly interesting case study, because for as many people who are similar, I think this person in particular has a whole lot going on that makes this really fun to unpack. Zaki said, Lav, you're a psychology student. I am, yes sir. Eternal said, some people are spiritually locked in their echo chamber. Snaky Boy said, oh gosh, that's so weird and bad as a first impression though. Yeah. Jack said, I didn't think people actually talked like that. Jack, I want you to hold on to your comment, because I feel like you'll be saying that again in a little bit. Eternal said, pretending to be unique and pretending to be sincere are two sides of the same deception. That is a very fun thing that is definitely studied in psychology, especially in regards of manipulation and narcissism. But we won't go too heavy on the psychology lingo today. This is just for funsies. Today we're all psychology students, because studying psychology without a science degree is essentially just taking a deep dive into your own mind, as well as other people's minds, to understand, you know, why they behave the way they do, how they interact with others the way they do, etc., etc. So today we are all psychology students. Jack said, as someone who is unconventional, this is weird. Chaotic said, she's being extremely generous, giving him a chance to explain. Credit to her. I agree. I think that's a good trait to have. It would, at the same time, it would not be terrible if she just blocked him right away, because that is kind of crazy behavior. But you know, like, again, it is weird to go and try to find someone based off of their dating profile. Just plain and simple. I mean, duh, if you came and found them in person, that's beyond weird. But if you went to go and extract their social media somewhere off the interwebs, just off of the information that you found off of their dating profile, that is weird. But not every person's going to do that with bad intentions, which is, I think, the room in which she is working with, to say, okay, go ahead and explain. I'm going to be, you know, neutral and allow you the chance to explain. But yeah. This could definitely go all sorts of ways. Jack said, I can't hear quirks without thinking about My Hero. My Hero as in My Hero Academia? Are you mentioning my show? Caswine said I would just block him. Yeah, and there would be nothing wrong with that, probably. Pike said the funny plus the volunteer credits buffer. Yup. Snaky Boy said, will that cork point get taken by all for one? Jack said, I block every random message I get. Hi, Frost, how's it going? And yes, you are here in good time. You didn't miss too much. Hello, some lame name. You are also here in time. Just a quick catcher-upper. We're dissecting some text messages from this guy who found a lady's Facebook off of her dating profile. And by that, I don't mean it was linked. He just took the information off the dating profile, maybe like her name and some hobbies or something in her pictures, I don't know, and managed to find her Facebook profile and messaged her. So this is what we're looking at right now. Hi, Aroni, how's it going? Howdy do. Excuse me. Thanks for this lecture. Thank you for attending. Snaky Boy said, listening to anyone talk about psychology is always fascinating to me. I agree. As long as they're not droning about it, then no matter how fascinating the information, I may not be as interested. But anyhow, Caswin said, have you worked as a barista? There's this thing about psychology students that somehow everyone has worked as a barista. Double checking my life experiences? No, I have not worked as a barista, but I have always wanted to. Seriously, always wanted to. I'm hoping someday I might just pick up a part-time job for a little bit, or Lav has a dream of opening her own cafe. So maybe someday Lav will be in her barista era. But until then, I will continue analyzing people both from up close and afar. So, to recap, he just told her, instead of explaining, diving into his own life, I just spent 60 minutes singing to seniors with a mask on and in a hot room. I'm not sure if I'm funny right now, that took a lot of energy. Okay, F it, I can do this. So, we've got that layer of, okay, I'm talking to myself while I'm talking to you, and it's not, it's not terribly bad, especially if you already know someone, but in this case, they're total strangers, and in this case, this is a total stranger who obviously stalked her to find her social media to talk to her, so we're not off on a good foot. I do want to say, though, on a little footnote, I do think that the whole spending an hour singing to seniors with a mask on, I don't know if this is like COVID time or not, or this is some sort of gig where, I don't know, he had a funny mask or a character mask or, something cosplayish or costume-ish to sing for an hour at a senior home. Like, I think that's cool, but no one asked. And even if no one asked, like, this is not the situation to just blurt that out. I feel like when I'm trying to stretch my mind to all the different places someone could be at mentally to text this or to share this in this situation, it's like you really want to compensate for whatever you're about to say, maybe, because you already feel like you're being weird. That's where I'm at. Or is that where you guys are at? Caswine said, analyze me, I'll pay $20. Bro didn't watch the You series. Actually, I did. I didn't for the longest time, but someone ended up convincing me to watch it, and I enjoyed it. I did not watch it all the way through. I know there's like 1 or 2 seasons out that I did not watch. I don't know if I will, but I enjoyed it for what it was. Joe is definitely... See, I was going to start talking about it, but I don't want to spoil it for the people who haven't seen it. But anyway. Lil Roni bro is a barista and doesn't even like coffee. Literally only in it for the moolah. I know there's a lot of people like that. Honestly, no hate. No hate at all. I respect the hustle. Oh, you mean him. Got you. Okay. So, Oh my gosh. Everything goes either downhill or uphill from here. I'm gonna let you guys decide whether it goes uphill or downhill. We are already starting to hit the voice notes because he said, okay, F it, I can do this. Presumably this being explaining to this woman who is probably super suspicious of the fact that he just extracted her Facebook from her Bumble profile. 2 minutes work call. I'm assuming he said that as in like, okay, shoot, I just committed to the fact that I would explain to this lady, but I need to figure out how to explain myself, so let me give myself some time to figure out how I'm going to explain myself in a way that doesn't make this seem any weirder than it already is. So let me give an excuse that doesn't make me seem weirder too. Work call. That's Exhibit A. Exhibit B is he actually had a work call. Which, you know, that's fine. That's fine. It's just a weird situation to begin with. So that's fine. You know, he could be telling the truth. That's fine. Let's check the timestamps one more time, though, because we are sleuthing already. 4:10. When was the... Okay. I'm just gonna assume this is around the same time, so... 2 minutes was not in fact 2 minutes, because that was around 4:10. Even if we spread those over like a 20-minute time span, that's like 4:30, 2 minutes. Yeah, that's a stretch. He's doing New York minutes at this point. Because at 5 o'clock or 4:56 p.m. we have 4 minutes worth of voice messages, which if you add that into the time, still either the work call went a little longer than expected, or maybe he did these voice messages over and over. We have no way of knowing, but it's not the most important point, so Joe, he's a good guy, y'all. Snaky Boy said, or the messenger has a complete lack of social awareness, which in itself might not be the guy's fault. I've gotten into some silly situations due to this. I'm curious what your further thoughts would be on having a complete lack of social awareness not being someone's fault. What that looks like. Pike said, voice notes now, do not redeem it. 4 minutes. Trust me, there's more after this. Oh boy, this is only the beginning. Pike said, bro is the busiest stalker of all time. Mike. Mark said, all this yapping is making me hungry. You're one to talk. 'Cause I'm hungry and thirsty. Cass1 said, I'm picturing him as SpongeBob, like the Ariana's boyfriend version. Wait, is this a meme? I want to know, is this a meme? SpongeBob Ariana boyfriend? Oh no. What am I gonna see? Okay. Got it. Wow, looks like they casted Broadway SpongeBob really well. Okay. Monster Reader. Redeeming was mentioned. I know, right? Also, I may have already been hungry. I don't blame you. I'll take the blame anyway. It's okay. Okay. Are you guys ready to hear this guy's voice? I will reserve all of my comments until... I will try to commit to the end of this first voice message. How's that? And if Charlie ends up pausing to give his own commentary, I'll try to skip ahead. And make sure not to miss any part of the voice memo. But, ooh, okay. Are you guys ready? I'll give you some time to... prepare yourselves. Ay. Okay, here we go. Here we go. Let me go ahead and move this and this. Okay. Alright, here we go. No more blue filter, just straight off the dome of the internet. Are you ready? I apologize in advance, guys. Here we go.
And don't mind me, I fucking
all voice message.
I also apologize for the F-bombs. He does tend to curse a lot. But you already got a glimpse of that on the text messages. But it's worse in the voice messages, so I apologize on his behalf.
Hey, Kelsey, how's it going? Don't mind me, I fucking hate texting. I think we're all better without it, so I usually use one of these when I can. Also, I don't know if you've ever seen that Key and Peele skit, but that's how I feel about texting. I could go on. Anyway, I just want you to know right off the bat, I fully accept how fucking weird this is. I'm sorry, but like I said, I think if you give me a second, you'll probably end up laughing. And not that you need my permission, but feel free to just laugh directly at me for being a fucking idiot, for I am surely about to embarrass myself right now.
I do appreciate your stamp of approval. I am... this immutable fact that it
The delay. I was gonna get back to you, but someone called about a gig tomorrow and I'm trying to help them find a musician. Also, I'm not sure if I'm fucking funny anymore. I just spent 60 minutes, like I said, playing guitar and singing to a room full of senior citizens, but the room was stuffy and hot. I had to do it with the surgical mask on, and I'm not sure if I have any funny or social energy left, but I'm gonna try. I'm gonna try and fake it right now. So thank you for your understanding and patience, and here goes nothing. I'm a fucking idiot. Enjoy.
Yeah, sorry about that. Also, I want to respond to Sneaky Boy saying, for example, Lav, neurodiverse people that might have autism might misread social situations much more than other people. This is why I wanted to ask you what you meant by your earlier comment, because I agree with you. This is fact, basically. Neurodiverse people who might have autism might misread social situations much more than other people. I think this is fact. What was your earlier comment? Or the messenger has a complete lack of social awareness, which in itself might not be the guy's fault. I've gotten into some silly situations due to this. I don't think that well, there's always the bit of room where I try to leave a bit of room, since I have not been diagnosed as autistic or with ADHD or any other conditions that tend to fall under the neurodiverse umbrella. For all I know, I may be considered neurodiverse. I think that everybody is neurodiverse, but not everybody has these diagnoses. But I think that's kind of besides the point, because regardless of what you are diagnosed with, if you are someone that is under this umbrella of having trouble reading social situations due to some, whether it be your mental disposition or your life experiences or your own environment or what you've learned from your family and people around you, whatever your situation be that has shaped your ability to read social situations or pick up on social cues, because that aspect can scientifically arguably be more affected by like a condition like autism. I don't think it's fair to say that someone's ability to have social awareness is by complete lack of their fault, because sorry again for the background noise. It's driving me nuts. Let me put it this way. And you guys can tell me where you fall on agreement or disagreement. Even if you fall on, say, I'll just use the word disadvantaged. If you feel disadvantaged in social situations because of, you feel like you don't have as good of an ability to read people's body language or tone of voice, or, you know, that long list of social cues, that's kind of part of it. Like, there's such a long list of social cues that it's not just one or two things that, oh, my radar doesn't pick up on it. It's something that you ought to practice. It's just like going to interviews or talking on the phone or having a conversation with someone involves skills that one must practice if they want to be quote-unquote good at it. And I say good with quotes because good can mean a lot of things. People want to get different things out of interacting with people, especially via conversation. Whether it be over the phone, face-to-face, or through text, you learn to pick on different cues through practice. And regardless of whatever your default settings are, you know, you can still work on that using whatever tools you have been given to start with. Does that make sense? This is my opinion again, but I have yet to see any testimonials and or studies that have changed my mind about that just yet. So I'm really curious to hear what your guys' thoughts are about that. Bucket said, hey Bucket, this guy's got a case of the poor me's. Zero said, gosh, hearing him want only voice messages remind me of someone who got banned in a server at admin. Oh gosh. Hi Benjamin, how are you? Snicky said, this guy might not be neurodiverse, but it's something I can't call. I'm not a professional in diagnosing sick people after all, just saying it's always a possibility. No, for sure. It is always a possibility. And even if you made that statement, I don't think that would be too far from the truth. But again, I did say that I think everyone is neurodiverse in a way because we are all diverse neurally. That might sound so stupid, but it's what I believe. Hey. Hey Tamid, how are you? Caswine said, no, I think bro's just weird creepy actually. Snaky Boy said, oh no, they're not always totally blameless. People can always improve in their social ability through experience. It just depends on people's life experiences and such. Yeah, perfect. Okay, so we are on the same page. It's definitely in people's hands whether they want to commit to raising their social points or not, you know. I got all the skills when it comes to talking with girls, duh. For real, Caswine's got the Riz. His middle name is Riz, literally. Snaky Boy said, yeah, I think that's a very reasonable take, Lav. Okay, awesome. Thanks. I'm glad that we find similar ground there. Frost said neuronormality is boring. I would argue that neuronormality doesn't exist. Honestly. There's neuronormality, if it did exist, would have to be a word that described, like, I don't know, if you're in some governmental or board seat and trying to make a blueprint, engineer a blueprint for what society's utopia would look like and what you want to move toward. Neuronormality would have to be a word coined for whatever persona that they want to be their ideal citizen, honestly. Because, yeah, I definitely feel like neuronormality does not exist, and especially in today's day and age. People are just so... The man is designed to be so versatile, and we have evolved over so many different events over history, both good and bad, severe and not severe, that our versatility cannot call for neuronormality. And again, that's my opinion, but that's where I stand. Tommy said this stream idea is amazing. Hey, dab me up. Okay. Moriarty said tough to type it all out. I just get the emotion of pity. Not condescending though, but I agree with your thoughts on it. Cass1 said, sorry, girls can't date all. Yep, everyone's feeding for Cass1. Sorry, he's gonna have to block your numbers soon. Frost said, this dude talks like an interview or podcast. There's nothing of the other person in it. No, for real, that's a great observation. I like the way you put that. A lot of people might have said yapper, but you know, depending on your chosen podcaster, they're a yapper. They're just a professional yapper, so you never know. I think that's a perfectly comical way to put it. Neuronormativity. You're gonna make me stumble even more with all these big brain words. But I think it's funny. You said he talks like an interview or podcast. My initial thought, that did not change by the end of this video, was that, oh my gosh, this guy sounds like AI. And that was one of the biggest reasons that kept me listening to this in the first place, was because I was like, this is unbelievable. This dude literally sounds like AI. And I was becoming more and more convinced that it was AI, even despite the little thoughts in the back of my head, like, wait, that makes no sense. No way dude would go through the trouble of hiring some AI app or going on Character AI or whatever AI voice platform that one can use to type all of this out, you know, yap like this. Sorry. Yap on his keyboard just for it to be text to speech, and think that that's gonna be like his foot in the door to rizzing up women. Like there's just no way. Like people already do that on Discord, but that's called catfishing. There's just no way. They both have dating profiles. That doesn't make sense, right? Or presumably. He could have been using his friend's profile and saw her profile and decided, well, actually that would make sense, huh? If he didn't have a dating profile and was just using his friends or something and saw her name and thought, oh, she looks cool, but I don't even have a profile, so let me go ahead and sleuth around and try to get a way to contact her. That actually would make sense. But I don't think that's what's happening here. And even if it is, that's probably not the reason why he sounds like this. Anyway, that's what I was thinking initially. Until, I don't know, there was just like bits and pieces here that actually just, it really seemed authentic, even if it was covered with a lot of quirky blankets. I think it is authentic, but by the end of this, I was like, okay, yeah, this dude is probably real, but at the same time, this dude is probably someone who got hired to train voice models, because there is no way. And I've seen plenty of those job postings, and I've even been reached out to similar companies that, you know, AI companies want, there's a long list of specific job positions with the rise of AI. Even in just the what do you call it? I guess I'll use the word field, even if you're just limiting yourself to the field of voice AI. You need someone to work on your language models. You need someone to work on basically reviewing it and editing it for tone and also for weirdness, I guess. Human unlikeness. And then you need people who are going to feed millions and millions and millions and millions of words and lines and sentences and just all this dialogue for the AI to analyze and also to replicate. And then use what they analyze from your voice and from your replication to, again, analyze and replicate. It becomes an entire, like, circular system. And this dude, his voice has had to have been used for a number of AI voice models. The next time we play another voice note, tell me that you don't agree. Seriously, it sounds so alike. Snaky Boy said, I shall definitely be down to listen to these streams in the future. Oh, yeah. Yeah, and he even mentioned before, you guys can't forget, I mean, he made it seem so important, right? He was doing 60 minutes of singing to seniors with a mask on. He has to have some, if it's not his career, maybe it's a side gig, but he does something work related for like music gigs or like performance gigs or entertainment gigs, something of the sort. So it would not be that far off for someone who's already in that sphere to be interested in taking up a job of voice training in AI. This is just another little train of thought that I had. Pike said, actually, I'm just here to riz Caswell. Chaotic said, if that were the case, I would hope he had a plan if this actually went somewhere. No, actually, yeah. Tummy had said, the secondhand embarrassment is too much. I don't blame you, dude, and I apologize, but it does get worse. Oh, man. Okay. We already listened to this first voice message, and we are about to torture ourselves with the second one. Here we go.
The trenches of online dating for a...
Wait, actually? Hold on. Did he skip the first 20 seconds? I think he did. Frost said, kind of smells of a manipulation, like he's overtly self-deprecating while dropping, I manage bands, I'm a musician, I volunteer for old people. I'm awesome but hard on myself, so your soft heart should invest in me. No, for sure. I think with what you just mentioned, here's a tricky thing. And for some people, it might even be even trickier in application, because you can say that a situation, this situation, or something like it, a situation smells of manipulation because XYZ. You can lay out the reasons or the observations you have for saying this seems like manipulation at hand. But that does not always equate to this person is a manipulator. It can be true for sure, but even saying someone's a manipulator umbrellas into different possibilities. Someone can very well be a manipulator subconsciously. Subconsciously. And then there's people who are not manipulators, obviously. That's the extreme on the negative end. And then people who are manipulators without realizing it, but that doesn't mean they're not manipulating. And then there's people who are overt manipulators. They're actively using manipulation tactics to pursue what they desire. And I believe that this person, so far, just using the context we have at hand, this person is in the category of being susceptible to, I'm possibly a manipulator, but I might not know it. Or, he could know it. I think that's where we're at right now.
dating for a couple of years, so I definitely know how to identify the kind of person I'm like, if nothing else, the world would be better if we were friends.
Dude, tell me he does not sound like an AI. Oh my god.
So, hear me out. First of all, I never fucking see that shrug emoji. No one else uses it. It's typed into my phone. If I type shrug with 2 G's, it just shows up. Same thing on my laptop. Like, I'll use it in work emails. Fuck it. So right away, I'm like, interesting. I don't get it, though. She's cute.
I said I would wait till the end.
For how pretty she is, she should be boring. Why does she seem kind of strange in a good way?
That's a spectacular start right there. I was like, she's kind of pretty, so why isn't she like a fucking lobotomite boring dumbass? Like, she used an emoji that...
Sorry, okay. Oh my gosh. This person is real, guys. I just want to remind you.
I think you said something about live music. My job is actually live music. I play guitar and sing. I do about 25 shows a month. I know it sounds made up. I feel like I invented the job. It's redonkulous, but I live very comfortably. Life is good. I do play at a lot of retirement homes, and it's great for my self-esteem, Kels, as I am a big hit with women over 80.
Time out. Technical foul.
No, for real. Sorry, guys. I know I said I would try to take out Charlie's commentary because I know not everyone enjoys it, and also I don't want to grab his content. What I will do, I will put the link for anyone who wants to watch the video now or later. I'll go ahead and drop Charlie's video because he needs the credit. I would not have seen this amazing specimen. None of us would have seen this amazing specimen today if it weren't for him. So thank you, Charlie. We love you. And yes, we are sure it isn't AI because, you know what? That was honestly the main reason I was so happy to find his channel, because I was like, oh my gosh. This is proof. This is proof. I would have walked away from this video thinking, wow, that person was like kind of suspicious. Like, I don't know if they're actually real, because we can't really know if anything on the internet is real, honestly, right? But just thinking that's an interesting interaction. But oh gosh, okay. I don't want to go off track. Tell me he does not sound like AI, guys. Chaotic said, agreed, seems like there's something like that going on. He definitely dropped a humble brag about singing to seniors, and the way he was texting sounds like he may be crafting an image for her. Yeah. And I think I was about to go on another tangent. Something about in the same line of how manipulation isn't always, like, someone isn't always aware that they're using manipulation tactics, but their intentions can still be the same as that of someone who is manipulating. In the same token, someone may not have the same intentions as an overt manipulator, yet using manipulation tactics, which is why it's really important that we keep a sharp eye on the people who we are interested in, or the people who are around us, period. Because even if someone's acting nice to you, not everybody has the right intentions, and that always shows up one way or another in the end. But the thing is, life is short, and we want to live a happy life, so we don't want to waste time on people who are going to show their ugly faces or rear their ugly faces at one point in the end. We'd rather just nip it in the bud before it happens. So that's why it's great to be able to pick these people up from the get-go, or pick these people out from the get-go, sorry. Pike said it's great for his non-existent self-esteem. Caswine said, oh, his favorite hobby is lying? Zero said, leave the grannies alone. I don't want you in my knickers.
Here.
Okay. Alright, here we go.
A nickname. What the fuck?
Oh yeah, and just the night before, I'd been talking to one of my best friends in the world, Roxy. Just people that, like, match you and they just write hey. So if someone writes hey, I just write hi. And if someone writes sup, I go nothing much, you. And, like,
Careful,
people
guys.
that match me and clearly haven't read me.
Careful, guys. Some of you might be called out by what he's about to say.
And if someone writes
Don't
sup,
take
I
it
go
to heart.
nothing much, you. And, like, people that match me and clearly haven't read my fucking bio, folks will match and be like, so what do you do for a living? I'm like, come on, Chelsea. Like, yeah, you're kind of cute, but I'm pretty damn sweet. Try harder.
Why are you even talking about this? You're like trauma dumping on this. Time on that bio, and now I'm offended. Ridiculous. Excuse me, redonkulous.
I don't know. It's just to see someone mention that in a bio, I'm like, thank you. I can see you feel the same as me. Yeah, if people, I always think that effort should match interest in dating. So if you're curious if someone's interested or not, remember that scene with Justin Long and what's her face in that movie about dating? Is it he's just not that into you? And he's like, if the guy's interested, he will call. And it's true. So I found a line a couple of years ago and it's like, effort will always match interest. It will show you how interested someone is. And like, I'm pretty goddamn sweet, and I am not that lonely, bored, or horny. I'm not going to take breadcrumbs from someone if I want a sandwich. So if someone hits me with a hey or hi, you can go fuck yourself.
He's just sounding like a complete unhinged asshole here.
Oh my gosh, okay. Get out my knickers. Oh, that's why you said that. And I just said it again. Knickers, guys, as in underwear. What the freak? Not the N-word. See you some lame name, how are you? Snaky Boy said, gosh, the swearing is so cringe, he sounds so fake. Even if it's not AI. Honestly, the comments were calling him out for that too, saying that it sounds too sharp, basically. In fact, hold on, let me go down. I think it was... Yeah. I don't know why, but the way he says F and effing is so uncomfortable to me. He says it so viscerally. Like, what? Someone else said, you're right, it hits the ear wrong. I think it's because his whole shtick is so over-the-top sweet and nice guy, the F's come out wrong. Like he's written a note to himself saying, throw in a few curse words to show you are down to earth. Guys, that's the AI prompt. Look, he just uncovered it. Throw in a few curse words to show you are down to earth. And he said, got it, gang. Oh. Kofi said, I can tell you guys for a fact that the voice isn't real. I personally use my assistant for everyday things, but that is a Google voice. He typed out a message and had the assistant read it back to him. You can... Okay, so this is the first time I'm actually seeing someone mention that it sounds like an AI and why it sounds so identical. Someone said, yeah, I was just thinking that definitely sounds like an AI voice, but whether it's from a real person or not, I hope it's not real. Yeah, I can definitely see why it sounds like AI. I completely agree, but we know now that this person is real. Well, you guys will know shortly that this person is real because you'll see it's not just the sound of the voice or the tone of the way he's speaking or the pattern, but you can recognize the speech pattern when he speaks. He's a real life living AI bot. No cap. He's such a bot, he's making me bot. I'm becoming a brain rot NPC. Oh my gosh. Okay. Let's keep going.
That's mind-blowing.
I'm worth more. Damn it. This is where the Kelly Clarkson song comes in. Yeah, no, your bio is just, there was so much intentional effort put in, and honestly, the more I scroll down in the pics, I'm like, this does not match up. I don't want to sound like an asshole. Like, attractive people can also be interesting and funny, but it's just incredibly rare. I speak for myself, because I'd like to consider myself one of those.
That's the...
Sorry, I'm reading back. Guys, please don't cancel me. I did not say the N-word. Product.
This isn't even like the first draft, I doubt. That's mind-blowing.
I'm worth more. Damn it. This is where the Kelly Clarkson song comes in. Yeah, no, your bio is just, there was so much intentional effort put in, and honestly, the more I scroll down in the pics, I'm like, this does not match up. I don't want to sound like an asshole. Like, attractive people can also be interesting and funny, but it's just incredibly rare. I speak for myself, because I'd like to consider myself one of those.
That's the end of chapter 2 from the voice memo.
Does anyone else feel like there's just so much to unpack that you don't even know where to start? Maybe we should just keep going. Oh boy. Oh boy.
And a compliment. Second monologue.
Was that the one that we just listened to or no? It was not. Okay, there's more. We've had 4 minutes of voice memo. And now we're gonna come to a 10 minute total, basically, because this one is 5 minutes and 30 seconds. I did want to address something that was in the last voice message I think you responded to, Frost, by saying patently false. Guys don't call when they want to all the time, which I think is totally true. Because, well, A, there's people who are shy. B, there's people who will give up. C, a mixture of the two. D, some people, it just takes more time. You know, maybe they will call because they want to, but it's not going to be right away. There's just so many different possibilities. I think that's definitely one of those blanket statements that most people would understand, but some people who either want to seem like they know the dating field or know everything there is to know about dating, or want to build up their ego by knowing everything, or I don't know, took some $100 alpha male dating course that said, this is how women view dating, and this is what you need to know if you want women. Like, that's what it kind of sounds like. It's one of those. Stop, Connor. I don't want to unpack. I want to block this guy and run. Okay, Pike, you got 10 out of 10 survival skills. Cass1 said, yeah, but like, you wouldn't be sending all the texts even if you're interested. What do you mean? You wouldn't be sending all of the texts even if you're interested. I'm gonna need some clarification on that, I'm not gonna lie. Frost said, another big one is, I don't want to bother her. Got you. I feel like that one, again, it depends on the situation, because it makes sense if it's during a certain time of day, maybe during a time people are usually on a 9 to 5, or you know she works a certain time period, or it's late, or it's too early, or, you know, whatever. It makes sense for I don't want to bother her to be the reason, but obviously that won't work forever. That, and, you know, to be honest, texts are texts for a reason. You know, people will get to them when they get to them. I think unless someone tells you, like, yo, I'm busy, I got my ringer on, I'm expecting something, don't text me, or something that's like a actual line of reasoning of don't text me, it will bother me. It kind of doesn't make sense, in my opinion. I mean, it's 2026. People either have their phone on focus, vibrate, do not disturb, or will just ignore the text if they don't want to see it, or get to it when they do, get to it later. That's the reality of it. So I feel like I don't want to bother her as a line of reasoning for not sending a text, or sorry, of not calling them. Not calling them is what you were saying. I forgot that bit. For a text, yeah, it kind of runs out. It doesn't really make sense. But for a call, that does make sense. Yeah. Him talking about the movie, he's just not that into you. You know, I still have yet to see that, I think. I did not drop the hard R.
Here, he must
I'm gonna put it on
have
low.
seen that she listened to it. He's like, gotcha. Yeah, I gotcha. Red-handed. You listen to it.
Okay, that's context. Curiosity got the better of you. So we must, I guess, Facebook messages. I don't know, because I've never used Facebook Messenger. Also has like a seen or read notification thingy or subscript. And then to that, we still don't know what this says, I think. And to that she said, dude, so you saw me on Bumble and found me on Facebook? How? So you saw me on Bumble and found me on Facebook? How? Oh, I honestly just typed in Kelsey and I guess I got lucky. I figured because you put live music, we might have friends in common or something. I blame Zuckerberg. Ha ha ha. Which, you know, first time around, I saw this as a big red flag because, guys, how common is the name Kelsey? Like, be so for real. How common is the name Kelsey? For you to just go from a dating app, think, oh, I like this girl, switch over to Facebook and just type in Kelsey. and oh, this diamond in the rough is the first thing on my search results. Come on. And you know, that was my initial thought. But it is 2026, and we know how Zuckerberg works. We know how Facebook works. I'm not gonna say that it's impossible. So, I'm not gonna dive into that too much, because it could very well be what happened. It is doubtful considering the situation, but it could very well happen. Very, 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 very well. Heck, I don't even remember how many years ago was I in high school? A decade ago or something, but I still get, if you've ever used Snapchat, you can see, like, when you go to add friends or it recommends you people to add as your friend, I still get recommendations of people that I went to elementary school with, and then middle school, and then high school. And Snapchat is not owned by Zuckerberg, so, and when I used to use Instagram, it would do the same exact thing. And Instagram did get bought by Zuckerberg, I'm pretty sure. You could fact check me on that, but yeah, I'm not gonna say that that's impossible. It already doesn't look good for you, bro, so it's like doubtful, you know? Low-key red flag, Lavi. No. Pike said all he do is eat hot chip and lie like a rat. Zero said, as the black guy of the chat, I can vouch for Lav that she said knickers since we... Ow! Oh, I just face palmed so hard and so fast without even thinking. Ow. Okay. Since we were talking about grandmas in the nursing homes, thank you, Zero, for standing in my defense. Oh, my head. As also a black guy, I second this. Ignore the problem. Puckett said, it's okay, I'm honorary black. That's crazy. Snaky said, Kelsey doesn't seem like that common a name at all. Might use that for an NPC name for my, what is that? World of Dungeons game? WOD. What is WOD? WOD game even. It's like on the verge of being common, but not really in my opinion. Snaky, I'm not sure if it's like I'm not sure where you're from, if you're from a different country or like a different region of the United States even. Because I don't think Kelsey's that common outside of the United States for sure. But in the United States, Kelsey is definitely a common name. It's like specifically a very common Caucasian female name. I've probably met, you know, it's definitely not the most common, but it is one of the common names. I've probably met maybe like 6 Kelseys in my life so far. And not just in passing, I mean, just like people that I've actually known at least a little bit. In passing would be even more. Quit that cussing. Mark said, that just happened to me at work. A coworker gave me his number, and when I went to save it, my phone goes, is this and such, like, yeah. That's why I don't like giving apps access to my contacts, because it's not just gonna be about your own convenience. They often just like put it up in some network, and I don't want, because I shared my contacts on this app for this other app, to start asking me, do you know so and so, or do you want to add so and so that you know? Like, bruh. Like, okay, this isn't even recent too. I've been doing this since I was a kid, because like, I don't want to have I don't want to find out my teacher's social media or my friend's parents. You know, I don't want to see what they're up to at 10 at night or something by accident. Like, come on. I want to be friends with my friends. and my family. I don't want some stranger, or even, shoot, when I used to be in a line of work where it involved a lot of, phone verification, basically. Okay, not Indian scammer type work. I mean, like, I think I've mentioned this before. I used to work a job. I had my own business where, I was essentially responsible for walking people through contracts verbally. You know, I would go and travel to them in person, walk them through the contract page by page, sit down with them, make them print my own copy and a copy for them to keep. Make sure they understood the numbers and all the legal jargon and all that. And make sure, you know, the steps were followed and whatnot, but I would have to verify appointments beforehand with the client and also the client's client, and you know, a lot of phone verification, a lot of exchange of contacts and whatnot. You can imagine in this line of business how many different numbers can stack up, because it's, you know, clients. There might be liaison people, there might be platform people that clients find me off of. Like, there's just so many different names and phone numbers that get exchanged that I don't always even have to put into a contact, and somehow it's like pushing me all these people that I'm like, wait a minute, I recognize that name, or wait a minute, like, it's just crazy. I don't want all that. Life is already so congested, and there's already, I mean, just take ads for example. There's already so much in your face, so much saturation going on. I feel like going the extra mile to put all these people that you may have come in contact with once to influence you to add them on several different places is just too much. Like, there's convenience and then there's come on. There's convenience and then there's come on, dude. Frost said, funny thing is, a lot of what he actually said would be fine if they were messaging on Bumble and she asked about it. It's the stalking plus verbal diarrhea. Yup. Reader said, I know of at least 3 Kelseys. Okay. Puckett said, also, I have met 1 Kelsey. Okay, so between the 3 of us, there have been 10 Kelseys. Frost said, plus, taking advantage of her offer to expose without actually explaining himself as explain without actually explaining himself as promised. We've added social breach of trust. Indeed. Roni said, what credit do I get for dating a black girl? Does that mean you're honorary black too, Roni? Snakey said, Australia for me, that's probably okay. Yeah, I could imagine that. Kelsey's probably not as common over there. I know 1 Australian Kelsey, and that's it. So I have no idea. Kazwan said, yeah, there's no Kelsey here. Frost said, Kelsey is fairly common in Canada too. Okay, we've got more testimony. Snakey said, probably why I don't have too much knowledge of American names, cultural differences, and all that. Okay, got you. More context. We love it. Zero said, no cred, Roni. Okay. Public service announcement. You are not black just because you date a black person. Doctor said, I really like your voice. Thank you. Show said, computer has virus. Please allow me to help you navigate that technological difficulty. I promise you your computer does not have a virus. I'm just going to need you to take a minute and navigate to this website. I'm going to send you a link, and go ahead and click on the first bubble that you see, and it will lead you to a place you can insert your credit card information. That is the first step, just for verification, just to make sure you are a real person. You know, no other malicious means further than that, I promise. Frost said, I don't really use Facebook anymore, but at some point my Discord friends started getting recommended. Yeah. I don't know if any of you use a Quest VR headset. Now it's called MetaQuest. Before it used to be Oculus. On the Quest headsets, there's like, when you boot it up, there's like I don't know if it's actually called Metaverse, but like the Meta Horizon is where you start off. It's like just an ordinary landscape of, I don't know, some trees in like a city or something, and you spawn on a platform with a mirror off to the right. But it's really the menu. That's just what you see outside of your menu. What you have on your menu is like a Horizon feed and your access to your apps. And then, on the right side, you can have your Horizon feed connected to people, So it'll usually show you like your friends' activity. So like if anyone's online, I don't have any friends on the Meta Horizon or whatever. Meta anything really. I don't mess with Meta beyond using the headset. It'll show you your friends and also people who want to add you, your friend requests, and also people they recommend you to add. So for the longest time, every time I would boot up my Quest headset, I would see on that feed like different names of like what they're doing or where they joined from or whatever. As well as, hey, you might know this person from here. Or, hey, these people played with you on this game, blah, blah, blah. And I never actually fact-checked this, but I just assumed based off of how it works, it probably, like, other people who are playing the same game as me, using a headset just like me, because that's also meta, they probably use that data to recommend you other people who are playing on their headsets. That's not crazy. Until I noticed that I got a friend request from someone, like for example, I usually play VR chat on the headset when I get on it. Rarely. But, that's another layer to it. I rarely play VR chat, but somehow, someone that I had played with a couple times, friend requested my Meta Horizon profile thing. And I was like so weirded out by that because I never shared my meta profile or whatever. I have no reason to, but suddenly I just got this friend request. And I thought it was even weirder because I knew that who this person was, more likely, because I was only hanging out with like 2 people at the time. And I remembered one of those people introduced me to a friend who they introduced me as their little brother or something. I knew that person was a minor, so I was even more weirded out, like, this random friend request. Why are they able to do this? It's just all this weird mess. Like, I think it's such an unnecessary feature. Not just with Meta, but, as you can see why that's unnecessary, even more so. Show said, don't listen to him when you get that street cred. Sorry, that was supposed to be expose. Oh, okay, got you. Chaotic said they know about 4 Kelseys, all in the Midwest. Okay. Chaos said, I think I knew a Kelsey in middle school. Me too. Oh, thank you for calling customer support. So please redeem. Show said, I remember the whole metaverse thing and like digital property and all that jazz. Yeah, I remember when that was like supposed to be innovation. Now it's yesterday. Puckett said, no yawning. Jeez.
Curiosity got the better of you. And then she says, dude.
But okay, so we read the screenshot. Let's see if we get the voice message. Yes, we do. Let's go.
I was like 2 minutes into one, and it was awesome and funny, and I was so proud of it. And then someone called me again about a gig this evening, and it's like, that thing where...
Okay. Guys, I think that earlier screenshot where I was talking about the timestamps, like, 2 minutes work call? The timestamps don't line up. I think he's talking about that when he was like, I was in the middle of a voice message, and it was so awesome and so funny, and you would have totally fallen in love with me and wanted to have my kids like tomorrow, but I got a work call and I had to take care of that shawty, so that voice message, unironically, must have been like 20 minutes long. And that's why it all makes sense now. It all makes sense now.
Or your friends know you're busy or you're on a date or something, and then that's when they decide to call. Jesus Christ.
Excellent.
Hey.
Chef's kiss. This is how you start a romantic message. Ah,
Take it from Charlie. He knows. Ultimate wrist lord. That was not sarcastic, by the way. I love you, Charlie.
Listen, top 3 in like the hundreds or thousands I've seen.
Stop. Does anyone else, and I don't use the word often because it's been entirely tainted by social media at this point, but does anyone else get the ick when he specifically says, listen? Like, you just know you want to turn your ears off the moment he's saying that. Respectfully, no one wants to listen. No. But we are going to listen.
It was just, I don't know. I'm a very good judge of character, and you just seem like my kind of person. And I'm not saying we're star.
I'm a very good judge of character, and you just seem like the perfect person to stalk and find so that I can eventually make you into my wife, hopefully.
Cross lovers, I don't know you, and you don't know me.
that's 100% correct. You don't know each other. So why are you doing this? This is not
Real. There we go.
very scary behavior.
I fully accept how strange and unconventional this is. I got a vibe, and I figured I gotta go with it.
He stole our word, guys. He said unconventional instead of creepy. I think he made a mistake there.
I was like in a really good mood that day. I don't know. I'm totally winging it. But yeah, a lot of my close friends are women, and
I'm totally winging it, parentheses. Please accept my riz.
everyone unfortunately has a couple stories of having to block someone's number, or an ex just won't leave them alone, or going to the cops. Fuck, dude, I've had to block a few numbers of crazy people that didn't know they were crazy. So I really apologize sincerely if this in any way like triggered.
Guys, the absolute irony. What did he just say? What did he just say?
Or an ex just won't leave them alone, or going to the cops. Fuck, dude, I've had to block a few numbers of crazy people that didn't know they were crazy. So
Yeah, we heard that right. Okay.
oh, I really apologize sincerely if this in any way like triggered that, or it was weird or whatever. Kelsey, that's the furthest thing from my intention. I just wanted to say howdy, and I figured if I talk like an idiot, you'd probably feel like I did after I looked at your bio.
It's so
I'm cracking up because Puckett says he talks faster than I do. And I know that's being funny, but also like probably some degree of truth depending on where he's speaking. Because, okay, Puckett talks fast, but he doesn't always talk fast. And he doesn't always talk extremely fast either. There's people who talk fast, and then there's people who just talk entirely too fast that the alphabet could literally be changing and adding more letters every second, and then they wouldn't be, like, there's no competition. Nothing could make them speak slower. They are just prepared. That's it. They're just prepared to speak about anything at any given time. And that's why they get a gold star for being a yapper, honestly. It's actually crazy. The irony. He will go on and on and on about how, oh, don't worry, I get it, shawty. I know your experience, shawty. You be having to block these people left and right because they're so weird and they don't know they're weird, and you gotta block them because you can't save them from their own weird, so you just gotta help yourself, you know, like, I get it, shorty. I'm on the same page as you. Literally being weird and creepy. You know, I wouldn't even use the word creepy if it weren't for the aspect of him extracting her social media. I honestly wouldn't. Like, this could all just be, again, maybe he's just quirky, but yeah, that aspect, I think it is valid to use the word creepy. Because it is suspicious, you know? You don't know each other, so it would come off as creepy. I don't think that's crazy to say. Kaya said, ick slightly though. It could just be a word they use a lot. Like I tend to use the word okay way too often. No, me too. I say okay a lot. Especially talking to myself, like trying to rein it in, trying to build confidence before I do something. Like, okay, refocus. Chaotic said, I'm a good judge of character, quoting the guy, and will proceed to crash out when you reject me, probably. Honestly. Or we're clocking it before we actually see it. Puckett said, when I get going, it's Mach 7. Puckett talks like a firecracker pops. Frost said, I have to consciously speak slower for Puckett's sake. What do you mean? Do not say this guy sounds like me. Wait, did anyone say that yet? I hope I didn't say that. People who didn't know they were crazy. Jeez, look who's talking for real. Don't get them started about Lord of the Rings, Halo, or football. Okay.
He just wanted to say howdy, and I figured if I talk like an idiot, you'd probably feel like I did after I looked at your bio.
It's so close. He's teetering on the edge of self-awareness. Him saying...
Oh, see, this is one of the reasons why I love Charlie. Like, his commentary... You can send me something to prove me wrong, but in my experience, his commentary is never over the top. It's usually on point. And I love that it's comical at that. Okay. Oh, look, he's learning. Reader said, not gonna lie, I'm zoning in and out. Is this fella in question just plain creeping, or... I don't think he's plain creeping, which is why this is an interesting case study.
You're talking to as well. It's really weird.
Oh, okay. It's not fair. You've seen mine, or sorry, I've seen yours and you have not seen mine. If you want, I will screenshot my Bumble bio. I'm quite proud of it. I think it's pretty fucking good.
Did he just say he's frying my brain? Oh my gosh.
It's really weird.
Oh, okay. It's not fair. You've seen mine, or sorry, I've seen yours and you have not seen mine. If you want, I will screenshot my Bumble bio. I'm quite proud of it. I think it's pretty fucking good. It represents me.
I think he's beginning to explain, oh, light bulb moment. I stalked you, so you haven't seen my Bumble profile. Huh, yes. If you'd like, I can share that with you, because mine is so flipping fantastic, it'll blow your mind and probably your ovaries, too.
Me well. And what else would I want to know? Out of it, I think it's pretty fucking good. It represents me well. And what else would I want to know if I was you? Gee, I'm like 6 feet tall, pretty damn handsome. I'd give me like a 7. No, like a 7.5 out of 10 looks wise. I mean, to my knowledge, no one has dated me for my abs or my hair. I'm guessing it's because I'm funny and honest and clearly very humble and go to therapy and emotionally intelligent.
Oh my gosh. I'm not even this woman, and I'm about to crash out. Like, my insides are shriveling for her sake. And for your guys' sake, because we're all going through this secondhand embarrassment together, honestly. Like, what is this interaction? No. Tamid said, this man is very much not in tune with his emotions. He does not fully understand why he does the things he does. I used to self-deprecate and humble brag to get sympathy from my female friends. I get sympathy from my female friends. I love the built self-awareness. You can say this because you were in a similar position or whatnot. I love the awareness. He does not fully understand why he does the things he does. And I think that is one of the things we will attempt to unpack today with further observation of this person. Because, like we mentioned before, whether you're observing possible manipulation tactics or not, his intentions are still at question here, or his mindset behind said intentions or actions is still at question here. So I guess we can add that to the table of things we're trying to conclude on. Welcome back. Oh my gosh, sorry. Welcome back, my favorite doggy profile. Blow your ovaries, whack. I was trying to get unprocessed emotions out of my system and throw it into the world because I did not know what to do. Yeah, it's a very real experience for a lot of people, especially for many people going through puberty. Honestly, that's like a prime time for that experience. So definitely a common experience, but a lot of people handle it differently, as you can see, and at different points in life, as you can see, because I feel like this guy is probably, and this isn't like a dig on the people of this age group, just like based off of observations, I would guess that this guy is probably nearing 30. Like he's either 30 range as in like give or take 4 years or something. That's what my first guess would be at this point in time. And probably less likely leaning towards 20. That's just my guess. I feel like he's around 30. What do you guys think? What would you place your bets on? Bro's applying for a boyfriend position. No, for real. Ed, you're so right. From the get-go, that's what it's giving. Oh my gosh. Like, in fact, I think Charlie made a joke at that. Like, he's basically trying to give his resume or something, or this is not a job interview, something like that. He's like applying his full foot to the pedal on, this is why you should be interested in me too. You've never seen me, you've never matched me, but let me go ahead and help you out as to why you should be interested in me. Oh. That woman just got drier than the sand. Guys, I think this guy goes to therapy. He did say. He also sounds like I am not like the other guys type of dude. He's kidding him. I'm pretty sure he's in his 30s, maybe mid-30s. Yeah. As someone who loves self-deprecating humor, there is a right and a wrong way to do that sort of thing, and the guy is missing every single time. No, I'm on the same page as you, Chaotic. I do enjoy self-deprecating humor to a degree. And he's breaking the thermostat on this one. In fact, is there even mercury in this one? Late 20s? Okay. Not a bad guess, honestly. I bet just about 34. Okay. He has not asked a single question. This is true. I think the closest thing he's gotten to a question, closest thing being any sort of invitation from the other side, not necessarily to answer anything, but like an invitation to accept him sending his profile or something. I think. Maybe I'm missing something. Oh no, I see matcha. I'm already scared. Roni said, do you think this guy drinks matcha and reads feminist literature? Do you think he wears a cardigan and wears a tote bag and khaki pants and glasses? And Converse? Kazwan said, dang, 34 and acting like that? Kind of crazy. Nah, he curses too much. You'd be surprised. I don't think profanity is limited to like 30 and under at all, actually. I mean, heck, Still Wakes the Deep, just take that game for example. Those men are all above 30, 40. They've got families and they curse like sailors. Mason said, hi, I'm new here, love the audios. Mason, I'm so happy you're here. Hi, I hope you have a good time and thank you for listening to my audios. I appreciate you. Frost said I'm leaning mid-late 20s. Okay. Maybe at the end of hearing all of the dialogue, I'll take another poll from you guys. How old do you think he is? And then when you see him, take another poll to see if your thoughts have changed. because I think my thoughts have not changed after seeing him. Some lame names. What was the question again? How old do you think he is, given your observations? Ronnie said, "Hey, I wear glasses and cardigans. Watch it." Shoot, time to get yourself a cardigan. I mean, not a cardigan. Sorry, a tote bag. Some lame name said khakis are gay. What the heck? What do you have against khakis, man? Khakis can definitely be professional and stylish, even. Roni, you also drink matcha. Ed said, I meant cursed too much to be performative. Got you. Yeah, that's definitely another red flag that you could put on the list. Not just for him, but for people in general, because, you know, we started this stream saying that the purpose of this was not just entertainment, but education simultaneously. Cursing too much for the sake of performativeness, yes. Definitely red flag for a number of reasons. There's the most obvious reason, which is someone who puts so much effort in being performative is likely either a people pleaser or a manipulator in some way, shape, or form. They source their validation too much externally versus internally, which is a red flag, not in the sense of, oh, they're a bad person because they're doing these things to other people, but it's one of those red flags that categorically you're putting yourself at a disadvantage because, okay, what we just explained, someone who relies too much on outside validation, they can get by, they can survive, of course, but you as a person who was observing this person to see, do I want this person to be in my friends group or in my family or a potential partner or in my inner circle, or do I want to approach them regularly at work? Could I be friends with them? Whatever your reasons to observe someone is or are, observing someone that takes or relies on external validation, yes, they can survive, that's not a question, but the moment you take that external element out, you deprive them of it, that's going to send them, more likely than not, into some sort of spiral. Whether it's an actual crisis or they get sent into a very active state of distress where they're trying to figure out where they can source this validation from instead, or working their way towards building that internal validation instead. That can be messy, of course. So that is a red flag for a number of reasons. Frost said, bro, I've met people over 50 who can't go 3 words without an F-bomb. Yeah, it's definitely not an ageist tendency. It just depends on someone's environment, honestly, and their own desires. Keo said, I drink matcha on occasion too. We love matcha lovers. Matcha is awesome. In fact, maybe I should have a matcha drink. I got like 6 different remedy drinks. I don't know if you guys have ever seen them on the shelves before. They're like a protein shake, and the logo has like a tree on it, I think. The brand is called Remedy, and I've tried one of their drinks a couple nights ago. It was the chai fuel one. It actually tasted yummy. I'm trying to remember what I compared it to. But I got several other ones. There's a chai, there's a matcha, there's a super berry immunity, there's a vanilla bean, there's a coffee one, like a cold brew one, and a cocoa one, which I'm really excited to try because that one has ashwagandha in it, I'm pretty sure. And I think I can say at this point, I'm an ashwagandha girly. I enjoy ashwagandha, I'm not gonna lie. Not going crazy with it, but a little bit here and there. sit down. Gotta go, heading to service. Have a good stream. See you, Chaotic. Thank you for staying and giving your thoughts. You're awesome. Have a great day. Cass once said, hey, I'm 6'8", favorite artist Lana Del Rey, and of course I play guitar. Yeah, weird to say, but he's not good at swearing. Nah, Roni, your life is just performance worthy. Facts, facts, facts. We love that. Why do you guys keep retracting your messages? Are you guys being naughty? Wait, and I listened to Lofi. Oh no! Seth, how's it going? We are keeping it on the blacktop extra well these days. How are you doing? Also, guys, I really have to pee. I will be right back. Intermission. Oh, okay. Back in business. Alright, what did I miss? Alright, chat, our time has come. Bruh, you guys are... Let me guess. You were thinking of trying to sabotage me with a chat full that I could not keep up with, huh? I knew it. You sneaky little thing. Just kidding. This man would twerk on men to be relatable to her. That's such a creative comment. Oh my gosh. Never heard it called lofi, only lo-fi. Are you talking about the music or Lovi? I'm pretty sure that's how you say your name, I think. Because she's like, not Norwegian, Icelandic, something. Low-key, it's time to make adjustments, Puckett. Teach me to be a man. Great choice, great choice. Puckett is definitely an example of peak man. Labs asleep, run amok. She's a grandma, doctor. I said nothing. Roni, step one is watch Lord of the Rings a lot when you're little and decide Aragorn is pretty cool and you want to be like him. Okay. Alright. You know, I have like this weird surge of excitement to dive even deeper into this. Okay.
You, bro. You don't need to be giving your resume here. Brother.
There you go.
Just
There's your job searching joke.
I'm up to like 80-second side planks. I hate them, but they're totally worth it for the core.
Sorry, when did we start talking about how we were working out? What the heck? I'm not surprised though. Shoot, that's always on the roster of things that a guy would say to boost his image up to you, right? Something about his height, something about his figure, or something about how he works out if the figure is not enough, or sometimes both, you know, double kill. Something about his appearance, something about what other people say about him, something about his job or his money status, something about like his best personality traits, especially if he believes he's funny, or if another one where we're hitting two birds with one stone, if people tell him that he is funny. Shoot, what's next? I have a big pee-pee.
And big feet. So you know what that means, baby doll. Big socks.
Oh my gosh. I can't even, am I even disappointed? Chat, we called it. We called it. Oh my gosh. Are we disappointed or are we just... Bruh. I work out a lot 24/7. Oh, he's vain too. Yeah, don't forget, he's vain and humble. Right. Oh my gosh. And yes, Wind Reader, Batman is a valid role model, I think. Leve, okay. I have billions of dollars. I'm funny. I just rented my Bugatti to my best friend last week, and in fact, I gave my other friend my Lambo, my blue one. Sorry, not my red one. That one stays with me, you know, because the shawties like it. And in fact, I donated my yellow one to charity last month. Shoot, what else? I mean, you know. Shoot. Bro, we called it. No, for real, that doesn't even issue a response. What the heck? Dude, what the frick? No, I'm actually gonna start crashing out because I just forgot the fact that she didn't ask any of this. And this is not on the dating app. This is still dude just yapping off like a yapper. Because, oh shoot, you know what? While I was on the toilet. Ow. While I was on the toilet, I thought about this meme right here.
And tell you this one. Yeah. Shanice.
Yeah?
Your mouth is moving a lot like a rat. Yappa. Shut it, please.
Shut it, please. I never even saw the end of that. The way he says please is so funny. But no cap. Hey, yappa like a rat. Shut it, please. Oh my goodness, wait, that's so funny.
And tell you this one. Yeah. Shanice.
Yeah?
Your mouth is moving a lot like a rat.
Like a rat.
Yappa. Shut it, please.
Oh, shoot. No, I just spoiled it. Oh, well, that's okay. You got a quick glance? A quick glance or glimpse if you were eyes glued to the screen. Puckett said I gave a friend of mine money for surgery because I'm a nice guy like that. Yeah. Never mind that it was only $10 compared to the $200,000 it was, but like, I'm nice like that. I'm just really down to earth, you know, like, I be in the mud, you know, like, yeah. I've been scraping dirt from out my, under my fingernails, you know, like, you know what I mean? Oh man. Kazwine said, I remember that Puckett, real nice. Homeboy managed to make his dateability into spam adware. Shoot, he does seem like he would have made, if not made it himself, figured out how to make it himself, hired someone to make him a whole website. Just like, shoot, I don't know where you met me from, but here's my profile. And it's just his own website, not even a Bumble profile. Imagine. He's really trying to be a Hallmark male lead. Yeah, minus the part where he explains the size. No, sorry, not explains. He never explains, right? Implies the size of his, you know, down there, shattered place. You know, Puckett gave me the ability to game low-key. He's a really great dude. I believe it. I believe it. Yo, we going mudding? Not with this guy. I mean, shoot. Yeah, it's up to you guys, but I'm good. I'm good. No, you gave me your eyes so I can play games now after I went blind. Like, for real, for real. Oh my gosh, no, that's so funny. Wait. True story. I don't know what you guys call that, like, comical wingmanning tactic. I love it. It's funny. It's funny. I love when I see it. I know a lot of people think it's corny or like, come on, give it up, bro. We know it's fake, but I think it's funny. Especially if you're clearly doing it for the bit. I think it's funny if you employ that. But anyway, that tactical wingmanning bit specifically being combined with a whole blind storyline, I've actually run into that. This guy was talking about how his friend was such a good friend because he's actually blind, and his friend, he went blind recently at the time, and you know, he had his little walking stick and everything in the black shades, and his friend was such a good friend because he's been helping him in all these different ways. He was like listing all these specific ways he was helping him, and this conversation went on for like, I don't know, at least 10-15 minutes. And I just thought it was funny because they were so committed that I don't know if they just walked out the house and decided, this is our bit for the day, we're gonna go see if someone bites. It was actually believable, I'm not gonna lie, but as someone who, you know, knows the deaf community, which is often intersects with, you know, deaf, blind and such, or just blind people, like, there are some signs that I look for to know if someone's actually blind or just capping, you know, or just trying to scam someone. And so in this case, I was like, doesn't seem likely, but this is funny enough, I'll play along. That's so funny. You just reminded me of that. That was a fun memory. Actually, instead of just playing blind to get girls, like, it was a double bit. Like, one guy can play blind and the other guy can play the really good friend that was helping his blind friend. Next step is posting QR codes around town leading to his Facebook profile. Stop. Oh, man.
You were...
Shanice, your mouth is moving a lot. Like a rat. Yappa, 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 yap. Shut up, please.
What else? I feel like I didn't tell you enough about the box.
Stop. You can't be for real. Sorry, I'm coping. I was crying initially, and then I thought, this dude's about to make me start singing from how unbelievable this is, and he actually did make me start singing. I'm ascending at this point. What the heck? Who starts off? Sorry, no, he's not even starting off. He's been rambling on this whole time, hasn't he? Who starts off their next sentence with coming down from a laugh at themselves by themselves, saying, what else? Oh, we're so humble today, guys. We're so humble.
Bio too. That
We're
travel
so
emoji
humble. We're not on Bumble.
was just, if nothing else, the fact that like you look like a Disney princess and you use that, I'm like, fuck it, I gotta talk to her. So I was
Coming from a girl that's part of the deaf community. Advertising is cringe, but women also keep asking for measurements, so I don't even know anymore. I'll tell you the answer. Women asking for measurements, 9 times out of 10, is, you know what? Actually, hold on. Sorry. If you guys don't know each other, or you're literally only meeting each other for the first time, or only gone on a couple dates or something, or, you know, you don't know each other, there's absolutely no reason for her to ask that. No reason. She can, but there's no reason for you to take that seriously, because, listen, I'm not saying people cannot have preferences. Obviously they can. That's okay. Someone can be in love with the idea of having more or less to work with on either side, on either gender, for either whatever. People can have preferences, period. That's not a problem. But at the base of it, your relationship is not with the PP. You know what? Go ahead and clip that. That's a good contribution to the world, honestly. I know you guys know that, but I really want that to sink in for some people, because I know you can know that internally. You can know a truth so hard internally, but when the world keeps like shouting at you this different quote unquote truth, or this different reality, sorry, if this keeps getting washed on you and you keep getting waterboarded with this other reality, it can be hard. It can be hard. You know? So I just want to confirm the fact that a woman has no business to ask you for measurements unless you guys are like dating already, or are at the stage where you're really considering dating or getting married and she knows that that's an absolute deal breaker. I think that's like I said 9 times out of 10. That's like the 1 time out of 10 that it makes sense to ask or to take it seriously. Is if not just she, but you are on the same page that, you know, physical measurements, whether it be height or something down there, is a deal breaker, which that's already shallow in my opinion, because like I said, you can have preferences, but again, preferences are preferences, not what you look for to decide if this is the person for you, you know? So that's why I say they don't have any business asking for that. You don't have any business taking that seriously, unless you guys are on the same page that this is important to the relationship. Then, okay, you know, that's up to you. Because that is out there, of course. But in my opinion, ain't nobody business. For real, you know, that's your wife's business, because, you know, by that point, she'll know. And that's hers, and yours and hers. That's yours, y'all's, you know? I'll get off my soapbox now. Roni said, okay, high key, I find his voice irritating. It sounds fake. Reader said, oh, those measurements. Also beauty fades. Yeah. Agreed. Sorry, guys. I am also doing a lot of yapping. Like a rat. But a cute one with a ribbon and a crown. And a tutu. Just kidding. Agreed. I struggled with my elder brother when he was 14 using English curse words in mundane sentences. It was so annoying because to me, I'm cursing because either I was mad or made a mistake. Yup, and then you got lil bro over here saying F-bombs every 2 seconds, or F-bomb Fortnite. Lav's not worried since she has 2 PP. Yeah, I got lots to work with. Duh. Wind Reader said, if anatomical size is such a deal breaker, bit of a red flag, not gonna lie. Not a bit of a red flag. You know, that might just be you being nice, but yeah. Red flag, period. Change my mind. Ronnie said, nah, that's my #1 deal breaker. If my looks are the biggest reason for dating me, I'm good because you're lying. Oh, man. Oh, but you're handsome. What the heck?
I was definitely getting strong Kirsten Bell vibes too, and she's awesome. I don't know if you listen to her husband's podcast, Armchair Expert with Dax Shepard. I know it's quite the reference, but I have a feeling you might know what that is. One of my favorite episodes, actually.
Yeah, I got a feeling that you
Lauren?
might
She was
know
on?
what that is because, you know, I got a feeling that we were also just short of star-crossed lovers because, you know, we both like music, and, you know, that's why I decided to find you off of Facebook because, you know, we probably know the same people, not because I'm interested in you out of those people. You know, I think we're probably into all of the same things, which is why you probably really got that reference. Yeah, because you also use the shrugging emoji, which I never see anyone else do other than me. So, yeah, we're obviously a perfect match.
On there. Anyway, I am all over the fucking place, as is my job.
You're also all over the place in this one-sided conversation. Now you're...
Yeah, let's not forget that. Let's not forget that part of this. She has not spoken more than... Well, actually, she hasn't spoken at all. She's sent 3 texts. Actually, no, 4. #1 was, sorry, do I know you? #2 was, do explain or something like that. And then this one, which I guess technically is 3, not 4. I was saying 4 because the actual text bubbles that she sent total was 4. But she really only said 3 things, which is, so you saw me on Bubble and found my Facebook, how? So 10 minutes of spoken, rattly-tattly like a ratty yapping conversation. That's not conversation at all. It's just him yapping by himself. With no input from her whatsoever. Still, not only no input, it's not like this is a one-sided conversation where one person's listening, the other person's talking. She's waiting for him to explain. Albeit, probably not waiting, you know, tooth and nail, like holding her breath, but still hoping for some sort of explanation, because it's not just oh, this is some minor inconvenience. Like, this dude actually went out of his way to stalk her, so she does have an interest to hear his explanation, I imagine. But he's not giving it.
Bob shirt, and I would call this like the technological version of, you know, when like Noah stops Allie in the Notebook and he's like, I had to talk to you when I see something I wanna. Yes, I just made a Notebook reference.
Oh wow. God. Please make it stop. Make it stop. Bro really was just on a high note in his own head and then stopped to anecdote himself. Yeah, I just made a Notebook reference type stuff. I know you like that, shawty. Let me continue though.
Something I wanna. Yes, I just made a Notebook reference. I don't know. I'm being a total idiot right now. So if nothing else, I figured you'd have a laugh and a smile, and you can fucking make fun of me to your friends. I don't know. Now you have a solo podcast for a guy that makes like $6,000 a month on a microphone, being an idiot.
He was right. This is something that...
Oh my god. Also, was that his super creative way of dropping how much he makes a month, or or Tamid said, okay, this bro is listing his qualities like a typical incel alpha male bro. There were people in the comments that said this dude sounds like Reddit. Forget it. He is Reddit. I just got back. Why is Roni Harding my name? Because you're forever in his heart. He's always thinking of you, you know? Even when you're gone. Fortnite. Something said, wait, isn't the shoe size equals genitalia size an old middle age metaphor? Does that come from the Middle Ages? I thought you were going to say, isn't that a myth? I first noticed it in Disney movies like Frozen. Yo, did they make that? I believe you, but like, did they? I don't even remember. Please tell me Hans made that reference and not Kristoff, because, wait, did the trolls say it about Kristoff in that one song? Like, honey, you don't have to worry. Dude, that would be so sick if so. Sick in a bad way, obviously. You know he forced the Notebook reference to show he watched it. Yeah, he just wants to show that he's relatable to the girls. He's safe to be around, okay? Because he has such emotional intelligence, obviously, that he watches the Notebook. And he would watch the Notebook with you. Like, oh, he's just so perfect. Oh my gosh. This man is the
that everyone can laugh about and have a big smile on their face. Making...
Dude, honestly, I don't even know that I would be putting you in the group chat. I would be scarred. Like many of you have already said, blocked and scarred. That's it. End of story. Ay. And you know, maybe I should touch on that later. No, I'm gonna say it now because I might forget. You guys already saw a glimpse earlier. I'll just go back to it. His channel. I haven't looked at any of these videos yet except for this one because I saw... Wait, okay, he's responding to the video. Which is where I'm going to start after this. But I'm pretty sure... I have a feeling that all of these videos are in reaction to the same situation. Probably the same situation inspiring all these hate comments. And I'm just guessing because of the voice memo thing, you know. I'm guessing that his... Let's see, how many does Moist Critical's... Shucks. How many does... Okay, this is 2 years ago. Charlie posted this video 2 years ago and it has almost 20 million views. So I am willing to bet that this went viral on Twitter, and then it went even more viral because Charlie made a video about it. That's what I'm gonna guess. So it wouldn't be too far off to wonder, to infer that all of these videos are about the same situation. Because as you can also see, shoot, my vidIQ isn't even picking it up. He doesn't have enough stats to be considered a long-standing channel. For one, just date-wise alone, his channel is a year old. He has 18 videos published, and they're all the same type of video, responding to hate comments. So, you know, just putting two and two together, you know. What I was gonna say was, shoot, please remember laugh, please. Something about the podcast. Oh. It was like making a joke about, yeah, you can talk about how weird I am, send this to the girlies group chat or whatever, because I know you will, and I know all girls do. Oh yeah, that was something that I did hear him mention. I don't know if it was written somewhere or it was something he said in the video, but I did pick up, I think it was the description of this video, something about like, yes, I'm the guy from that thing that went viral. And I'm crazy how this all started from a voice note that was only meant to be heard by one person. I think. Yes. It says here, You probably saw me from Charlie, Moist Critical, Penguin Z Zeros, or Penguin Zero's video with like 11 million views at the time, probably. Or any of the other ones slamming me for listening to a conversation that was originally meant for one person to hear. And it was that part, that originally meant for one person to hear bit, coming from the person who made the voice notes themselves, that made me step back and remember. Like, I didn't totally forget it, but trying to think of it completely from his perspective again, like, how embarrassing that's gotta be. Like, yeah, we can dissect all we want about how we observe a lack of social awareness or lack of consideration or lack of humility or blah, 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 blah. We can go on and on all day, but at the end of the day, it is true that this was a private conversation. You know, everybody has their faults. Everybody has their bad impressions that they make with people. But at the end of the day, that was meant for one person to hear. However, in hindsight, what did he just say, guys? Like, I'm literally giving you fuel that I know that you are going to send to your girlies in the group chat. But then fast forward, it goes viral on Twitter and then YouTube, and then all these people have an opinion, and suddenly, don't speak, don't speak, don't speak. What do you guys think about that? Does the situation change or no? Spit Fizzle, hello. I'm so happy you're tuning in. How are you? And thank you for the love. Bye-bye. Not the Notebook. Haha, you like that? Baby doll got that riz like noise. Stop, you're right. Wait, he said baby doll earlier too. Like, you know what that means, baby doll. Oh, I cringe. Tamid said, honestly, from personal experience, anyone bragging about their down their size, I just think they have a corn addiction and have no real life experience in relationships. I can understand that. Funny, hypocrite, ha ha ha, funny, laugh, laugh, laugh. I wasn't fully into it earlier, but now I'm getting heated. Don't get too mad. Don't save your stamina. Hey Fur, how's it going? Wind Reader says counterpoint. The audio exists as part of his stalking, so it may as well be used as a warning sign to other possible victims. Yes. I see what you're saying now. I didn't get it at first. I agree. I was thinking similarly that kind of changes the context. If it was just off of Bumble, it might be a little different. Like, you know, give him more grace, I guess. But the fact that he went the extra miles to stalk her, it raises different kinds of red flags. So it's like, yeah. That's like, okay. Hypothetical scenario I'm going to paint here. If I were using a dating app and I decided to meet this guy for a date, I don't know, maybe we go to like a pub or something, a restaurant with a bar, and we just go for drinks and some appetizers and to get to know each other a bit, you know? And maybe he goofs, you know? Maybe he's not goofy, but he goofs in a way that comes off as creepy, and I pick up on a lot of red flags. And I decide to end the night and, you know, go home and move on with my life. I can live my life without describing that interaction to anyone, you know? If we both move on with our life, there's no problem. He done goofed, but that's his and my story to tell to no one, you know? That was our interaction. We can move on with our lives, and he can keep his dignity. I don't have any interest of spreading gossip about this dude, you know? But similarly, the situation changes if, say, I don't know, a few days later, a few weeks later, I'm out at the grocery store and I just got back in my car and knock knock on the window. You know, maybe I was looking on my phone, pulling up some Google Maps or answering a text, and knock knock, look up at the window, and it's the guy from the bar from the other night. Maybe I crack the window. Maybe I give him the benefit of the doubt, because okay, I talked to him. He's not like totally killer, stalker, psycho on site, you know. I crack the window to let him speak, and he says, not, oh, what a coincidence, I shop here too, but when you went to the bathroom, I saw the loyalty program card from this grocery store slipping out of your wallet, or on the back of your phone, you know, that little wallet slip thing. And so I thought I would, you know, we would stumble into each other someday. Not disclosing that he actually shops there in the first place, but because he doesn't, you know. That sort of interaction would make me want to tell people. Yeah. Because even more if say I'm an influencer, or I have an Instagram or something, influencer or not, I would probably make a story or Instagram reel or whatever you call it, saying like, PSA ladies, this is what just happened to me, because that's what women do on social media. Not always just for clout or whatever, but actually a way to spread more information, because there's a bunch of stories. You see them all the time. You could probably look them up right now on YouTube, like horror stories of women who went out on dates or went home with guys or didn't even go out on a date, and just like bad experiences with men. They unravel in so many different ways. So like, it's not always about the guy themselves. Like, it's not always something to take to heart, or something that's wrong with you as a person. But a woman can still interpret it differently. Or maybe it's your actions, not necessarily your character, but your actions. You know, different paintings can be painted. And if it's one that has a lot of red in it, don't be surprised if it shows up on the internet somewhere. So carry yourself better. You should always strive to carry yourself as best as you can at all times, regardless, obviously. But yeah, in this case, it's giving hypocrisy just a tad wee bit. Considering he was saying, let me literally give you fuel for the girlies group chat, but then, oh, this was only meant for one person. I'm the victim. You know, maybe, I wonder what you guys think. What's your thoughts on that? Frost said, I mean, at any point did he indicate he wanted her to speak? LOL. Wind Reader said, I meant that it makes sense to leak the audio that was supposedly private. Oh, this is private. Oh, gotcha. Yeah. Miss me already? Yeah, like Joe with Beck. Frost said, do not crack the window. That was a very passionate response. Casswine said, don't I know you? You know everything about her, bro. No, real. Oof, just tapping on someone's car window would make me feel awkward as heck. Does not feel like a natural scenario to say hi to someone. Yeah, I'm gonna be so candid. My immediate thought is that the man's perspective? Just completely honestly, like, I feel like there's an added sense of security just with being a man, that would feel awkward as opposed to immediately threatening. Because I think you ask a woman 9 times out of 10, maybe even closer to 10 times out of 10, that's gonna feel threatening. Zero said, even I have stories or stuff I've seen that I share to warn others. Yeah, and good. Mark said, I'm not sure about this Charlie guy. What's his deal? What do you mean? What's his deal? Frost said, you can act the same way toward two different women and get polar opposite results. Just keep your principles and move on. Yep. Roni said, I personally am always under the impression that anything I type, say, or post can and will be held against me. Yes, and I operate in the same way too, because literally, if someone got their hands on it legally, would you stay integral to what you said or did? You know? Obviously, you should not live paranoid of getting sued for something you said or did, or arrested or something, but you know, you want to be a good standing citizen, both in the eyes of God and in the eyes of people you interact with, to the best of your ability. Francis said, I guess, be calm but alert for this person. Yeah. Caswin said, go to her apartment house and just stand there all night looking at her windows. She'll be Oh no. Ronnie said, that's why I only put out things I have no problem with people seeing me as. Yeah, like, you probably wouldn't want to you probably wouldn't want the world's impression of you to be you naked, which is why you don't post yourself naked, right? Obviously, not everyone would agree with that, but to each their own. Tamid said, look, as someone who had... You almost gave me a flashback to this guy, Ryan, saying, listen... Look, as someone who had a height insecurity as a guy, if a lady asks for your height to decide to converse with you, that's a red flag showing yourself out. Yep. Frost said, women are at risk physically, men are at risk to reputation. Some Wolverine, hello, said, I stand by all of my heinous jokes I've told to the bros. Awesome.
Sorry, I don't normally bring up money, but I feel like I created my job out of thin air, and like I just submitted my 2022 taxes.
What the freak, bro? I don't normally talk about money, but I did just drop to you in the last 30 seconds that I make $6K a month, and I'm also gonna tell you that... Watch.
It's been getting so much better the last few years. And like,
Book of tricks.
I'm sorry, I don't normally bring up money, but I feel like I created my job out of thin air, and like I just submitted my 2022 taxes, and it's been getting so much better the last few years, so I'm quite proud of it. That wasn't me trying to impress you though with money. I've got way more impressive shit than that. It just slipped out. I hope we could still be friends. Anyway,
This is the kind of person, if I met in real life, I would be too stunned to speak, probably, for like the first 2 minutes. I say the first 2 minutes because I'm actually the type of person to just stop you in your tracks. Like, you're like, oh my gosh. I don't have as much of an interest to unpack when you're just being too overstimulating. Honestly, you're not letting anyone speak. You're showing that you have no interest in anyone else speaking. That, or even if you have an interest in the other person speaking, you're not giving an opening for it. And you're not really showing that you want them to speak yet, because you just keep speaking. And if you do hope that they speak, that's really interesting, because yeah, you just keep speaking. It's tough. It's tough. Ain't no way, bro. He literally started talking about taxes before marriage. That's crazy. I'm kidding. That alone is not crazy. I'm just being facetious. Dude.
Getting so much better the last few years, so I'm quite proud of it. That wasn't me trying to impress you though with money. I've got way more impressive shit than that. It just slipped out. I hope we could still be friends. Anyway.
It just slipped out. I hope we can still be friends. Because that was such a, like, top-tier admission that she would feel too embarrassed of herself as a human being that you could not even consider existing around this guy after what he just admitted.
Anyway,
Why leave it in there, then?
The disbelief factor is rising.
completely floored me. I felt like it was written by a friend or something. Goddamn.
Still let it
Okay.
ride. You still let this Beyblade rip. Why?
You look like a goddamn Disney princess. The bio completely floored me. I felt like it was written by a friend or something. I just got like strong, like fellow nerd, divergent, super cool, gregarious, happy person vibes. And yeah, so listen, I'm an open book. You probably
Gregarious.
figured that out like 6 overshares ago. If you have any questions for me, please hit me. Don't be shy. If you want, I'll share my bio. I feel like it's unfair that, you know, I've seen yours and you haven't seen mine. I'm quite proud of my bio.
This entire situation.
Not I'm quite proud of myself, which I feel like he's trying to paint. Okay, he's talking so much about his bio and how he's proud of it, when he's already spoken so much about how he... Actually, I don't even know. But at the end of the day, you should be proud of yourself, as in your character, but still strive with the integrity and humility to show the person that you are proud to be, not to brag about it. That's the line there. And to go an extra mile to say, I'm super proud about my profile. Like, aren't you supposed to be interested in this person? Let's break this down. We're not the only ones getting worked up about this. Why do you have a profile to begin with, right? This profile you're so proud of. It's a dating profile. People who craft a dating profile, it is with a purpose in mind. You want to manipulate the way someone sees you. That might sound like a really crass way of putting it, but it is true. It is true. You want to make sure you are giving the impression that you want to give via many retakes and reviews of your dating profile. It's the pictures that you're choosing, it's the bio that you're crafting with words, it's the funny nickname that you want to give your profile. It's how long or short it is, if you're using a lot of lingo, if you're cursing in it or not, if you're using lowercase or uppercase, if you're giving too much of your hobbies away at first drop or not. You know, like, it's just the reality. You are manipulating the image you want to put because you acknowledge that the pool on the dating apps are incredibly vast. So you want to limit as best you can, because that's how you play the game, right? If you use dating apps, you want to play the game. Some people might say that, you know, they're just looking for that person and it's innocent in intention, which there are those people, but majority, you are using dating apps because you are using it. It's a tool. You want to play the game. You want to play the dating pool. You're hoping to crank the lever and roll a good woman every date or so, every 6 dates or so, or whatever, you know? It's just the reality. So the fact that he's boasting about he's so proud of his dating profile is another thing to pay attention to. Would you agree? The baby noises are healing. Yeah. Oh my gosh, she's playing with the door stopper now. Bordos hatta. I can actually hear that in your voice. Frost said a healthy marriage can still find joy in laundry and taxes together. A healthy marriage should. But yes. There's a way to ask about or figure out if someone is your preference that does not need to be disrespectful. I agree. Example, me making sure every woman I may not like romantically having to know why is done. Me making sure every woman I may not like romantically having... I don't believe in love at first sight or using dating apps. I believe that love comes after marriage. Legitimately, I would love to hear more of your thoughts on that. I don't think that's a very common, at least commonly represented perspective. I don't believe in love at first sight or using dating apps. I agree with that. Actually, I believe love at first sight can exist for sure, but the whole like... Okay, let me clarify. I believe love at first sight can exist in the sense that, okay, you saw someone, whether it was their appearance or what they were doing at the time or how they were doing it, you became infatuated and interested at first. Maybe even you got that extra feeling, that extra nudging in your soul. But it was everything that developed after that that actually kept going well, and then you ended up dating, and then you ended up being married, and then you ended up having kids, and next thing you know, you're married for 40 years. I believe in that love at first sight, you know. I don't believe that this substantial, secure, strong sense of love and built relationship is just known from the get-go, and that's what love at first sight is. I don't believe in that love at first sight. Frankly, I feel like a lot of people don't even really know what love is or have a good grasp at the concept to be using the term love at first sight, so I always hesitate when I hear that term being used, love at first sight. Using dating apps, I also agree that's not a great way to go about things, but I know that some people do have success in using that, and I don't think that that's a lost cause for those people. But I don't think that it's a good idea for people to be seeking out dating apps for love or marriage and things like that. I think that it should come naturally in your natural circles or spaces. I believe that love comes after marriage. Yeah, I'm really, really interested to hear about that, because I've heard that from high society circles, people who do arranged marriage, business marriage, or even like intercommunity marriage. Like, I think like not just cults, but like, you know, Amish communities or something like that, to have an expectation or a pre-existing image of what marriage is, to believe that love comes after marriage. So I'm wondering where your perspective lies, because I don't hear that too often. Caswine said, that's why I always put on my bio, Adam Sandler is my uncle. Reader said, for this dude to be so much of a chud and warrant this much of an in-depth... Frost said, at this point, a lot of guys on apps are just trying to get any match, but generally, yes. And Reader said, crushes are at first sight. Love will develop from a mutual crush. I don't know. Yeah, I think that's a valid way of looking at it. Hi on caffeine. Hi, hello, how are you? How are you, Pookie? Roni said, yo, Frost, I was folding laundry on video call with my girl and she just explained hot. Bro, I was grinning like a lighthouse. Aww, shucks. You got me goofy, grinning and blushing all the way over here, and that's not even my experience. Oh, that's so sweet. Understandable both from her end, and makes me like secondhand happy for you. Joyous even. That's so sweet. I love when people appreciate the little things, and when their comments show what's going on in their brain or the things that they value. For example, exclaiming hot at such an instance could show that she is not only in it for the small things like folding laundry together or knowing that her man can help with housekeeping stuff when you're married and living together, but also she cares knowing that by her sharing her thoughts in that way, that's going to make you feel good and make you feel happy. Those things are very important in a relationship. I love that. That's awesome.
Situation has been nothing but over. It's not.
Okay, we're almost at the end of it.
Poop the bio entirely.
Yeah, for the 80th time, I apologize if this was weird or like gave you any bad vibes. That's not my intention. Yeah, I gotta drive home now because I gotta go sing at a bar in Mississauga, and I have 4 more gigs this weekend, and it hurts to talk. So I'm sitting here in my car.
I'm hearing one of the comments in my head saying, clearly it didn't hurt enough.
Like a jackass. And yeah, I hope that all made some kind of sense. And if nothing else, please take the sincere compliment. I've seen hundreds of shitty bios, probably thousands, and yours was easily top 3. The only reason I'm not giving you number 1 is
What
'cause
did
then
we
it would
say, guys? He's playing the game. I've seen thousands of crappy bios.
seem like I'm lying. But I'm a very genuine, honest person, and yeah. Actually, on my way home, I'm going to go to the park and feed the ducks. My favorite swan couple, Mr. Plump and Mrs. Plumfet, they just had babies a couple weeks ago. So, like, I'll run up and they recognize me and the babies are squeaking. The hierarchy of, like, waterfowl cute babies, it goes swan babies, then ducklings, and then goslings. But, yes, I may or may not do that 4 to 7 times a week. I'm a huge animal lover. Dogs are better than cats.
Dude, you know what this reminds me of? Ah, this is like those bad dates that actually happen in real life, but also get made fun of on TV and movies. The kind where the guy literally just uses dates as an excuse to just ramble. Or it's not an excuse to be selfish in that way, but that's just maybe their nervous tick, or they're not used to dates, so that's just the strategy they decided to go with is just spill everything out onto the table the first chance they get. Like, that's literally this in a voice message, and she did not sign up for this at all. Literally, he's just subjecting her to it. Oh, it makes me like crawl in my skin. And I just want to be clear, it's not just guys that do that. And I don't want to keep sounding like I'm dogging on men. That is not what I'm wanting to do at all. That's just, I guess it sounds that way a little when I say, you know, guys on dates, blah, blah, blah. Because usually, like I said, in the movies, when they're mocking this thing that happens in reality, they tend to only depict the guys. That's why it might sound like that. I by no means am meaning to do that. Francis said, I think love is patience and bond. It should be about getting to know first and help improve someone who struggles at times, who's been through a lot. Should be about getting to know first and help improve someone who struggles at times, who's been through a lot. I think similar to what you said, I definitely agree. Love is patience and bond, and that it should start with getting to know someone. Falling in love with that person definitely involves getting to know the person. That is going to make you attracted to them. You know, that you kind of can't have one without the other. The reasons that you love them initially, like, are in love with their person, and then the loving as a verb gets added into that too. And I think that's where what you're talking about, helping improve someone times of struggling or with things that they've already struggled through, like trauma and stuff, or like breaking bad habits because they've been through a lot. That's something you do because you love someone. I don't think that necessarily always is what love is, but that can definitely be what love looks like. Cause I feel like when you start, when some people hear that, to help, like, hearing love is about getting to know someone first and then helping to improve them who struggle at times and have been through a lot, people might hear that and start thinking that whole, like, oh, I can fix her type mentality. And that's not what love is. But I hear you, and I think I know where you're coming from, and I agree. Kaz once said, what the heck, nobody asked, come on. Zero said, hurts to talk. Proceeds to talk about ducks. Don't forget the cats and dogs. This man, oh gosh, he should start a podcast. Careful, he probably already has one. Info vomit his life. Ducks from ducks to cats to dog to duck cat to duck. Full circle, he dropped the cute baby animal card. Blech, keep doing that. At least has anyone watched Love is Blind? That sounds familiar. Is that a dating show? Got it. I have not watched it. I don't watch those shows, to be honest.
Cats suck. Sorry if you have cats, but I'm sure your cat is cool.
That was one of the most peculiar lies I've ever heard.
Assets I noticed too, but I cannot mention them without sounding like a was fucking awesome. I mean, there's a couple other assets I noticed too, but I cannot mention them without sounding like a fuckboy, so I'm just gonna leave it alone. I'm sure you've worked very hard.
Wait, oh,
and,
fudge.
Like,
Sorry,
the
okay,
cup
here you go.
runneth over on Quirk. Wow.
And yeah, take the compliment. Anyway, apologies if this totally like intruded on your day, opposite of my intention. And yeah, your bio was fucking awesome. I mean, there's a couple other assets I noticed too, but I cannot mention them without sounding like a fuckboy, so I'm just gonna leave it alone. I'm sure you've worked very hard to be in the shape.
Oh man, I'm actually having to fan myself. I'm not getting angry, which is usually why someone would be getting heated. Well, this is like unearthing some... Oh, I don't even know. What the freak, man?
Cannot mention them without sounding like a fuckboy, so I'm just gonna leave.
Dude, what did you have in your mind to be cooking in this kitchen? Because what? What ingredients do you think you are working with? Honestly, right now. I just want to mention again, your bio is amazing. Okay. You already said that. Okay. He can repeat himself, that's fine. Right on to, I also noticed some other assets. Well, we know she's not a crypto trader, more than likely, because he talked about his money, not hers. Really? Like, okay. I noticed some other assets. He could have complimented her again, honestly. You know, he did say she was like a Disney princess or something. That was a nice compliment. I'll give him that. But then he immediately takes a 180-degree turn.
I mean, there's a couple other assets.
Saying, first of all, that's not a good way to start. Like, that specific intonation, you know that's not going to be followed with something good. There's a couple other assets. Yeah, we know that first part of that word is definitely one of those assets that I won't mention. But you are mentioning it without explicitly stating the assets, but you are mentioning them and it's not that hard to guess. So you are literally mentioning them.
I noticed too, but I cannot mention them without sounding like a fuckboy, so I'm just gonna...
And actually, it's not that you're not gonna mention it. You say that you can't mention it for fear of sounding like an F-boy. Which even clearer confirms what it is you are talking about, or supposedly not talking about.
I'm sure you've worked very hard to be in the shape you're in, but goddamn, lady. God damn, I would not kick you out of bed for eating...
I'm not gonna crash.
Very hard to be in the shape you're in, but goddamn.
See, it started to sound like a compliment. Started to sound like he was saving it with like, you know, I'm sure you worked really hard for that figure. Anyone who goes to the gym knows that feels good to hear, probably. I mean, unless you're just completely icked out by this person already, that nothing he could possibly say could feel even remotely human anymore. That would be sort of a compliment, but...
Damn, lady. God damn, I wouldn't...
Sorry, I don't want to sound like an F-boy. 2 seconds later. Bro.
Not kick you out of bed for eating crackers. So I figured if you are...
I think I rewound that part like 50 billion times. Was he saying for eating crackers? for wheat and crackers. Like, I don't know what he said, but none of it sounded remotely viable for something that you would compare to something worth getting out of bed for from a really attractive lady. Huh? Wheat and crackers? I'm so confused. I am so confused. Puckett said, I'm gonna go count the amount of times he said the F word. Francis said, I don't think I made sense, but patience in relationship I think is important, at least in some. Yeah. For sure. Patience is a necessity. Wind reader, I think it does refer to what you think it does. Someone take this man's internet privileges, take his speaking privileges. I didn't learn English for that. Oh man. Revoke his subscription to the spoken word. Wind reader said, like my best friend says, some men should start in jail and make their way out. Oh, that's funny. Excuse me. Mark said, I just drifted the truck down the street. The road froze over. Oh my gosh. Mark, I'm glad you're okay. I hope you managed to slow down and stop or whatever is appropriate. Oh boy. Please be safe. I'm praying for you. Please be safe. Pocket said, this dude got me heated. Make sure you're drinking water. Undue distress with dehydration is not a good mix. Wind reader said, is it just me who feels hiding the lewd compliment like that makes it more disgusting than just commenting on her body or whatever? No, I don't think you're alone, and I think that's why it makes it unsettling. Cause it's like, and lewdness is not even the reason for the unsettling nature of that. It's the whole aspect of someone trying to appeal as though they're not being the negative trait or doing the negative thing by saying that they're not going to do it, but they are indirectly doing it. It's like that action alone shows a bad trait of you or bad intention or whatever, and with the extra layer of you doing that, don't care that people are perceiving you that way, or you don't know enough to know that people see right through that, and that's also a red flag. If you don't know enough or you don't care enough, red flag. Goodness gracious. Puckett said, I love that this bothered you enough to where you had to live stream a second reaction to show everyone else how much it bothered you. No, actually, I would probably get a kick out of being that reaction streamer, but that's not, I know you're probably making fun, but just in case, that's not why I decided to live stream this. If you want, you can rewind to the beginning of this where I stated the intention. This is for entertainment of all. Entertainment of the masses and education for the applicable. Like, at that point, just say she has awesome boobs, straight up. Yeah, I don't think you're missing your shots there. Zero said, thanks, I got enough experience, it was a little fun. I'm glad you got a little kick out of it. That's good. Ryan said, we got 2 streams and a video in one day. Also, okay, while Keisha Sub Productions, you have to correct me because I have failed to remember at this point. I'm getting confused because I think I saw the name Robert somewhere, and then I was pretty sure your name was Ryan. What is your name? Or what do you want me to call you? Dr. Moon said, let me explain. It's not, let me explain it. It's not love at first sight. Might be like or admiration, but not love, because love comes after facing troubles together, arguing about tiny problems, and wanting to kill each other. What the heck? But at the end, you know you have each other and accept every annoying detail about each other, so that's love. I agree. This. I lost internet, but yes, Frost, I'm saving. Oh boy, I'm saving. Other than that, again, you can get away with most of that if there's a conversation flowing. I think I lost the timing there. You can get away with most of what if there's a conversation flowing? Anyway, catch y'all on the flip. I'm gonna go play some pickleball with the bros. Have fun, Roni. Have fun. Go win. Gonna have to save you if you burn any hotter. Save me how? I'm just built like this. I keep hearing reader and I'm like, what? Yeah, no, there's monster reader and what is it? Winter reader? Wind reader. Should I start calling you wind and monster? Yay! Oh, we're back online just in time. Okay. Sorry for the technical difficulties, gang, but we are back later. Later, as promised. I see you guys started crafting some stories. Got hungry, found some cookie dough, fell asleep. Excuse me. But, for anyone who ended up leaving, I hope that you have a great rest of your day, night, afternoon. And for those of you who are still here, let's go. Let's go. Okay. So. I'm catching up on chat. Tamira, see, he said, honestly, he could have just straight up told her, I find you physically very attractive and would like to get to know you better if you're open to that. Dude, literally, probably still would have had a great chance. I mean, if she could look past the fact that he went so far to extract her social media, as I keep saying, he would still have a great chance if he just communicated that, but nope. He let his mind blurt out of his mouth, which honestly might be saving her the trouble, you know? I feel like if that's his unfiltered self, he should match with someone who wants him for him. Exactly. And you know, I think that's a good, maybe a pro to his personality, the way he chooses to impress himself upon other people, literally, against their acceptance even, or consideration, is that he is very clearly unapologetically himself. Which, that's, at least when you're presenting yourself through conversation, that's a great thing. If being yourself means stalking everyone who you have the slightest interest in, that's not cool. But, you know, if we're just looking at the voice messages and they met in a totally normal way or came across each other in a totally normal way, I'd say it's great. You know, he is unapologetically himself. It's not great that he's, like, steamrolling even in a one-sided conversation, not even steamrolling a conversation, or, like, not explaining himself. You know, there's a lot wrong with this so-called discourse, but it's good that he is really being himself. I think that's a great thing. And, you know, that just allows the other person to see, hey, this person isn't for me. You know, I think that's a plus to the situation. We've managed to find it. Okay. Hi, Reader. Hi, Ed. Hi, Kaya, Frost, Dr. Moon. Thank you for the welcome back. Hi, Cass Wine. Got that little sipping tea emoji. I did end up grabbing that chocolate protein shake. It's pretty good. My mom tasted it and she wasn't a fan, but she hates anything that has stevia in it, so I'm not surprised. This has a little bit of it, but it's also sweetened with coconut sugar and dates, so it's not like most sugar-free drinks that are like, you know, they taste like Splenda or something. Oh, and I was excited to try this one because I haven't had chocolate milk in so long. So long. And this one's chocolate protein shake. Super cool. Anyhow. Well, there's a quote on here from Hippocrates. Let food be thy medicine, and medicine be thy food. Ooh, so wise. We're just speaking of food and medicine. Let me grab my supplements real quick before I start yapping again. Okay, let me put a sip in my mouth because these zinc? Yeah, might as well be zinc. These zinc supplements smell like stale booty. Does anyone else have something that they use or take that you can't stand the smell of? It's not even the taste, it's like literally the smell is strong. Okay. Sweet. Yappa yappa yapping. W Mama Lab. Honestly, I don't blame her. Like, stevia is not the best tasting alternative sweetener there is, especially if that's the only thing or it's super strong. But I think it's kind of a setback if like a singular hint of it has you like, ew, the whole thing is bad. But that's just my opinion. It sounds like Ed doesn't really care for the quote. Don't love your job, job your love. Stevia is an insult to sweetness. I don't wholeheartedly agree with that. Actually, I think, again, too much stevia, I could definitely see where you're coming from, but stevia extract can be used wisely. That is my opinion. Splenda, however, is an insult to sweetness. Completely. Not even real. But stevia extract can be used wisely. Actually. Pretty sure you're not supposed to consume... what does it say? That much medicine. LOL. How much is that much? Okay. Are we locked in? Let's lock in. Let's lock back in. Yeah, I had to wait outside coffee shops as a child because of the smell. The smell of stevia? I need to know. I need to know. To what sort of coffee shop or Splenda? Because what kind of coffee shops are you going to that, first of all, the coffee's not overpowering a sweetness smell or sweetener smell? I'm concerned. It sounds, I'm picturing like a cold, stale diner type cafe that most women go in and actively, terroristically terrorize their coffee with 10 packets of Splenda that you can smell it in the coffee smell. Well, that's horrifying. Or like an abandoned Dunkin'. Yes, it can wisely be condemned to the depths of... Dang, Frost, you're being such a meanie. Oh my gosh. Could it be me? I'm playing. Fantastical. Bro just went from 20 minutes ago, let me explain, to I just accomplished my mission to bring you a laugh or a smile. Have a great day. You're welcome. I'm cool, you're cool. We should be friends. You're welcome. No explanation in sight. Did we catch that? Hi. Hi, yeah. Okay. So, that was that. Someone said if Brian Griffin was real. We always love keeping an eye on the comments to see if our ears are hearing correctly. Someone said another win for the deaf. Excuse me. I like this one. This person said, the worst thing she can say is no. The worst thing he can say. Oh my gosh. Someone said, I get the sense he hates texting because it means someone can interrupt his monologues. This man had an entire conversation without her, bro. LMFAO. You asked if there was a smell we hated, and I couldn't tolerate the smell of coffee, but got you. Back for a brief second. Back for a brief second. If you don't see my answer, my name is actually Robert, but I am the same rank. Got you. Okay. So I wasn't crazy. It was from Ryan to Robert. Glad we got that clarified. Thank you. And welcome back. Bro answered her question like a politician. You think he wants to run? Oh my gosh, that would be... Oh, that would be a concerning campaign. What do you think what that campaign would look like if he ran for president? You know what scares me? I feel like if Joe Biden and this guy were campaigning for president and those were like the only two candidates, I would be a bit sore for decision. I'm not too sure who I would pick from, at least not right away. Because we've got on the left side, and then we'd have yappa. I'm making this country great for you. Yappa. You're welcome. I hope I made you Americans laugh and smile today. Have a great day. Yappa. Oh my god. The worst thing she can say is never no. Honestly. OMG, I managed to catch a live stream. Hello, what up da dope? Oh, I like your name. That's fun to say. What up da dope? Sounds like the beginning of a rap song. What up da dope? What up da dope? Dr. Min said, I hope you don't find this creepy, but I find you so sweet and have a sweetheart. Oh, are you talking to me? Thank you. That's very sweet and endearing. I'm happy to hear that. Thank you. And I don't find it creepy at all. You are not a creep, and especially not in the face of what we have just witnessed. Trust me, you are safe. Girl, what? Yappa. Wait, Tamid, what did you just say? Dang it! I can't keep up. K1EG, hello. She can make anything into a song. Darn right. Honestly, he might be better as a politician than a Casanova. Honestly, I am finding that agreeable. Okay, so we finished that. I told you that I found a response video, I think, on his channel. I say I think because, as you can see, I tried to get through the first 10 minutes. Not straight. I think I skipped a little bit here and there, but as you can see by the way he's titling these chapters, I wasn't too ecstatic about watching second to after second. Rather, you know, he has a nice setup, actually. If I was just watching it, it'd be fine. If I unmuted it, or if I happened to be fully deaf watching this video and was just taking it as is, I would probably pause. I would probably be, you know, it is neutral. That's probably what that reaction would be. However, I do have ears, and my deafness is only partial. And this guy sounds exactly like the voice memos that we just heard. Lav is definitely a sweetie. Thank you, Kaya. We found his calling. Yeah, he can riz up the, what do you call him? The lobbyists. Lav just reached flow state. I am picking Joe. We can't let this fool represent millennials. Ay. Pick your evil, I guess. But yeah, thank you for the prayers. Make sure you don't miss what I mentioned. Rust freaking sucks. Yes, sir, it does. That is why we do our best to flee from it and not just rely on our own efforts, but our king, our god, who is the strongest. Good night, lavendher. Good night, Robert. Take care. Welcome back, Chaotic. I'm so glad you're back. Mark said, stevia is great. Companies are misusing it because they're cheap. The leaf is very sweet. The stem is bitter. They grind the whole plant. Thank you, Mark. Thank you for quality stevia representation. That had layers to it. Quality representation and representation of quality stevia, because stevia can be definitely quality. I was so interested to learn that it was a plant because I thought, you know, if I'm ever homesteading or foraging or whatever, it would be nice to... Oh, I forgot that I uploaded something. It would be nice to have some extra sweetener alternatives. You know, it's easy when we're living in the city or amongst other civilized domiciles that we look for manufactured alternatives to sweeteners because, you know, we consume a lot. We consume a lot in this day and age and in this society. But when you're living out in the wild or on your own homestead or you're being self-sustainable, I think about, you know, what you would use to sweeten your things. And obviously there's... I'm talking on and on and on. I'm sorry. I shall reel it in. I think he's rubbing off on me, guys. I really am yapping. Honestly, there's the ones you probably think of first, your natural sweeteners like honey and maple syrup and cane sugar and cane syrup, molasses. What else? Dates. You have your medjool dates. Maybe prunes, apples, or some fruits to make your sweeten, or to sweeten whatever you're trying to sweeten. Agave syrup even. And then you have some less conventional sweeteners rather than quote-unquote alternatives, because stevia can still be natural. So I think that's cool to think about. And I wonder if any of you guys have a dream of being homesteaders or self-sufficient or anything like that. I definitely do. Ed said, I think the framed image of Brian Griffin tells us all we need to know about the guy. Wait, oh, that's Brian Griffin? I never watched Family Guy, so I don't know all the characters by name. That's hilarious. So he was actually emanating him. Okay. K1 said, immediately lost the flow state reading that comment. State flow. Hey, Jay. Oh, we're back. Yes, sir. Sugar beets work too. Sugar beets. Are those like a sweet species of beets? Mark said, so far, allulose is looking promising. Caswan said, Queen of Yapping Land. I am the queen of yappas. As I said that, I just imagined, like from the movie Wreck-It Ralph, that Candyland game, Candy Racers. You know how King Candy has his own kingdom of all the candy? Just like, instead of candy, they're like some other interesting looking creatures, and I'm the queen of Yapland. And they all go yappa 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 around me. Frost said, well, if someone wants to drop me some proper leaf, then I'll consider revising the verdict. That sounds like someone who's ready for their gateway to weed or something. Well, if someone's willing to drop me some quality leaf, you know what I'm saying, bro? We quite literally signed up for this. You are not the same. Oh wait, you guys can't hear this. Hold on. That's right, you can't hear this. I had to listen to that by myself. There we go. Alright. Let me do this. And this. Okay. Nice. Okay. Here's the video. Let me know if I need to turn this down at all. Also, I remember thinking, seeing this rubber ducky, of course he's Canadian. I'm kidding. I'm kidding. It's a cool duck. But he's not making a good name for Canada.
Last year, and
honestly.
perhaps even before that, excuse me, mayhaps, there was some drama between perennial streamer, guy, internet person, Moist Critical, aka Charlie, and Sneeko.
Yo, that was a fire pick. I wanna
Wannabe
see that again.
alt-right provocateur. He's a clown. He's an idiot.
Okay, I forgot. He said this is some commentary on Moist Critical's recent hiatus video and his scuffle with Sneeko. I don't know what the drama is. I don't really care. I hope you guys don't either, because I'm going to skip that. That is none of my business, and I do not care. That is their business. What we want to talk about is what we just came from. So forget the dog pile. It is a pile of poop, as is many things that we have witnessed coming out of your mouth because you are yapping up a lot like a rat. But... oh, he wants to talk about communication. We have certainly gotten a taste of your communication. Oh, he makes a song out of something. Chat, I think we should listen to this, huh? Oh.
Learn how to treat each other. Oh, you're going to misunderstand me. I'm going to misunderstand you. That's fine. Let's talk about it.
That's a huge problem. That's a big fucking problem. So,
Sorry, Surya.
That you think you disagree with. I commend you on that. I think that's a really important rule to have in society. But in my particular situation,
Unless he was just absent-mindedly diddying his guitar.
been great.
Sorry,
to have that
fiddling with
opportunity.
his
I
guitar.
didn't get it before the rug was pulled out under my feet. They screen recorded it and went right to Twitter. They cosplayed a victim, pretended that they were so mad that their privacy was invaded. Then this individual began doxing me and
Wait. I think he's talking about the situation. Ooh. Hold on, hold on, hold on. I'm trying to find
and they're not even listening
the beginning
to you.
of the...
They're just trying to fuck with you. No bueno. So, to all you folks watching out there, the consumers and the creators, as more becomes clear as to what happened to me and what was done to me this past year, and you know what the role of the consumers and the content creators that jumped in, I think it's necessary for you guys to ask yourselves, like, what impact might you have had? Like, you know, I'm a real person, so I do think knowing all this, guys, you can't say you don't anymore. There's an ethical responsibility here. There's a set of standards we all agree on. Some are pretty obvious, and it's a little tough to quantify them on the internet, but I still think they can be there. It really brings up some important questions about communication in the online landscape and how things are going to change in the...
You mean like not stalking someone off of their dating profile onto their Facebook profile just to talk to them and yap their ear off without consent? Without giving what they asked for, which was a reasonable explanation? Sorry, what they reasonably asked for, which was an explanation? Wild.
The future.
No way, bros. Please.
As I've said since the very beginning of this channel,
Noble thing to do. This is how people learn how to treat each other. Oh, you're going to misunderstand me. I'm going to misunderstand you. That's fine. Let's talk.
Is that the angle we're starting with? Tell me that's only what we're starting with, because how far can you run with a miscommunication? Or sorry, a misunderstanding. Not a miscommunication. Misunderstanding. We're shifting blame here.
Talk about it.
that's a huge...
And I don't know if this video is like a response to him responding to, like, I don't know what this video is,
to say, but failing to...
I don't really care to find out. Honestly.
Important rule to have in society. But in my particular situation, it would have been great to have that opportunity. I didn't...
Or maybe he just decided he wanted some variety of camera shots so that he looked extra Casanova. Because, you know, guys who play guitar, plus 100 Riz.
Get it before the rug was pulled out under my feet.
This is facts.
They screen recorded it and went right to Twitter. They cosplayed a victim, pretended that they were so mad that their private...
Sorry, my tinnitus just flared up in my right ear for a second. It's been getting louder. Whew.
Privacy was invaded. Then this individual began doxing me and terrorizing me and my family and friends, all the while soliciting donations in 4 ways. There might be one more I'm forgetting. 4 to 6 ways. Yes. Because they made lots of money while doing this crime. And I said crime. You're goddamn right.
Okay, I'm interested.
Another thing Charlie said is...
I can definitely see where harassment would come from in this situation. I definitely have sympathy for him over that. I agree that there are ethical responsibilities in person and over the internet. I'm not saying that it absolves him of what he did in the first place. However, I don't think that it warrants like severe harassment and things like that, which I imagine he probably went through. You do have to keep in mind that he is still making a video about this, so I would wonder how severe it was. Not that it's, you know, scoffable or something you should ignore, but or that the offense is any less, but something to keep in mind.
Sneeko thought
Casswine said, okay, I'm gonna stop playing guitar. Yeah, because you don't want to be taking too much of the spotlight, huh?
amount of thing was true. If he thought kids should do this or whatever. To have his level of power and influence, that would be irresponsible of Sneeko. In his position with his level of influence. Okay, Charlie, I'm looking right at you, brother. I'm looking right at you, buddy.
Are you? Are you? Are you? Someone said, please break character. Someone in the comments said, please break character. And someone else said, you cannot be real. Someone else said he seems like a theater kid that just learned how to curse. Or cuss. For whoever said, was it Frost? Someone said that it just doesn't sound right coming from him.
You for the rest of the trip, you understand?
What are all of these
My
random
kidding, I know what
media
D-Day
references?
Was. I was on Bumble and I saw a girl and she just had a badass
Oh,
bio.
here's the
shrug
contact.
emoji just seemed really cool. So I decided to send her a message.
Guys, he admitted in real time as a recap, as a very crucial detail, that shrug emoji just did it for me, gang. Shoot.
On Facebook, I sent her some DMs. And she answered me very enthusiastically and invited me to explain further. A point...
I'm sorry, were those screenshots edited after all? Because where are we getting the enthusiastically from? Huh?
She just seemed really cool. So I decided to send her a message
I'm
on
sure
Facebook.
she
I
seems
sent
cool,
her some DMs,
sure.
And she answered me very enthusiastically and invited me to explain further.
Dude, the thing is, that's not even sarcasm. That's crazy.
Point that gets lost in the story with a lot of people, along with a lot of other very important details. She asked me to explain further. I like sending voice clips. I sent voice...
Don't tell me he's gonna say it, bro. Don't tell me he's gonna say it. Like, she said to explain further. Like, you did not explain. You spoke further. Sure, heck yes, you spoke further, but you did not explain. Don't tell me he's about to tell the whole world. Yo, she asked me to explain. Of course I had to say all that. Very enthusiastically, for real. Piano, shoot. Just picking your style over his at this point.
Voice clips. And listen, I can admit, it's an unorthodox approach. Most people couldn't think of even attempting it, let alone pulling it off.
Is he talking about sending voice notes? Let's try this again.
She asked me to explain further. I like sending voice clips. I sent voice clips. And listen, I can admit, it's an unorthodox approach. Most people couldn't think of even attempting it, let alone pulling it off. But I've met some amazing people this way. It's been very well received. So I'm still very confused with the reaction to it, but we'll get back to that.
And I'm still very confused as to whether he's talking about the sending voice clips or like right off the bat, like, oh, I'm so confident, I'll send you some voice clips. Yeah, that's unorthodox. I get it. Or is he saying, The whole, let me grab your social media off the internet and not your dating profile and contact you that way. Is that what he's saying? What do you guys think? Because I'm not really clear. Brandon said, definitely the type of guy who, when given an inch, takes a mile. Ed said, this feels like an apology video. True. It's giving toxic gossip train. No way he's egoing over voice notes. Man sent voice research papers. Oh man. Dude, maybe this is the guy you want to be friends with before your midnight deadline. He seems like he's got an advantage there. We'll say that.
Then all of a sudden, things changed on a dime.
Bucket said this is doing nothing for my ovaries. Oh, I love you. I love you.
And I entered into an episode of Black Mirror that I've been living in since that.
Okay, dude. Whoever, whether you were in the comments or someone here in chat, whoever mentioned that he sounds like Reddit or anything near it, tell me this isn't it. He is, what's the word? He is embellishing his monologue by describing his life as more than a performance. More of a performance than Roni's life. He's literally a Black Mirror episode, guys. Shoot, we really need to hold back.
On a dime, and I entered into an episode of Black Mirror that I've been living in since that time about 13 months ago. So Charlie, I gotta say,
did he just blink with one eye? Hold up.
Since that time about 13 months ago. So Charlie, I gotta say,
it's kind of cool.
I know how you feel in this instance. I wish that the other party would have wanted to have a conversation to clear something up. I did not get that opportunity before I was slapped in the face and pushed down by the entire internet. Charlie is saying that if this is just a crazy misunderstanding, he would want to talk to Sneeko and hash it out, which is the right thing to do. That's what two adults can do. I think that's an important point. Sneeko said something at one point in the conversation. I like what Charlie did. He goes, no. We're not talking about one country. We're talking in general. And when Sneeko, my assumption is my interpretation is that he...
Okay, again, I don't care about their drama, but he said something interesting. He was saying, like, that's what adults do. They talk things out, and that's what I would want in my situation, but I didn't get that opportunity. I'm guessing he's talking about Charlie, because he made the most popular video on his situation that went viral on Twitter already. Or he's talking about the woman who even posted it in the first place. Or maybe her friends posted it, who knows. Or anyone on Twitter, or anyone who reposted his situation. I'm wondering if that's what he's talking about. I really don't know who that other adult in this situation would be from his perspective. Because if everyone and their mama has posted it on the internet, who is your conversation with? Because you just said the whole internet's dogging on you, so who is your conversation with at this point? It must be Charlie. I'm thinking it's Charlie just because he has the biggest voice and he's talking about, or he said earlier, it's no bueno when you're not being mindful and you have this big of a platform or whatever. But if he is talking about, like, anyone giving him the chance to have that and speak his piece or whatever, defend himself, I'm wondering if he still wants that at this point. Because, he's making the video himself to talk about his stance. And, heck, we have 20 more minutes to see if there is any validity.
He was putting words into Charlie's mouth. Charlie said, no, you're not doing that here. That's how people clear up misunderstandings.
Have some sort of duty to sort of help fix the crisis of masculinity.
No way, don't. I'm at a loss for words. Instead of a media clip, he's clipping the news or something for someone else to speak wisdom on his situation. W editing, I guess.
I don't know, man. This
I want to
seems
give him
pretty
credit
gross.
somewhere.
Discussions are great for clearing things up. I say let the jerks talk, let the nice...
Oh, we know you like to discuss. Don't
It's
we?
conducive to a society that...
Reader said, I try to stay far away from Reddit. Places a poop hole. Isaiah said, what is the comment section? I just chimed in. Hi, Isaiah. Good to see you, man. How are you doing? Puckett said, also hearing him call Charlie is just weird. It kind of, I feel like anyone else saying it, it's not that weird because they probably either watch him or just have more context. I don't know if it's the way he's making it seem like this is my buddy Charlie. I know him. We're just having a little heated situation here, a little discord. Or the fact that he's saying it like that, but we know that he has some sort of tension against him, you know? Not sure. Sneeko? Bro had 30 minutes of opportunity and wasted all of it. Doing exactly what he... Actually, I was gonna say doing exactly what he was speaking against. Which is like speaking on a situation without letting another person have their piece or whatever, but maybe he's not really talking about that. Maybe he's saying you can gossip as long as you have ethics about it.
That has free speech and has people enjoying the ability to think freely. There's a point in the interview where Kathy Newman goes, why should your right to free speech trump a trans person's right to not be offended? And he goes,
What the heck did I just hear? I think that made sense.
conducive to a society that
And is
has
that what
free
he was just quoting from the news?
speech and has people enjoying the ability to think freely. There's a point in the interview where Kathy Newman goes, why should your right to free speech trump a
Let's let him
trans
finish.
person's right to not be offended? And he goes, because in order to think, you need to risk being offensive. Yes, that's a truism right there. Dr. Peterson, love you to death. Do I agree with every single thing you've said or done? No, there's no one that I do that. And honestly, get him the fuck off Twitter. Dr. Peterson, these crazy troll demons, they're fucking you up, man. Can relate. Get out of there. Charlie, I like that you reached out to Sneeko. I like that you wanted to have a
maybe he
conversation
wasn't
with him.
saying
It's a
something
nice
atrocious.
tactic. I'm really glad you did that instead of recording your chat with him privately and then immediately posting
I was
it on
scared
Twitter,
that he was
pretending
going
that you're
to.
so mad and it's the worst thing ever that happened to you. And he said, yeah, someone scary for someone with that position and that level of influence. I agree. Charlie, we're going to come back to that. So let's talk a little bit about that. Someone
Frost said he's not doing himself any favors, but it is a vicious gossip chain. There was no reason for her to share the story with his name attached to it, or other people to start attacking him over it. I agree, his name could have been left out of it, but that is under the assumption that his name was even mentioned in the first place, because if I am recalling correctly, at least on Charlie's video, I will not speak for Twitter. My source is not Twitter. My source is Charlie's video to know that this situation even existed, but knowing that that happened on Twitter. Or like this was circulating Twitter, I should say. So, I do not know if the original poster truly doxed him when she posted it, or someone else who got this ended up doing research and doxing it, and then his name was getting spread around. I don't know what the actual situation is. However, regardless, he decided to attach himself to it regardless because he's posting about it. Not only that, he's commenting under the videos, comments, making comments. And probably is doing the same on Twitter too. I'm going to guess. I don't know that.
there's a responsibility.
But I just think that's a funny comment to make.
It's incumbent on them to
Not you, him. But, yeah. That's the interview that made Jordan Peterson famous, for real. Odd choice, to be honest. He did look quite young in that clip. Oh my gosh. Stuttering. Puckett said, bro, stop addressing people like you know them. He's actually punctuable. I feel like he would do a little bit more internet sleuthing to find Sneeko's other names so he can address him by that too. Which Dr. Peterson? I think he's talking about Jordan Peterson, I think. Tamid said, other commentary YouTubers could have said his name. I know a couple of channels who do that. Yeah, for sure. Frost said, it's true. It's possible someone else doxed him. Yeah, as is the culture of the internet, which is why I'm not focusing on those aspects as much, because, you know, whatever happened, it's someone's fault. I think it matters more how he responds to it, because, you know, bad things happen to a lot of people, and that's how we judge people's characters, how they respond to it, right? So rather than focusing on the thing that happens all the times, it's good to analyze how someone responds to it. Labs in the middle space already. No! No! Of course he likes a pseudo-intellectual. Are you talking about Jordan Peterson? Like, of course, this guy likes Jordan Peterson, who's a pseudo-intellectual. And he's continuing to inflame the cycle for content, right? Which I think is what you were saying by, he's not doing himself any favors.
Cognizant of the power that they wield with their platform.
But who
Charlie,
knows?
you have
Maybe he's not aware that he's inflaming the cycle because he's so concerned of his like and desire for yapping.
a massive influence, dude, whether you like it or not. You know, in your video, you're like, oh, I'm just a below average guy.
Okay, we're getting a little more insight into what his brain is thinking, because first, whether you like it or not, you have a large platform whether you like it or not. He's not talking to the audience of this video, like people. Charlie has a large audience whether you guys like it or not. He's not saying that. He's saying, Charlie, I'm speaking to you. You have a large platform whether you like it or not. In case you forgot, man. You have a large platform whether you like it or not. And, you know, honestly, I'm getting a little mixed up. I don't know if he said it or someone else. I think it was someone else. But, it was something about how being a content creator and a streamer even more is not good for your mental health. Like, for mental health, as far as mental health goes, being a content creator or a streamer is not a great decision to make if you already struggle with it. And also, like, being a content creator and streamer is not for the weak. So keep that in mind if mental health is a concern. This is what I was hearing today. And I silently was thinking to myself, I definitely understand. And honestly kind of agree with that, yeah. Like, it definitely takes a toll on you, and you have to be aware of what you can do to recycle and upcycle yourself so you can stay sane, keep your self-esteem up, and also stay humble. There's the other side of that. But, you know, whether it's comments or number fatigue and whatnot, like, there's a lot of different things on the back end and the front end that has the potential to affect someone's mental state a lot. It goes up and down. So I would agree with that. You know, being a content creator, even more a streamer, can be detrimental to your mental health if you're not careful. But I just think that that's...
So let's talk a little bit about that. Someone who there's a responsibility.
Oh, that's what it was. I just think that that's funny. Because he's like, Charlie, just in case you forgot, you know, you have a large audience, whether you like it or not. You really think, you really think, I don't even know how long ago he became like a regular content creator, let alone like super famous. But it doesn't even really matter. You can see he started posting 16 years ago. Dude was probably on YouTube at YouTube's birth. I don't even know. But you know, he's been doing well for himself for a while, whether it's as a content creator or a streamer. So to be like, whether you like it or not, definitely raises a flag of like, what do you think of this person? Because I'm pretty sure he's been aware of his influence for a long time. The number, the stretch, the reach, the region of his audience, I'm pretty sure is no secret to him. And also, that's why I brought up the whole mental health thing as a content creator, a streamer. Because he would feel it too. I have no doubt that he has felt it in different magnitudes. So to be like, whether you like it or not, I'm getting the sense that he doesn't have an empathetic reach. Guys, he's certainly not an empath. He might be a Casanova, but he's not an empath. Yeah, because you don't need to have a whole bunch of subscribers or views or likes or popularity on any platform to be able to have critical thinking and emotional intelligence and an ability to try and empathize with a person. So that's why I say that gives an insight into what he thinks of Charlie. Whether it be for his position or not, or maybe it's just biased because of him being the so-called victim in this situation, you know?
It's incumbent on them to understand and be cognizant of the power that they wield with their platform. Charlie, you have a massive influence, dude, whether you like it or not. You know, in your video, you're like, oh, I'm just a below average guy and below average height,
and it kind of confirms it, how he just mocked him there.
just giving my opinions. No, I mean, that may be how you see yourself, but that's not what's going on here.
Oh, we got a high ground here. We got a high ground. Charlie, what you're saying that your intentions are and that you've been acting on for so many years, that's not actually what you're doing. Let me tell you how it is, man.
And I probably am not the only person you've caused pain. And now that I'm going to be telling you about a lot of this, you can't say you don't know, sir. Me, my friends, my family, you indirectly caused us a lot of pain. You allowed that attack on me to continue even when she was done. You got to be careful about how you wield that influence. I don't know, sir. Me, my friends, my family, you indirectly caused us a lot of pain. You allowed that attack on me to continue even when she was done. You got to be careful about how you wield that influence. And you know, I've heard you saying, yo, I'm just a guy. I've got to wonder how many other content creators feel the same and that they
A lot.
view themselves the same. But they're like, listen, I'm just talking about shit that I like. If someone else gets hurt, I don't know. I don't know.
Okay, but I feel like that's reaching a little there because he goes from talking about this aspect of Charlie claiming that, oh, I'm just a guy, I'm just a dude giving my opinions, and parentheses, there's nothing wrong with that. Charlie knows that. Sorry, some of you guys are getting weirded out by the whole Charlie calling thing. I don't know if it's just him calling him that or in general, but I'll stop saying it. Moist Critical is very aware of his influence and reach. Again, that's not something that you can escape, especially if you take the time to give your intellectual input on all these things for like every day out of the year. It's no secret. It's no secret. Especially if you aren't aware of your own numbers and maybe you get a little like cloud high and your vision's hazy about your own numbers and your own influence. You see other people in the same seat as you or similar seat as you and the influence that they have. Seeing how that can go wrong for other people and then comparing yourself and realizing you're in the same seat as them, that'll wake you up. For example, if you had even half the numbers that the streamer 𝗖𝗢𝗡 had when he was, what did he send out like a tweet saying, I'm gonna go do a PlayStation giveaway or something in the middle of New York City, and how there was like some chaos ensued there and the police got involved or whatever, it's no question how much influence 𝗖𝗓𝗡 has. So if you saw that and you thought, you would have definitely thought, huh, if I got to that place, or even now, if I were to do something similar, I would have to think about my actions because that would influence other people's reactions, likely. Like, it's no secret. I feel like this guy is taking a high ground that people in quote-unquote higher places, not actual higher places, but just like positions of influence, I guess, which a lot of people consider higher places, that they don't think about these things because they're not him. Or they're just not thinking far enough because they're not as intellectual as him. That's the vibe I'm getting, at least.
I'm trying to draw a connection here that I just find it really unfortunate as we're talking about this, that you've built such a strong foundation on calling out and exposing creeps. You know, all these gotcha moments and clowning on people. I don't know if it's good for society.
Lavendher will speak on the fact that this can be very educational for many people, because you may be biased in this moment, I will admit, sir. I agree again that there should be ethics followed. Gossip should not be the goal. There should be ethics when discussing things, and I think that Charlie does tend to do his best in that regard. You know, he's not adding to the doxing and stuff, right? He's just sharing the clips or the screenshots enough that people can laugh, people can be like, oh, what the heck, get the reactions out of it or whatever. That's his shtick. But he's not doxing you, right? But I feel like he's saying now altogether, it's not just about ethics, it's you shouldn't be laughing at us guys anymore, period. But I say it's educational too, because even though there's plenty of people in Moist Critical's audience that are just watching these for entertainment value and whatnot, maybe he wants those gotcha moments and wants to haha other people's mistakes, whatever. There's also the educational element, because imagine you're a fellow dude who does not have the best successes, at least in your past or whatever, maybe with dating apps or exchanges with women over text, or in general, or even specific situations. You might see a dialogue and think, hey, I've had a conversation that went similar to that. I wonder if this is how I was perceived. You might make a note, you know? Something like that. That's educational. And at no expense to you, right? You didn't have to live it to know it. I mean, technically you did, but you didn't learn from that. So by comparing your situation to someone else, seeing it from the outside, you were able to learn something. I feel like his situation, he's speaking from a little biased position, but I could be wrong. Let's hear him out some more.
I don't know if I feel it's a great way to make money. I think even one of the comments I saw kind of said this. He makes a whole career off of clowning on people and criticizing people he disagrees with.
Are those boobies?
The instant he gets shit for having a bad take or a more controversial take than rape equals bad, he leaves. LMAO. All right, well, I see Molly's point. I don't know. That even feels like piling on Charlie and kicking a man when he's down, but there's definitely something there. I saw a comment the other day in one of Asmon's videos. Shout out to the creator. Love you. Asmon, you're cool too, but all kudos go to the creator and Asmon.
Huh? Bro, I don't even know what he's trying to say here. There's like two possibilities, and I don't care about either of them.
Asmon's great fans. It's like, you don't want this creator to be talking about, you don't want Moist Critical to be talking about, you don't want CoffeeZilla to be looking at your finances. I had no idea Charlie was known for exposing creeps. Illiterate, creep, creepiest game developer, complete.
Yes.
So, it
Oh.
seems last year, and perhaps
I don't
even
know why I
before
did that.
Shit. So, in the same way, Charlie, but if you spot it, you got it. Cool.
I don't even remember where we were.
People go, well, that's the way Twitter.
Somewhere around here.
Take then
Yeah.
rape equals bad. Videos. to be looking in your finances. Creepiest
As
game
been mentioned,
developer,
I know he's going down the
complete
list at this
loser.
point.
This guy gives the worst advice. Don't be like this guy. This person's a scammer. Yeah, dude, you've made a career off of it. I don't think you can just say, oh, I'm just a guy that's doing this. Like, I don't love it. I don't love what it says about our society. But you
So Moist Critical's take is speaking to society. Okay.
do have a massive influence, and you can't escape that. And you've built a foundation on that, and I wonder how many other people you've hurt or caused a negative effect to. Just talking about social...
Again, correct me if I'm wrong, but he hasn't doxed any of the people in his videos. He just takes things that are already viral on Twitter and gives a funny reaction to it. Or honest, which happens to be funny reaction to it. Can we spot the actual problem there? I'm not saying there's nothing wrong with it at all. We can find some negativity there, but everything he's talking about, you know, ethical and whatnot, what? I'm seeing a little bit of holes here. Pike said the sphere of awareness online has come a long way from thinking, oh, nation is cool. Oh, nation, I'm a banana, I'm a banana, I'm a banana, look at me move. Tommy had said, he was trying to deny the creep allegations from, yeah. I just noticed that based off of what you said. He wasn't just happening to mention that, you know, alongside the things that Moist Critical is known for in his content, he is known for commenting on creep allegations. I don't know if he was admitting to himself being in this category or not. Or separating himself, rather. Brandon said he's not wrong in saying Moist added more fuel to the fire, but he refuses to acknowledge how his own unsolicited behavior landed him in the crosshairs. Agreed. Tamit said, I agree, Lav. Look, I will say a lot of younger dudes also could learn what not to do by seeing Charlie's video. Yeah, and you know, I think things suck more when you are the person being talked about. And I'm not just saying literally him in the situation, he's being talked about in Charlie's video. I'm saying when you see a video, maybe it's a TikTok, a meme, or a podcast, or whatever the medium be, if they're making a joke or making fun of or light of something or condemning something that applies to you and you know it, it's gonna feel bad. You know, we're human. But we should learn from it. Good people know we learn from it. Not, and I'm not saying this is what he's doing, but not throw a hissy fit about it and make ourselves the victim and decide to turn the story that way. Because that's not the story we should spin. We want to spin a better story for ourselves by learning from our mistakes. And if outside sources help us learn about our mistakes that maybe we were unaware of, that's a good thing. I'm not seeing that he's thinking that's a good thing just yet.
Contracts and like ethical responsibility, folks. Where do we draw the line if there is even a line here? You know, if I'm having a conversation...
So does this guy hate Asmon and Moist? I don't think he hates them, but I think he dislikes what they're doing a lot. That's what I'm getting, at least. Maybe he does, but he hasn't said it yet.
Conversation with someone.
He's just expressing his distaste for now.
Just up for grabs? Is anything you've ever done and will ever do, if someone just happens to screen record it like a piece of shit or happens to have their phone up, that's it? It just ends up on the internet and we're all just gonna clown on someone? I don't know when we all agreed to this, and you might just think, well,
Chaotic said, I'm seeing a lot of, it's other people, they're doing this, and this, and no, hey, I also messed up. Yeah, that's why, I think that's what we're looking for in the last, wow, it feels like we have not moved an inch. In the last, I'm looking at the timestamp. There's 28 minutes we've watched, and 44 minutes and 44 seconds. What is that, 12 minutes? 15 minutes we have left to decide.
Well, guys, that's the way it is.
If
That's
he's
something
gonna
I
take
heard a lot the past
accountability.
year. You know, Ryan, that's how Twitter is. That's how the internet is. And I'm sitting here going, no. Y'all ever heard that quote? The one thing I'm paraphrasing terribly.
To me, I'm getting a very strong... I don't watch 𝗖𝗢𝗡𝗧𝗔𝗖𝗧, honestly, so I won't speak on him, but I have witnessed a lot of Jordan Peterson content. I'm very interested to know why your opinion of him is so bad. I don't quite remember the comment you made about him earlier, but your comment now about being a grifter who tries to appeal to incels is very, very charged. Frost said he has a point, but he's not making it very well, and destroying his credibility by not starting with accountability. I like that last part especially. Destroying credibility by not starting with accountability, for sure. But, I wonder if taking accountability would be too humble for this man. How was that? Was that very critical of me? He likes 𝗖𝗢𝗡𝗧𝗔𝗖𝗧, who does the same thing as Charlie. He just does not like that he was the target this time. That sounds viable. Based off observation. Sorry I'm stuttering so much, guys. Oh my gosh. Puckett said he's saying it's anyone's fault but his. He need to take in accountability. You put this stuff in 2 times speed. Or yo, put this stuff in 2 times speed. Stop. I think that would be nightmarish. He already is a yappa. Now we gonna be yapping in 2 times speed. Yo, you can go more? Shoot, you guys can't see it, but you can put it all the way up to 4 times speed. I feel like I would combust.
The one thing, you know what? Tito's will help me. Come like Popeye, but a drunk. Sponsor me, Tito's. Have you guys ever heard that quote? I'm paraphrasing here again, probably terribly. The only thing necessary for the triumph of evil is for good men to do nothing. See something, say something. If you spot it, I'm messing stuff up. If you spot it, you got it. Cool. I'm seeing that this is just a thing in our society. People go, well, that's the way Twitter is. That's the way the internet is. And I'm sitting here going, no. I doth protest in the strongest possible terms. Fucking no. This is not a thing that happened. I'm not standing by and letting this be a thing that we do. What happened to me and those that I love was a level of cruelty that should not exist in society. It is a tool that has no purpose but to spread malice and hate. I just think we're reinforcing a lot of structures in society that don't serve people and help them. You can't plead ignorance anymore, guys. A lot of damage was done in my life by people that just wanted to pass the buck to somebody else.
Guys, whoever said this dude needs his own podcast, you got it. You got it. What could have been addressed in like a 15-minute video or even 20 minutes, honestly, is a whole movie. This is his podcast, literally, right here. You wanted it, you got it. I doth protest. I don't even know if he said what happened to him and his family, because I agree that's a very reasonable motivation, especially to speak on this, if it happened to you especially, or if you feel this is a severe injustice on the internet, which, you know, this is a bad thing that is true of our internet culture, but he didn't even say what happened to his family and friends. But he just keeps calling it super severe. I don't know if that's intentional or not.
He eventually called me on Discord. I was under the impression this was just him and I talking.
You had a conversation with someone. You had an impression that it was just a conversation, the two of you. And later it ended up on the internet and it didn't feel good for you. Charlie, have I got a story for you? Can relate. Just
See, the difference there. Sorry, but and without me even knowing the situation, I'm going to make a comparison. Hearing that someone got in a Discord call with Moist Critical, knowing who he is, and they, you know, it got leaked. They were recording it. You know, let's, you know, put 2 and 2 together. They were recording it. Probably wanted some dirt on him or something, or maybe found out who he was after the fact, whatever the case be. That's malicious, right? You recorded a private conversation with malintent to then post to the world. I don't think, and just, you know, correct me if I'm missing something here, guys, but I don't think this is the same situation here, guys. It seems the difference here is that an unsuspecting woman who was living her own life, her own Bumble life, was found by you and intrigued you, that you had to go stalk her, or were inspired to go stalk her. Sorry, you didn't have to. You really didn't. Inspired to go stalk her and yap in her DMs. Verbally too, mind you. Verbally too. They're not the same. They are not the same.
Just to draw on the connection here, Charlie, I really
Devo said I stutter all the time. You going in. We twinning. Brandon said the crooked framed photo of Brian Griffin told me everything I needed to know, and frankly, it's alarming how right I was. Okay, I want a little bit of context because, like I said, I never watched Family Guy. So, what are we pulling from this? I want the extra context. Tammy said it's funny. This guy thinks Sneeko is an idiot, but has a lot of the same behaviors as him. He definitely is a performative. Oh, excuse me, sorry. Performative man. Zero said my brain's melting because of him. Brandon said I would be shocked if anything actually happened to his family besides him getting embarrassed, but he's gonna use it as a way to seize the moral high ground. If I was facetious, I would agree with you completely, but I do think that it makes sense. Again, the internet can be a cruel place. There's a lot of crazies out there. And a lot of people who are disconnected. I don't think it's a crazy thing to believe that maybe him and his family and friends got threatened. Think of the people who might be saying, how the heck could you raise someone to be like this, or let someone be out in society be like this, or how are you not keeping your friend accountable? They're out in the world acting like this. Or making women uncomfortable, blah, blah, blah. It's believable. People would say those things or act on those things without realizing the consequences of them because it's the internet. Or some people just don't care, Each people are of different threads. I don't think that's too crazy to believe that, his family or friends got harassed alongside him. But I guess my comment was more about I don't know how severe it really was because he wasn't saying what happened other than I guess they got contacted or something, like harassment. I don't know if he said threats. Did he? I might have put that in there as a possibility. I don't even really know. Pocket said watch Quagmire's rant on Brian, tells you everything about him. Brian tends to be a self-centered narcissist. He's also a massive hypocrite. Okay, that would be funny to see. Knowing it's a cartoon, I'd love to see how he portrays a massive hypocrite. Tamid said, I apologize, Lav, about the charged comments. It's just people like Jordan Peterson and Asmongold types really try to appeal to men who like to believe nothing is in their control or their fault. Nothing is in their control or their fault. How so? How so? Again, I can't speak on Asmongold because I don't watch his content. I've seen some clips from him or whatever because, he is a famous internet personality, but not enough to get a grasp on, his character or how he portrays himself. But Jordan Peterson, I can say differently. And from that, that's why I'm confused by your comment, because just taking one angle to start with, like Jordan Peterson, there's a lot of content out there on what he says about philosophical topics or religious or spiritual topics, and that requires a lot of logic and reasoning, and because I'm pretty sure Jordan Peterson is not Christian, right? He's like, and he's not Catholic either, right? He's like what do you call it? When you're like, when you have a view on religion that goes to serve, like, what is good for your worldview or society or something like that. I forget what that word is, but Okay, this is what AI says, but let's see what Reddit says. Cultural Christian, denied being Christian. Denied being Christian. Denied, doesn't claim to be. Mythicist. Doesn't claim to be. Doesn't claim to be. Secular. Liberal Christian. Cultural Christian. Okay. I just saw that quote. Someone quoted him saying, "Live your life as if God existed." I don't know what the name of what I'm trying to... There's a name for like a certain worldview, and I'm pretty sure it describes what he aligns with. But anyway, yeah, Jordan Peterson's not even Christian, but he talks a lot about like I'm saying Christian because I've watched the most on that sort of topic, but he's not Christian, he's not Buddhist, he's not Hindu, he's not Catholic, he's not Jehovah's Witness, he's not Mormon, but he has gone out of his way to answer in-depth questions about, you know, religious beliefs and principles which shape a lot of people's worldviews and how they respond and react and think and treat other people. And if he, who is not even a religious person himself, is able to combat different lines of logic and reasoning, I would think that that kind of goes against the concept of wanting or trying to appeal to men or people who like to believe nothing is in their control or their fault. Because inherently, when you're pursuing a worldview or a religion or especially things like Christianity and Islam and whatnot, like these are religions where your worldview is very much shaped by your works have consequences, your actions have consequences, both immediate and eternal. So I find that confusing, honestly, which is why I want to hear more from you on that. Because, you know, maybe you've heard things that I haven't. Something doesn't add up for me. Screenshots are image-based. Where did the voice clips come from? What do you mean? Screenshots are image-based. Where did the voice clips come from? If you're saying what I think you're saying, when he messaged that woman on Facebook, I think it was, he did text her at first, but then he ended up sending her voice notes. So whenever he texted her, you see the screenshots, and then the clips that have the voice recordings, I'm pretty sure that was leaked by the woman as the original poster, or her friend, whoever posted it originally. They ended up getting the clip that played the voice notes. I just feel like if real threats or harassment occurred, he's the kind of guy to post screenshots or examples. That would make sense, huh? That's a good point, Brandon. That's a good point. Frost said, well, we could ask him, but he'd make 3 more videos that never answered the question. Frost said, what? Peterson's entire platform is telling people, especially men, to take more responsibility for their lives. That's my impression, too. In different ways. Brandon said Peterson does have a PhD in psychology and can be insightful in that specific field, but he tends to extend way beyond his actual expertise and make a butt of himself. I'd like to hear more about that too, how he tends to yap on his own and make a bad image of himself. Frost said Jordan Peterson is agnostic, his wife and daughter are Christian. Okay. Brandon said Asmongold, on the other hand, has no expertise in anything and makes unhinged political takes based on his Twitter feed. Okay. Ross said he speaks positively on God and Christian principles, but to my knowledge has never acknowledged Christ. Okay. That's what I've gathered so far too. Davos also said he's agnostic. Okay. Chaotic said it sounds like deism. Somebody correct me if I'm wrong, please. Let's see. How do we define deism? Belief in the existence of a supreme being, specifically of a creator who does not intervene in the universe. The term is used chiefly of an intellectual movement of the 17th and 18th century that accepted the existence of a creator on the basis of reason, but rejected belief in a supernatural deity who interacts with humankind. Okay, so I feel like that's not quite what he would align with, based on a lot of the things he said. I think that the belief in the existence of a supreme being is a good start, because that would be like, you know, he acknowledges maybe the wisdom in the religions like Christianity or Islam or whatever, in that it makes sense to believe these things or have these principles and whatnot without actually having a relationship with the belief himself. But I think the adding on of specifically of a creator who does not intervene in the universe kind of goes a little too far. I don't know if deism is what we would use to describe that, but close. Tamid said Asmongold in his commentary videos or drama content loves to say how liberals or women ruined gaming or other things and it's their fault. Okay. He likes to use the word woke in a bad connotation. A lot of Jordan Peterson's advice to men always blames society and does not seem to address their actions in their own life. A lot of Jordan Peterson's men-related content was in the same line of thinking as Andrew Tate. Ooh, this is an interesting take. Interesting take. I'm starting to think for our next psychology hour, we might have to do a breakdown of either a breakdown of Jordan Peterson or Jordan Peterson versus Andrew Tate. This would be very interesting. I'd love to discuss this with you too. All of you, honestly. We can keep a score of what impression Jordan Peterson leaves truly. Brandon said, I have a degree in economics, so once Peterson said that because women entered the workforce, it cut the jobs in half, ignoring how that doubled the purchasing power of the country and doubled who we sell to. It's not just economics. Peterson will take wide swings in his prescriptions about society without any familiarity with the issues he's prescribing them for. Okay, I'll take your word for it for now. I haven't heard these things from him myself, so I'm not gonna speak on it, but I do see, based off of what you said, how that would be like discrediting, I think. K1 said, I'm so down for that. Okay. Ross said he called God the voice that calls you to adventure. That seems pretty interfering. And I think acknowledging the principles of Christianity in the first place would definitely negate the idea that there's a God that is not interfering with the universe, or the fact that God is a creator would obviously be interfering with the universe, unless there's some deistic perspective that, you know, God can create the universe and then hands off after that. Awesome Wolverine said, I recall Peterson's advice, quote, advice to men, being mostly the pull yourself up by your bootstraps talk mixed with his psychology stuff. I do remember that too. I remember that. Tamid said, I was in the red pill manosphere space from 2020 to 2023. Early days. Believe me, these guys are highly dangerous. The more you're talking about this, the more I want to to delve into this topic with you. K1 said, I'm gonna buy so much popcorn just for your comment section on that Peterson and Tate vid lab. Okay, you're getting me even more excited. Brandon said, if Peterson is talking about psychology, you should take him seriously. Outside of that, you should probably need a big grain of salt. That's fair. That's fair. Again, I haven't heard much of his discourse on every topic, mostly on religion and psychology and the state of society, but I guess that'll be another topic to delve into on that. That would be really fun. Frost said Jordan Peterson did do a whole video on everything he thinks is wrong with Tate, oddly enough. Okay, we'll have to put a pin in that too. I'm always down for conversation with different viewpoints. Let's see how others think, if that makes sense. I love that too. That's why I'm getting so giddy thinking about it.
Feel for you.
And why we are giving this man more of a platform in our ears and our minds.
Back when this whole thing blew up in my face last June. Yeah, you know, the person that
Okay,
did
sorry. We're not doing this. I gotta slow it down. Maybe 1.25 speed.
This to me was not nice and pure of heart, as they desperately try to get us to believe.
You know, guys, tell me what you think about this. He only spoke for like 2 more seconds, but this whole thing about going from ethics, he's analyzing the ethics of influencers, talking about a situation or a gossip train on the internet or whatever, to I don't know, is this back to the we shouldn't say anything at all? Everyone collectively, like, just mind your business, don't say anything at all, and not there is an ethical way to talk about it? Because what does he mean by nice and pure of heart? Because he was talking about how there's things so wrong with the internet and yada yada yada, and now we're talking about not nice and pure of heart. We gotta leave some allowance for the fact that the internet, while it can definitely be way less of a cesspool than it is right now, we can't make it obsolete. Like, I dare say it's impossible. Unless, by the grace of God, there's some sort of miracle that would change the hearts of many and any who has access to a phone, computer, or internet accessible device. We are not ridding the internet of wickedness in some way, shape, or form. People are going to be evil. People are going to be mean. People are going to be crass. People are going to make dark humor jokes. People are going to gossip. So to go from critiquing people's ethical approach to reacting to things that happen, that people expose on the internet, to this was not nice or pure-hearted. What is our actual intention here? Like, what are we supposed to be focusing on? Because it seems quite misplaced, in my opinion.
She was unbelievably malicious and bitter and had a lot of hatred and spite that I did not.
Is he talking about the woman who he initially DM'd?
Deserve, since I have never met her, nor did I wrong her in any way. And I always thought that if someone was offended or didn't like something, they would just tell me, or if they didn't want to continue to hear from me, they just let me know. This person...
Sorry, okay. I was just trying to run at least 10 different scenarios in my mind there for a second. Hearing him say, I always operated under the thought that if someone didn't want something happening, they would just let me know. Wait, that sounded really wrong really quick. If something was wrong or they didn't want me to speak anymore, they would just tell me. And I'm hearing the other people and seeing the other people's comments saying, like, bro probably doesn't like texting because that means his monologues could get interrupted. If he is sending 10 minutes of voice messages, when is she supposed to say stop? The most he had to work with, I mean, again, unless the the text messages got screenshotted, but based off the context and the flow of the conversation, even if things did, there couldn't have been much. Like, the flow of conversation made sense. It seemed like we got the whole dialogue. We got a, sorry, do I know you? We got a explain. Very curt, very short and to the point, very even standoffish, because I don't know you and how the heck are you contacting me, you know? And then we got a suspicious and like, what the heck sort of nuance to, or undertone to, so you saw my Bumble profile and found my Facebook how? Again, proceeding to initiate an opportunity for explanation, which, as we remember, he took as enthusiasm for an explanation that he never gave, but somehow
Didn't like something.
it's her fault for not saying she didn't want him to speak or something. What happened to the she was enthusiastic for me to explain? I'm confused. Am I crazy? Do you guys not see the hypocrisy there or no? Good night, Frost. You take care. Did not wrong her in any way. When a woman sends the word explain, you know she's into you. For real.
They would
she
just tell me,
wants
or if they didn't want to continue to hear from me, they just let me know. This person didn't say a thing to me. I didn't get a chance to have a discussion. They just went right to
What? I keep having to remind myself that this person is real. And that sounds so mean. It's not meant to be. I'm being so for real right now.
didn't say a thing to me. I didn't get a chance to have a discussion.
That actually seemed so... It's a crazy dichotomy that seemed 100% possibly genuine and 100% performative. Like, I don't know yet if he thinks in his mind that, you know, what he just said is authentic and how he really feels, or he is aware.
No, something. They would just tell me, or if they didn't want...
He is aware of what's wrong here, but he's choosing to keep operating on this disbelief or something because that's what he knows, or that's what makes him still be the victim. I actually don't know yet. That was peak performativeness.
Want to continue to
Or sorry,
hear from
not
me.
performativeness. That was peak performance right there. If he's an actor, great job.
Someone was
Great job.
offended or didn't like something, they would just tell me, or if they didn't
Bro
want...
is too deep in denial. We have legit been on this for almost 6 hours, LMAO. We too are quality yappas.
Want to continue to hear from me, they just let me know. This person didn't say a thing to me. I didn't get a chance to have a discussion.
Stop! It's the way that he already has the posture of like the dejected bachelor at a bar who has like a drink on the rocks in front of him. I didn't get a chance to speak to her before she leaves, and then the downward cast glance. It's just too perfect. It's too perfect. I actually don't know if it's genuine or not.
They just went right to cosplaying a victim and immediately switched up to attacker and doxing and ripping apart my life while soliciting donations at every turn.
And the fact that he kept nodding and kind of sounded a little shaky, like maybe not crying, but emotional.
Soliciting donations at every turn. Some real shame.
I feel like that's something specific he's saying, but not really specifying what donations are being talked about. Because for all we know, he's talking about monetization that happens on the platform. You know, if this went viral on Twitter and she has like a verified account and she makes money off of her Twitter page and her Twitter engagement or something. Like, that could be quote unquote donations, because earlier he was listing on his fingers like a number of ways she was quote soliciting donations. I don't know how else he would be soliciting donations. Soliciting donations makes me think of like a GoFundMe, dropping a GoFundMe link, a Kickstarter link, or like, hey, this guy really wants me and he's being a creep about it. By the way, here's my OnlyFans link. Like, how else are you soliciting donations? Or like, hey, I'm gonna sue this guy. Come tip my Ko-Fi so I can hire a lawyer. Like, what can you guys think of in terms of soliciting donations in this situation?
Full shit. So in the same way, Charlie, that I guess if you said something offensive
Oh
to
my gosh. I think he was talking the whole day, guys. We just went from afternoon to nighttime.
some real shameful shit.
Unless it's just
so
his
in the
camera
same way,
adjusting.
Charlie, that I guess if you said something offensive to Sneeko, he'd be like, whoa, dude, not cool. And there was a few times where you told him, like, hey, that's not all right, man. You're putting words in my mouth, as it should be. I never really got that opportunity with the person who did this to me. I never got that opportunity at all. There was absolutely no gap between a...
If you like this content and want to see more, please see the pinned comment for the Patreon link. Yeah, I'll share all my dating guys horror stories with you guys. If she found a way to monetize this one interaction, frankly, she deserves to be a billionaire.
misunderstanding of a potential social misstep.
Just realized the clock behind him doesn't work.
And fuck you forever, lose your friends, lose your job.
Is he saying this, or is he quoting what he thinks the girl believes or woman believes?
There was absolutely no gap between a misunderstanding of a potential social misstep and fuck you forever, lose your friends, lose your job, and
Okay, I think he's saying what the woman is attaching to him by her deciding to expose him. Or share their interaction all over the internet or something. Bro's not even responsible enough to change the batteries on his clock and has the nerve to lecture people. Dang, Puckett reaching for every possible
planet forever. In perpetuity, you suck. I've noticed something in Charlie's other creep.
In perpetuity. I'm gonna hit you guys with this. Can I spell it? Yes, I can.
Exposing videos. Out of everyone that he exposes this way and paints as a creep or a bad person, I think I'm the only person that didn't consent to being online.
What? What? Oh no. Are we really going this far down the victim lane? I keep trying to give him inches here and there where can, but he just talked about it's gonna make me tweak. I'm the only one who didn't consent. Seriously? I don't even think I need to unpack that. You guys are smart.
I thought I was having a private conversation with a private citizen who answered me, who put themselves online.
Who answered me? Guys, she answered me. She wants me. Whoever said, if a woman says explain, she wants you. Here you go.
Everyone else, they're a TikToker, a radio host, and this and that. And now we're getting into the dark stuff here.
The dark
So being
stuff.
totally honest,
Is he gonna talk about
I
the
used
harassment?
to treat the internet as an escape from my dog shit real life. Truly unhappy, really hated most of everything about myself, and the internet was my escape from it. But now it's really become that real life is the escapism for me now.
You know what, Charlie? It seems to me that
Potential social misstep might be the closest we get to guilt. Yeah, I think we're skirting the line of acknowledgement. Not accountability, but acknowledgement. Because there is a difference. Also, Frost, I see you're skirting your big time.
that you're either faking emotion really well or feeling it. And I know exactly how you feel. There were times
Faking it really well or you're feeling it? Oh, are we getting admission? Are we getting admission from the one who also made us question whether he's faking it really well or feeling it? Lav was right 6 hours ago when you first called him a performative man. We called it. How many things did we call? He's not being slick. You guys are saying didn't consent to being online when you uploaded to YouTube. Chaotic said didn't consent to be online. Bro, the woman didn't consent to you stalking her, LMAO. Or yapping her ears off with some sort of can I be your boyfriend resume. Or sorry, can we be friends resume. Or hey, talk to me resume. Hey, I'm worth your time and attention resume. Hi Oscar, how's it going? We are dissecting this man's behavior after he supposedly stalked a woman from her Bumble profile onto her Facebook in order to DM her and shoot his shot with some voice clips, I guess.
Times where my life was just dog shit, fat shit.
And Brony said I'm back to geeking over this guy's idiots. K1 said 1 guy versus 100 opportunities to take accountability for his actions. Shoot, forget gorillas. Oh man, taking opportunities to take accountability? That's even scarier.
Awful, nothing really on the horizon. But I know how you feel, and Charlie, I do appreciate.
Evergarden, I'm so happy you fell asleep to my audios. That's what's up. See you, Rowney. I blame this bald Riri for making me flee. That's so funny because I know what word that's replacing, and also you managed to make it rhyme. I'm so proud of you. Good job. This shit is... Oh. Thanks a lot, man. This stuff is AI, bro.
You're being vulnerable and honest with us. That's a scary thing to do. You almost sound like
Brandon,
me.
you're being a savage. Brandon said this guy knows all about women faking their reactions to him. Oh my gosh. Hi Avery, how's it going?
Just a little bit less intelligent and definitely not with his nice of a voice.
Tamid said something really interesting. He said he does not understand how frightening it is for someone to find your personal social media that is not connected to other social medias. He can't imagine how his mom or sister would feel. That's a really good point because, you know, we're kind of laughing at the fact that he's not taking accountability in the slightest, but is easily quick to shift the focus to the fact that not just him, but his family and friends were getting harassed, but not seeing a similarity in the avenue in which that harassment would get accomplished. So, good point, Tamid. Good point. Good point. No, don't clip it, bro. Stop, bro. Oscar said, since when did Lav become YouTube drama streamer? No drama. This is a case study.
Poopy butt. There was a time in...
Chat, we need to clip that. That's going on the soundboard.
And honest with us, that's a scary thing to do. You almost sound like me, just a little bit less intelligent and definitely not with his nice of a...
Guys, we caught it again! What did I say? He sees himself on a higher ground. That Moist Critical is not as intellectual as him. And probably as an extension, this woman that he DM'd initially is not as intelligent as him. What did we say?
Scary thing to do. You almost sound like me, just a little bit less intelligent and definitely not with...
What did we say? Dude. This is why I love psychology. It's not just discernment, y'all. The proof is in the pudding. Analyze the words, analyze the body language, analyze the voice, analyze the choice of words, analyze the behavior, and you got him. You got anyone, bro. Psychology is power at this point. Sorry, I'm getting hyped up.
With his nice of a voice. Poopy butt. There was a time in my mid to late 20s where my life was just awful. There was nothing good on the horizon. I had yet to figure out that I could sing and play guitar. Probably still can't. Cunt. My life was terrible. I mean, I had nothing going on, and I was doing all sorts of negative behaviors for cheap dope.
You were right, Lav. He is a Redditor 6 hours ago. Crazy foresight. Dude, how I can't even count on my 2 fingers how many things that we predicted. Down to what he would say in the next sentence. Oh, we're so good, guys. Dab me up. Dab me up right now.
Dopamine fixes. I'm going to be honest with you. I sought a lot of validation and essentially
K1 said, I would expect his 20-finger forehead to be a little bit bigger if he was smarter. Maybe some glasses too. What do you mean? It is big. Wait, 20 fingers. I was gonna say it goes from his eyebrows to like the nape of his neck. That's pretty big. Big brain, you know? He probably even shaved his head too, or kept his head bald to accentuate the big brain, because you know that's unequivocal riz.
outsourcing my self-esteem from my shitty life just through dating, you know, getting people on the phone, messaging, meeting up. But Charlie, you sound like me. That's something I used to say about myself all the time. And it's been a while since I revisited this chapter in my life. But in my mid to late 20s, even going into my early 30s, I was wild.
What did we say? He's in his 30s. He's in his 30s. He's in his 30s. What did we say?
Charlie, I do appreciate that you're being vulnerable and honest with us.
And
that's
having
a
a
scary
good
thing
time
to do.
with this.
It's very important for society to see that too. I see you owning up to the wrong things here, but trying to take accountability.
Owning up to the wrong things here? Failing to take accountability here? Oh, I'm getting shivers. This almost sounds familiar.
I think it's really important what you're talking about here is you're touching on mental health and just the difficulty that comes with being.
Pyro, you're so on point. I was thinking the same thing. Chaotic Pyro said, wait, didn't he open saying he was singing for seniors and now he's saying he can't sing? Did I hear that right? You heard that right. In addition to his boasting of his music-related career with many gigs and 5 more gigs during the week. Up and coming. But shoot, I'm humble too, so like I can't sing, I guess. You down to come over?
Being perennially online. I think Charlie says he didn't know Sneeko was putting it online. I don't know. What'd you do getting on the phone with that guy? You thought he was going to play safe and fair? And you're talking for an hour and a half. Isn't this like your arch nemesis?
And I've always said for the entire time I've been on the internet.
Okay, he's back to the drama.
For me, that's how you guys think? Okay. Can we look at all the other creators here who have this reactionary comment on this reactionary content rather on Charlie and everyone else? You guys are contributing to this gotcha culture, and he said this.
Can we talk more about your situation? Because like you're actually
relevant. Go to the kid who's being bullied and say it doesn't look like it's very things are just straight up bullying and attacking people. Can't doing it because you feel you have to. Charlie's clearly affected by the.
What the heck, bro?
People like what they like.
I'm not gonna expand on that. There's too many places I could go. Awesome said, I feel like this is the result of going about the whole stopping negative self-talk thing. DEFCON 1 on the hypocrisy. All the 80-year grannies that like him. Don't mention grannies in front of Lab. We've seen how she reacts. Oh my gosh. Oh man.
In this culture of gotcha stuff and his responsibility, is there any? These are important questions to ask as a creator, especially with almost 16 million subscribers.
Lab, you're killing me. I'll send you the clip. Tamid said, I feel so bad for his mom. At least Asian culture, a child's behavior or a son's behavior is always attributed to a mother's failing in raising him. I hope it's not the case here. I think I agree with you. I know that for a fact. I think that even, what do you call it? That's a shared trait with a lot of other ethnic backgrounds, sorry. Especially for immigrant families here too in the United States. I see that a lot. It's not just honor wherever you are, but like if you're immigrating to a new place and trying to establish yourself and you want to make a good name for yourself, not only for stability and security and financially for your family, of course you want that, but I mean like if you feel a sense of responsibility to represent your people or your ethnic background or your country, if you are immigrating to a place that is diverse or maybe has not seen much of your representation, there's a little bit more of that nuance too added into the mix. So I definitely have seen that a lot. That's why I said from the beginning, I don't think it's crazy to imagine that his family would get harassed too, based off of, you know, if his name and face is associated with his actions that we saw exposed through the voice memos and the screenshots. Because, you know, like I said, people would probably be like, how could you raise someone to be like this or allow someone to be acting like this out in society? So regardless of your ethnic background, I think that that aspect is true when it comes to maybe not honor, but like you said, someone being at fault for raising someone to be a certain way or allowing someone to be a certain way. If you have a direct attachment or relation to them.
Subscribers. What person do you know could survive? How would they react to
K1 said if he's Asian, then I'm Chris Tucker.
having a private set of messages of theirs, a conversation listened to by more
If he's Asian, then I'm Jackie Chan. How was that?
than 40 million
If he's Asian, then I'm Kanye West.
people? What person could make it through that who isn't a content creator, who's just a fucking idiot playing guitar?
Okay.
Landed.
Like anytime I go live, most of
Or moving through the world and how she wants to destroy one. Did you just not do it?
Uh-oh. Okay.
Charlie,
Is this what we finally got?
turn stream off, so then I spend a few hours learning about these things, and it's all
If you say you do research, but if you would have looked into this story and who it was shared by, if you would have spent 10 minutes, 5 minutes, even 2 minutes looking into it,
Was it a girl who shared the Discord call with Moist Critical?
you would have found a tweet from the day before where she was yelling and ranting in all caps about hating all men and how they're moving through the world and how she wants to destroy one. Did you just
What
not
the
do any
heck?
of this research in my case? You really got me good. And your fans are still doxing me in the comments. They're still...
Okay. I thought he meant doxing as in like his name got attached to this. Or maybe like the state he's from or something. Or maybe what he does for work, which he already said in his voice clips anyway.
harassing their...
But if he's saying fans are continuing to dox him, I don't know if it's a situation of it just keeps getting repeated by different randos, like, hey, this guy is Ryan Andrews, this guy is Ryan, this guy's last name is Andrews, da da da. Same information, same basic information getting repeated, or if it's 4chan type of continuing doxing, like it starts with the name and then someone else piles on with his place of work, and then the next person piles on with his home address, and the next person piles on with his sisters and his brothers and their in-laws' addresses, and like everybody, you know? Like how severe are we talking? This is a similar question we've had.
They're still spreading awful bullshit. I lost track of how many death threats I got just from your comments alone. Unintentionally, but I'm telling
Little Rush Hour reference there. Yes, sir. Yes, sir. Oops. Yes, sir. Rush Hour is funny.
you now, you allowed this cyberbullying campaign, this attack against me to intensify and continue on much longer than it would have. Guys, for those of you that know me from Charlie's video, I get where most of you are coming from. I do. As much as it...
He gets where we're coming from. Okay. Let's see to the extent of which this accountability, or sorry, not accountability, acknowledgement goes. Maybe it will turn into accountability.
pains me to say that. I am doing my best to relate to you here. I do have...
Brandon said, unironically, I bet he's talking about people figuring out his YouTube channel based on his comment. Maybe. Maybe. That's definitely possible, and that would be honestly really petty if so. But I think he's talking about Twitter first and foremost. I think.
Trouble related.
Because again, for a lot of people who watch those like reacting to creepy guys videos off of Moist Critical's channel, a lot of them don't know the Twitter drama and don't follow it, and a lot of them don't care. They just take it from Charlie's mouth, or his channel, technically speaking. You know, just hearing his reaction and seeing the screenshots that he crops for his videos. That's it. Honestly, I'm willing to bet that's the majority of people. They're not that invested that they would go out of their way to go find the source and go get deep, neck deep in the Twitter drama. Like, I think that's a little bit of a stretch. But who knows? Who knows? Who knows?
Relating to most people in general. So give me a bit of room here, okay?
Love road signs.
Is that
cat
fair?
ears.
All I'm really trying to do here,
Thanks.
folks, is just
Thanks,
ask some
Oscar.
thought-provoking questions. You know, these types of creators who make content exploiting other people, other creators.
What he means is that he's looked us all up and knows where we're from. Yep. He's playing the card of, I could dox all of you guys, but I don't. Because I'm such a nice guy. But you did it to me. So I'm the victim. Huh. I'm kidding, I'm kidding.
Even people that aren't in the
Ooh,
game.
beef and broccoli and rice sounds so good. Why are you doing this? Akira's good dog. Long time no see, man. How you doing?
Do they have some sort of ethical responsibility to do due diligence? You tell me. Let me know what you think in the comments.
Did anyone say what they think in the comments? Forgive me if I'm wrong, but he kept you anonymous. Was it not you who exposed yourself in his comments? Did you not bring the attention to your own channel? Let's see what he responded. Howdy! That's a fair question. I really appreciate you asking it in a way that was both respectful and kind. Yeah, kudos. I also noticed that. And kudos to him for acknowledging that. It's a nice break from the hate and vitriol I've gotten from most of Charlie's loser, unhappy fans. Okay, we're not being super ethical there. If I spend my energy on a thoughtful and honest answer, am I going to get a thoughtful and honest response from you? Okay, we're sharing our train of thought again. No hate, just observation. No offense intended, just protecting my energy. Okay. I'm so looking forward to when I'm able to rig my own model, because the amount of missed facial expressions you guys are getting from me, what? It's no easy business distinguishing the haters and trolls from the genuine folks who have some compassion. Let me know. How about just answer the question? I feel like that's most efficient, unless the real reason he's trying to save his energy is because he knows he's gonna yap a whole paragraph rather than just being straight and to the point. Am I crazy? There is more. He says, oh sorry, you guys are not able to see the full thing. I'm reading it to you anyway, but I'll go ahead and move it. He says, sometimes it's hard to convey emotion on the internet. Genuine question here. I don't know too much about the whole situation. He said, howdy, friendo. Apologies for the delay. My head's up my butt lately with all the stressful things I've got going on. There's nothing to forgive. It was a fair question. You're touching on something that the vast majority of viewers have no idea about. Much of your question could be answered by watching my Setting the Record Straight video. I'm not sure if I mentioned this in that video, but people were doxing and harassing the crap out of me and my family in Charlie's comments section for months. I saw comments with over 3,000 likes sharing my legal name, other private personal info, and awful defamatory stuff as well. In essence, Charlie's video greatly intensified the attack and cyberbullying campaign. It also pointed people back to the original source, which was continuing the attack. All that is to say, it's not what you think. I cannot and will not let this go. The damage was and still is too great, and I have to speak up. Okay. What was the original question? He kept you anonymous. Was it not you who exposed yourself in his comments? Did you not bring the attention to your own channel? Okay, so I'm seeing some analysis, but there's also some gaps here. I guarantee you not a single soul watched through this whole video. Well, howdy there, nameless, faceless winner. Ruh-roh, I think you might have made a mistake accidentally confusing your content with mine. That's okay, man. I know that especially for the average Charlie fan, shapes and letters and colors can sometimes be difficult, and that's fine. No judgies here. All are welcomed. You weird, bro. Everyone is weird, certainly some more than others. It's not a crime, and neither is being a loser. So you're safe too, lil bro. Cat kissy face. Yay.
The truth of it is, though, Charlie, you leaked a leaked message. You leaked a leaked conversation.
How do you leak a leaked... Bro, it's already leaked. What is there to leak? In fact, he even cropped the leaked conversation for a different perspective of value.
It's like revenge porn. It was something that was shared in confidence.
No way he just compared this to revenge porn. You know what? Okay, I have to pee anyways. I'm gonna let you guys sit with that. If you want to tell me your opinion thus far, I would love to hear it. I will read it when I get back. I really have to pee. I'm sorry, I'll be right back. He compared it to revenge porn, guys. Okay, we are back in business. Sorry, I ended up grabbing myself some food, fixing myself some more hot water, because I was thinking of Mark's comment. It's really true. All this yapping was making me hungry. So I got myself a... Excuse me. Fixed myself a little salad. Excuse me. I had a packaged steak, sirloin chimichurri salad that's really yummy, and then I just scooped a little bit of kimchi on there for some added nutrition. And this is what we're going with. Sorry, I opted to take a picture. The tracking should come back shortly. Zero, I hope you have a nice night or day. I hope you do return, but if you don't, you take care and sweet dreams. Much love to you, man. To me, it said, you know someone has a point when they resort to name-calling and insults towards your appearance in a discussion or debate. For real. In fact, you know they won the argument at that point. Okay, I need a bite. 1 second. Feel free to turn me down if you don't like the sound of chewing. Sorry, I'll be quick. Ooh, pot pie. I'm turning you up, will you, man? Of course you need hot water with all the tea we're spilling here. Hey, yo. You got a smart brain, Oscar. Oh, God dang, that chimichurri is making my lips burn. But it burned good. Ah! That hot water making my lip burn, but it not good. Okay. Alright, so as for your guys' opinions, I'm, Brandon said, I'm convinced this guy is a victim and was entitled to a discussion. Chaotic said, this guy is out of his mind. Zero said, this man is a new type of being. I'm appalled. That was a very sophisticated, actually, these are very sophisticated responses, all of you, honestly. I love that you're not being insulting. I appreciate it. As you shouldn't be. To me, it said, he's speaking out of his... Okay. Breaking the chain. He's speaking out of his butt. At best, it's doxing and cyberbullying issue, not a revenge porn situation. Agreed, agreed. Again, obviously, those are terrible things and should not be committed. And that is a crime, but... revenge porn as a comparison... Okay, dude. He's looking at me funny. And yes, Davos, you can have a bite. What do you want? You want grain heavy, arugula heavy, steak heavy, onions pickled onions heavy, sweet drop peppers heavy, tomatoes heavy, roasted mushrooms heavy. Ooh, mushroom sounds good. You want some kimchi? I love the reference, Brandon. I'm so proud of you. Good night, Aquarius. Bonne nuit. Avery's in ketchup withdrawal, guys. Hook him up to the ketchup IV. Hey, Flame, how you going? You can have a bite, Puckett. I'll put a lot of chimichurri on it, as long as you're okay with spicy. It's got a kick to it, for sure. As you can tell, I'm sniffling. Your dog's snoring more than you. The spicier the better. Nice. I love the spicy stamina. Honestly, I'd love to build my spicy stamina. I feel like when I was younger, it was way more than it is now. It sounds fine. Okay, good to know. You're saying I'm overthinking, but it's kind of my job to think about how things sound. It sounds normal, don't worry about it. Okay, thank you guys. Thank you.
And I can't bring myself to watch the video. I sure know what you said based on the comments and the messages I get from people, and still.
If I wasn't secure about my chewing, this guy would be a great censor. I don't think you can hear it over him.
I'm hearing myself talk and seeing the numbers under the video. I don't understand how all of this came from something so innocuous, and it feels gross.
Innocuous. You know, I understand words in context, but if you asked me to define them, this is one of the words I probably wouldn't be able to. Okay. Got it.
To know that this many people have peered into my life in this way. And you guys don't even know the rest of the stuff that came along with it. Again, guys, all I'm trying to do is make the point here that these creators do have an ethical responsibility. Where is the line between exploiting someone and reacting to it? What's with these gotcha moments and people just trying to catch each other in clips and make content off of people's headfirst falls and worst each other in clips? And make these gotcha moments and people just trying to catch each other in clips and make content off of people's headfirst falls and worst moments in life.
It's almost like this is something that we do on the internet, and it's almost like these people, that is their content that they make.
What are we doing here, just rubbernecking on private shit and mocking people and piling on? Is this what the internet's for? It's no bueno.
Okay, that actually brings a good point, because my first thought was, it's not private anymore once it gets leaked. Yes, it started as a private conversation, but your actions led her to want to expose or share the interaction with the whole world, basically. Which again, the ethics of that can be debated for sure. But
on private shit and mocking people and piling on. Is this what the...
like, it's not like, oh, maybe she is, who knows, maybe she's a Twitch e-girl, I don't know, but I'm assuming she's a normal lady who happened to have a Twitter account. And again, we don't know if it was her friend who posted or something, but I'm assuming it was her.
here just rubbernecking on private shit and mocking people and piling on. Is it...
I wonder who he'd be most mad at in this situation. Like, who, or not the most mad at. I do wonder that too, but if we're truly concerned mostly about the ethical responsibility of people in the matter, people involved, who is the most at fault? Like, if we were to put this on a tier list, who has the most ethical responsibility and who is at the most at fault? Honestly, people chew different. I'd beat up my brother if he did that over a Discord call, but this is great. Oh, it's funny because I'm the one person in my friend groups who's normally known to be always eating. Like, everyone just accepts it. Like, no matter what gaming group it was. I'm always the one who rolls up and is always ready to eat something, or in the middle of the game suddenly is in the middle of a meal, or suddenly snacking on something, or goes through 5 different snacks in the period of the game with everyone. I'm like constantly eating, apparently. Devo said your chewing never sounded gross at all. Lav, you're golden. I've heard way worse chewing and yours is normal. I feel like an ASMR channel is a safe space for me to admit I like mouth sounds. It is a safe space, and that's not weird, Brandon. Power to you. You know what you like. Evergarden said, I also like mouth sounds from ASMR artists like Lav. That's good to know. That's nice and encouraging for me to hear, honestly. K1 said, I don't care if the homies know. They probably hear on Borders. Dude, you're funny. Chaotic said, the reaction videos happen because the post went viral. It's not that they went out of their way to find it. The content found them. This is also something to consider. But I guess that doesn't really matter in his eyes because... and not saying his perspective is wrong, too. Just saying, in his eyes, I don't think that matters because regardless of how the content fell into their hands, fell into their lap, they're still under this moral code, basically. Excuse me. Brandon said, this person isn't going to hell for his behavior, but like he needs some self-awareness. Yeah, honestly, I would love to see a self-awareness glow up. Social awareness glow up. Accountability for my actions glow up. Reader, I knew you would say something about a tier list. ABCs, always be chewing. Yo, I like that.
Is this what the internet's for? It's no bueno. I loathe this shit. I felt strongly about this stuff before this all happened to me, and now y'all deputize me in this conversation. I am not going anywhere. I'm gonna squeal like the fat trauma.
Wait, I'll let him finish.
In this conversation, I am not going anywhere. I'm gonna squeal like the fat trauma weight. I'm back in ketosis, I'll have you know. I have trimmed down that 70 pounds of trauma weight I've got. We're at about,
oh no, is he about to go on to another tangent about keto?
58 now. Yeah, that's right. I'm gonna have abs. Never, ever will you ever see my abs. So,
bro, we got flashed!
if Charlie meant to do this, but I can tell you unequivocally,
I'm sorry if I hurt your ears. I got a little excited there. Not
that he inadvertently contributed to something so much larger and darker and way more negative than any of you guys can fucking
Yes, he
know.
has said
I
the
do
F-word
know
bucket.
that
He's not
level
being
of ignorance from
that
him,
fake.
that level of foolhardiness, that level of comfort with exploiting strangers, I do know that it is unbelievably fucking reckless and dangerous even.
There you go.
He should know better. And now that you've been told, you can't say that you don't know anymore. I'm sorry for what you're going through. I could see you're upset. I think there's an opportunity here to be a man and to own up to things you've done. The truth is, Charlie, you leaked a leaked
Puckett and Brandon,
conversation.
you guys are
made
both right.
content on revenge porn, basically. Something that was...
Oh no, he said it again.
I'm sorry
I was
for what you're
zoning
going
out,
through. I
not
can see
gonna
you're
lie.
upset. I think there's an opportunity here to be a man and to own up to things you've done. The truth is, Charlie,
That's crazy. It sounds like you're talking about the man in the mirror.
you leaked a leaked conversation. You made content on revenge porn, basically. Something that was shared in
Insane. He just keeps saying it.
confidence between two consenting adults, and then leaked to the internet out of pure hatred, contempt, and malice for all
can't-
men.
Dude, I think he's actually being serious too, which is worse. How are we gonna talk about, how are we gonna talk about ethical responsibilities and the level of ethical volume that we need to be looking at in this situation or with reaction content as a whole, not just his specific circumstance, and then go on to compare this to revenge porn? Like, do we need to revisit the ethics of that? Why and how that is wrong and yet so vastly different from this scenario?
This is not my opinion. This is my claim. I'm using these extremely precise words for a reason. And I can't do it. I can't watch the video about me. I can't. It's too upsetting. It's too strange.
Yeah, I think we know another reason why this video ended up being an hour-long podcast. Guys, he didn't freaking watch the video.
Strange to hear my voice and see all the numbers underneath the video. I don't understand how all of this took place from something so innocuous that could have been solved with a conversation or just blocking and moving on. And I don't know if I'll ever get it.
So I'm wondering, and this could totally be real, because this does happen. I'm wondering, in all the chaos of him seeing himself getting doxxed in comments and people calling him a loser or whatever, all the hate comments, I'm wondering if he completely skimmed over all the comments that actually had a substance to it or called him out for something specific, something related to his lack of awareness or lack of consideration for the other party or his stalkerish behavior from the get-go, anything along those lines that actually, pointed out what was wrong with the situation rather than just calling him a name for the heck of it. Is anyone else wondering that?
But it sure seems you had a great time ripping apart my personality, my life, and my entire existence for $1. I hope you guys had a lot of fun, because it was not fun for me and mine. And whatever you may think about me, know that nobody deserves this. Appreciate you guys. I love you. Thank you for tuning in. Please be kind to people. For the love of God, just keep it.
Appreciate you guys. I love you. Unless you're a Moist Critical fan. Take care. Have a nice day.
Together. I know it's hard. Just keep it together. I'm not going anywhere. This is Ryan Andrews, a.k.a. Pato Papi, a.k.a. Duck Daddy.
No! I was about to rewind, but I don't want any of us hearing that again. I mean, now I get it because of the rubber duck on his microphone, but never again. Oh my... Oh! Guys, he was talking about how excited he was about the swans. And how they had kids and they were excited to see him. They recognized him and they ran up to him. The little kitties were squeaking. That made that so weird right now.
Thing off. All right. Don't. I'm serious, bro.
Guys, I don't know if we should watch the end roll. I don't think so. I don't think so.
Serious.
I don't think so. Yeah, no. Brandon said, I promise all the comments that went overboard justified him ignoring all the comments that may have had genuine criticism. Hey Darth, how's it going? Puckett said, guilt tripping to claiming love in seconds is crazy as heck. No, he's gonna claim that influencers are acting fake. And then I don't know, maybe he's just trying to take a page out of the rule book for the unspoken rule book of having watched a bunch of other content creators. Who knows? Who knows?
Is it? Oh, is it this one I look at?
Stop! I felt violated by that pointer. Did anyone else? Oh, I feel like I got a figurative touch in my face. In my brain even. Like, right on the pinnacle of my noggin. Bro added that blooper and hit post. I don't want to put this guy on blast. I'll take his zoom shot off of here. Given the context of the situation, he may want to rethink the term apex predator. Oh, and the timing too, talking about the birds. Being excited to see him and the little kitty birds too. Flaming said, I got the ick based off that outro alone. I don't need to know the other stuff. Puckett said, wow, you guys ruined my life and my family and should feel bad. Love you guys though. Shut up. You have fun too, Darth. Happy New Year. I've got phantom touch. No. He's trying to itch your brain. You sure he's not trying to scratch out the part that sees everything wrong with this situation so I can feel like he's the victim? You know, I am curious. He said something about something explained in his setting the record straight video. Maybe that's not what this video is for. We will investigate. I wonder how many people downvoted that video. Sorry, not downvoted. Oh no, he's turning me into a Redditor. Okay, here's the video. I wonder how... Oh my gosh, it's another movie! Oh man. Also, look who's live. I wonder how many people straight up disliked that video or just didn't know what to do, so they didn't react to it at all. Because 18,000 views and 139 likes. See, this would be a question easily answered if YouTube would stop giving useless updates. Respectfully. Like removing the numbers on the likes and dislikes. But just
hey
my
cuties,
opinion.
how's it going? Ryan Andrews here.
And no way he just called us cuties. Here we are feeling violated yet again, right off the bat.
And let's just jump right into it. For the past 18 months, I have endured relentless abuse in real life and on the internet, all from an encounter that I had with someone on the internet. During this
encounter. Let's not mention. Let's not mention the fact that I encountered her and decided to enter her DMs myself to create this hopeful encounter. No, we had an encounter. In fact, we had an escapade, I might even say. Ho ho.
And that individual, one person, has spent almost all of their time and energy trying to end my life in about 6 different ways. It's been absolutely horrendous.
I am pausing to recall if 6 was the exact number he used to say that she was, what was the word? Soliciting donations in different ways. And now we are describing this as 6 different ways of ending his life. I'm wondering, maybe it wasn't anything I suspected, like profiting off of it, monetizing it, or charity, or petty fund, or sorry, not petty, pity fund, or money to get a lawyer or something, but in fact, a bounty on his head. Maybe that was the donation or something. I don't know.
During this time, that individual, one person, has spent almost all of their time and energy trying to end my life in about 6 different ways. It's been absolutely horrendous.
I'm getting a lot of exaggeration for someone who says that the ethical right position is to not talk about drama or gossip at all on the internet, even in a reaction sense, even in an entertainment sense, because someone could be negatively affected by it, even in the smallest sense. To be so exaggerative.
Their time and energy trying to end my life in about 6 different ways. It's been absolutely horrendous. I'm not
Is so hypocritical.
going to mince words here. And I never really told my side of things. I never really said a word to anyone about it. Another reason that I really want to tell this story is because it hasn't stopped. I am still getting attacked by this one individual that started all of this. And it's also time for some truth, some honesty, and some accountability. Chances are...
Ooh! Guys, he said the A word and it wasn't a cuss word. Brandon said, you might be the world's foremost expert on this guy and his pathology. Some lame name said, you're a fan of Shadowfire? I don't really listen to her ASMR, but I have listened to a couple of her audio role plays. I remember getting recommended her. Was it by Eternal? I got recommended her by someone in a live stream like a year ago. Because she is also a Christian roleplay creator, or audio roleplay creator, and there was some mutual interest amongst other people who listened to my audios that they wanted me to commune with her in some way, whether it be Christian content or audio roleplay content. So I thought, let me take a look at her content, and I ended up joining her Discord server and seeing a little bit more of how she interacts. I think she's cool. I wouldn't say I'm a fan because I technically don't listen to her. But I think she's cool. Yeah. That's an amazing view-to-like ratio. Yeah, what do you mean, man? Puckett said that typed out shrug emoji is enough for me to see that this video is not worth anyone's time. Shoot, I think you just cracked a huge detail. Maybe this is all a troll. Maybe that's why it's so hard to pin if he's being 100% genuine or 100% performative or both at the same time, and why it feels so weird of a balance in his performance. Because maybe he's just genuinely rage baiting everyone. Maybe he's genuine about that, and that is a performance. Puckett, I think you're onto something. I got that extension that shows the dislikes. Flame, you're a real one. This man is a fan of the Netflix movie Cuties. Ooh, you put that on his name. Yo, talk about an apex predator. I'm playing. She was enthusiastic. The mood was right, dang it. I almost had her. See you, Puckett. You take care. Davo said, hey, listen, I ain't wanting no grown man calling me cutie. Now I feel violated. For real. We did not consent, sir. Do we need to pull up the consent lecture again? Chaotic said, encounter? Bro rolled up on her like he was trying to catch a legendary Pokemon. Yeah, he said, you have no say in this. Enter my Pokeball. Or clock my Pokeball.
Are a lot of you coming here already feel some sort of a way about me, and it might not be great, might not be positive.
This is a Duck Daddy fan channel now. No.
I want to say that if I was in your shoes, if I'd seen what you'd seen, if I'd read what you'd read, I'd probably feel some sort of way too that wasn't very positive. I understand how you could think what you think. I understand how you could feel what you feel, and I do want to honor and respect that. I get it. But the real reason that I'm making this video is that most of you don't have this.
But why? But why? I'm hoping this is like our introduction. You know, when we're writing an essay, we don't want to give away all of our juicy details yet, so we just kind of skim the surface in our introductory paragraph. I'm hoping that's what's happening here, and that's not what his supposed accountability is, because you can't say I understand how you feel and how, looking at the situation, you can understand how things would look awry and not detail what exactly is wrong. That's not accountability.
Slightest idea of who I really am and what really happened. So this is me setting the record straight. All right, so I will give you all a brief history. Last summer, I became the target of an outright and purposeful attack on my life and my entire existence. Since then, I've continued to be the target of cancel culture, libel, slander, defamation, intimidation, and threatening behavior, all because I slid into the wrong person's DMs. Now, after some
That's definitely one way of looking at it. Also, not the most unpredictable way of looking at it, considering everything he's said thus far. Guys, this all happened because he happened to slide into the wrong person's DMs. Never mind the way we managed to get into those DMs. Never mind the fact that she was not enthusiastic, as he said, at all. Unless, again, we're missing some screenshots, which he has not said at all. Again.
digging, you might actually be surprised to find out that these events were a logical progression based on.
Yeah, I don't think anyone's questioning the logical progression of your action and her reactions, or after it getting posted, anyone's reactions to this situation. I don't think that's the issue.
On that individual's thoughts and feelings from the day before they started attacking me. That's right, the day before. But we'll get into this in a little bit. Let's start from the top. Guys, I mentioned.
Guys, he really made it an essay. There's chapters. Oh, man.
Earlier that
I really, I just want to say, I realized the other video, even though it got less views. Hold on, I want to see something. Okay. So he did post this one first. And he also put his face on this one. So any normal person would probably, every average person would probably, the average person would probably come to his channel and think that this is his response video. So with that in mind, I am hoping that there is redemption to be found in this video as maybe a step back. Maybe he heard some words of wisdom from some people or some comments or whatever. I'm hoping genuinely that there will be some accountability, some added reflection, and that there will be a difference we see here.
Encounter with someone on the internet. I saw this individual on a date.
Brandon said his first crime was violating her privacy. His second crime was being a charisma vacuum in his attempt. Some lame name said, "Is this the man that stalked the girl on Bumble before messaging her on Facebook?" Yes, sir. Yes, sir.
Dating app. Let's call her Graham. Can we do that? It's either that or s'mores.
Okay.
And I want no s'more of her.
Okay, bro. I had to put my salad down for that. Bro. I was about to give him credit because Graham is a nice little filler name. No pun intended. That's a nice, decent name, and it's cute even. Very neutral.
Can we do that? It's either that or s'mores.
And then S'mores started to sound a little more like a Schnookums type of name, like you're sweet on her or something, which, again, nothing wrong with that. You did slide into those DMs via your own chosen methods. But then, now I know this was, well, maybe not scripted. Honestly, I wouldn't put it past you.
And I want no s'more of her.
That this was just off the cuff, I mean.
Yeah, we'll go with Graham. I viewed her profile, I liked what I saw, and she seemed really cool, so I figured I'd reach out to say hi. In an attempt to shoot my shot, and of course to stand out, I found her on Facebook, and I sent her a written message. I sent her a DM. You can see from this photo.
I need to be careful not to make myself choke. Dude, he should start a masterclass. Not a masterclass, sorry. He should sell his own course. Write an ebook. This guy has the key. He clearly has the answers. Riz Lord 10,069. If you want to stand out amongst, shoot, Tomid probably heard this 1,000 times in that red pill space or whatever. All women want is XYZ, XYZ. If you want to stand out amongst the millions of guys that are in a girl's DMs, every woman, even the ugliest woman, has about 10 guys in her roster at any moment. If you want to stand out in a woman's DMs, if you want a chance with a woman, you gotta stand out. And with my course, I'm gonna teach you how to do that. In fact, I'm not even gonna make you pay for it. I'll teach you how to stalk her. Let's go.
On June 9th, 2023. It's just me, basically.
I think that's her name. Kelsey, I think it was, yeah. And then he said, okay, shoot. Mayhaps that was a tad overly enthusiastic for a stranger danger message on a sunny Friday morning. Is that what the original screenshot said? The whole stranger danger sunny Friday morning bit? I actually don't remember that bit.
In your creepy approach to a stranger.
I actually don't remember. But I want to verify. Okay, no, it is. Okay, it is. That is what it said.
Doing a cold call, just saying hi. Nothing threatening, nothing weird, nothing aggressive. June 9th, by the way.
I love the way he phrases it. I'm really waiting for the redemption because he's focusing so much on the positivity of the exchange, failing to acknowledge or refusing to acknowledge, perhaps, the means by which the interaction was even, created or allowed, the avenue through which it was formed. That is important information, my guy.
Pay attention to the date. It's really important. Now,
pay attention to where you're even messaging her from. Pay attention to the fact that you don't know each other.
She replied to me at first, and I thought that was kind of the end of it. I sort of forgot about it. She just ignored me, and she could have continued to ignore me. But a week later, she responded. She could have continued to ignore me, but guys, she wanted me, so she responded. What did I tell you? Buy my e-course. Yeah. Figured it was an opportunity to start a conversation. I specifically asked for an opportunity to chat, and she invited me to explain away. I'm thinking that's now a conversation. A point that I think has gotten lost on a lot of people. Looking at this photo here, you can see that the original messages were sent on June 9th, 2023. She waited a week, and then something must have happened. And on June 16th, at about 9 in the morning.
What's the point of this video? Is this educational, or are we just having fun making jokes about this guy? A combination, hand in hand, of entertainment value and education. I think we are having fun while we are dissecting the behavioral psychology of this situation.
She decided to go through her messages and answer me then. I wonder why. So yes, you can see that Graham responded to me. She said, go ahead, explain away further. I sent her a message back and even a few voice messages in an effort to make an impression. Just, you know, being myself, kind of satirizing myself and over.
I'm wondering if this is how Facebook Messenger looks like. This says you unsent a message, so I'm wondering if after all the harassment or after this went viral, he decided to unsend the message. Which, honestly, I don't know if that changes anything, but I don't blame him. I don't blame him.
In an effort to make an impression. Just, you know, being myself, kind of satirizing myself, an overblown version of me, but just being silly. This is me, guys. I don't know what to tell you. So here I am, shucking and jiving, trying to be nice and funny, and dude, so you saw me on Bumble and found me on Facebook, how? But it looked like she wasn't really feeling my introduction, so I decided to just let it go. I said something nice, sweet bio, and I took off. Now, I love that key.
You can't see, but I'm impressing my fingers like claws into the temples of my head. What?
On Facebook, how? But it looked like she wasn't really feeling my introduction, so I decided to just let it go. I said something.
Chat, she just asked me how I managed to stalk her from her dating profile into her unlinked private social media, which told me she wasn't really feeling my introduction because she didn't really focus on that instead of how creepy that behavior was, so
Something nice, sweet bio, and I took off.
I decided to just compliment her and, you know, take off and do my thing because I'm a cool guy. I'm just a chill guy.
Now, I love that Key and Peele skit about text and there's no tone in text message, which is one of the many reasons that I like voice messages. Now, guys, I get it. This is a pretty unorthodox approach. It might even be cringe to some, but let's be honest here. People cold DM all the goddamn time. Also, I mean, let he or she who is without cringe cast the first comment. I'm pretty darn sure that every single one of us, we could take a few minutes from our lives, maliciously leak them, and you might look weird or cringe or whatever. And I'd hope that I wouldn't listen to that if someone shared it just to hurt you. And I'd really hope that I wouldn't leave a nasty comment. But that's a video for another day. So yeah, people DM each other all the time. In fact, here is Graham, several months after the attack, retweeting.
Dude. You know what? I'm gonna let you guys speak for me. Yeah.
A tweet from a friend of hers, presumably. I'll read it out for you. 11 months ago, the hottest man I've ever seen slid into my DMs and said, hey, and now he wears a lil chain with my initials around his neck, has my name tattooed on him, that's normal, about to share his last name with me, and he's moving his whole entire life to Australia from the US for me in a week. Okay, so Graham is now tweeting about a successful instance of someone sliding to DMs and then reposting it herself. So are sliding into DMs bad? Is that an invasion of your privacy? Is it awful and you're so upset and so mad and so scared?
Oh, I really need a facepalm counter. Oh my gosh.
Or can sliding into DMs be fine as long as someone isn't looking to destroy the life of a stranger and make money off of it? Guys, the way I introduce myself here, it's not always a perfect move, but it's how I've met and dated a lot of amazing people. I've made some great connections this way. I wish there was a way for me to show you this without showing screenshots of private conversation, because I just think that's fucking scumbag behavior. If you share a private conversation that was shared in confidence with the intention to vilify or shame someone, you are acting like a complete piece of shit.
Okay, but see, I was with him. I was really respecting his integrity and holding the privacy of him and others' private conversations together, you know, private exchanges. I was really respecting that until he added the part that if you're sharing it with the intention of vilifying someone, which, yeah, that's true too, but he was just saying, you know, I'm not gonna share my conversations with other people to prove to you guys that this works and what I'm talking about, because And then he says the only reason it's wrong to share private interactions is if it's to vilify someone or make them look bad. And that wouldn't be what he's doing. So why can't he? Why doesn't he? If he doesn't see anything wrong with that?
To vilify or shame someone,
It's
you
not
are
matching
acting like a
up.
complete piece of shit. Unequivocally. Now, here's the thing about me, Shruggies. I am not one for playing games. What you see is what you get. And yes, I've done this before.
Guys, I think his fan base he's addressing is called Shruggies.
I've reached out to people who caught my eye, and I've tried to start conversations.
The Duck Daddy enjoyers are now coined Shruggies.
Sometimes it clicks with people, and sometimes it doesn't. But as you can see, when it doesn't click, I just move on. I'm pretty sure that's how that's supposed to work. Taking a look at the screenshot here, I'd sent someone some voice clips after they said, yeah, go ahead, explain. And they said, thank you for taking the time to send this to me. I'm not interested. I didn't even know my Facebook dating profile was still active. I appreciate your kind words. Good luck with your music. I said, happy to be of assistance. Good luck to you too. Oh my gosh. You mean she didn't dox me, defame, and slander me for 18 months? Weird. I do get now how reaching out to someone on a platform other than the place where they're actively seeking a connection could be a little strange for them. It might even cause some people to feel uncomfortable. I get it. But people have been extremely receptive to me reaching out this way in the past. And I've made a lot of friends this way. I've dated some people this way. I still chat with some of them. This is a thing that has happened many times. So I'm extra confused about all of this. Well, not anymore. But in the beginning, I certainly was. Anyway, back to the story. Little did I know that she was screen recording our private conversation for the entire fucking world to see. Well over 40 million people sharing my voice and my thoughts under the guise of being upset that her privacy was violated, ripping me out of my anonymity. And not just blasting our conversation in my voice, but also details of my private life out there for well over 40 million strangers to hear. Doesn't even seem real when you say it out loud. If you guys could take a moment to think which people you know could withstand this level of public scrutiny, this level of being put out there, it's quite a thing to do someone in general, let alone when it was calculated and for the reasons that she did it, which I will be proving very soon. In a place where people go to prove things on purpose. If you'd like to experience just a small sliver of what it's been like to be me for the last 18 months, take a look at the comments below this video. Look at what people are going.
Okay. I do want to take a second to clarify something. Since Chaotic Pyro, you said, please tell me he didn't just say he managed to get dates by stalking like that. I'm pretty sure I made this comment much earlier on, that I was giving room for the fact that while it is strange, unconventional even, remember he took our word, not everyone is going to have malintent in doing that. I can acknowledge that he really might have been just trying to be different, you know? And like, I don't know, like, oh, actually, I was gonna say, like, using the acceptance that the internet is the way it is and that we have the resources the way we do, and everyone knows that social media can be accessed in different ways and people can find you in different ways online. Like, everyone knows this and accepts this reality, even though there are unspoken rules and etiquettes. He went past that to help him stand out, to be different, so to speak. But somehow the acceptance of how the internet is thrown to the wind when it's against him.
Going to say when all I'm doing here is telling you what happened to me, when all I'm doing here is speaking my truth. Check out the hate, the intolerance, the bias. Take a look at it. Later on, we will get into how all of this was premeditated and calculated by a PR professional and social media strategist as per her LinkedIn. But that's for a different time. So make sure you're subscribed for that content later on. Anyway, all that is to say, PR professional and social media strategist as per her LinkedIn. But that's for
I could hear the salt in those words as I recalled him saying, slid into the wrong person's DMs. Just because I slid into the wrong person's DMs. I think we're getting some added context here.
Different time. So make sure you're subscribed for that content later on. Anyway, all that is to say, she started the Firestorm show.
Oscar, I
that
think
has
you
now
might be
become
right.
my entire life. Over the next few months,
The
I became the
fire
target
starter.
of a storm of life-threatening DMs, hateful Twitter threads, malicious YouTube videos with millions of views, and cancel culture attacking my various sources of work and making a living. All of this, folks, over sliding into someone's DMs. I mean, what guy hasn't casually slid into someone's DMs before and then become infamous?
What guy hasn't been such a cool guy in a ordinary ordinary woman's DMs? Like, are you gonna arrest a guy for being cool and like having game?
For it overnight? What the fuck? In this instance, what is generally seen as a social misstep was met with a focused vitriolic intent to make me seem like everything you see down here. Stalker, harasser, and abuser. Accidentally went viral, she did, for
A predator. Oof. Okay, that's an oof.
exposing a predator. That's quite a leap. Yeah, here's one of the emails that I got within just a few hours of the attack
That's a
starting on
major
June 16th.
yikes. I'm
Stop
sorry
being a
to
creep
hear
and
that.
being weird to women. Being a stalker is not quirky or cute. Please get a real personality. Hey, you are not a cartoon character. Debatable. Life is not a sitcom.
Oh,
Also
guys, he
debatable.
saw it. He claims it. He claims it.
We're just a creep. That is not a nice word to call someone. But okay. In the 1970s, lead gasoline would have given the guy push he needed to become a serial killer. Cool, we'll just add serial killer to the list of superlatives. And all of this without something as simple as please go. We'll just add serial killer to the list of superlatives. And all of this without something as simple as please go away,
That's a
or I
yikes.
don't like this,
Another
or
yikes.
I'm uncomfortable, or even nothing at all, which I was already good with. But as I mentioned earlier, this wasn't happenstance, this wasn't accidental. Oh no, this was all very, very calculated. Folks, let's take a look at her series of tweets from the day before the attack on my life began. The day before. There was a 28-year-old man who goes to my gym who was my most dedicated reply guy on Instagram for a while. Okay? Until I finally quashed it. And I just found out he's been hitting on one of the 17-year-olds that works here, and I'm fucking livid. And obviously, if it's true, that's not okay. People will be like, you tweet about men a lot, but you still want a man. Or you expose shitty men a lot. I guess that's a thing she does regularly, that she's fine with us knowing. And other people have noticed. And like, literally, yes, because there is so much to say on the subject. Sounds like men are pretty awful. She seems pretty upset. So many men do not know how to fucking act. And yeah, I would like to eventually find a good man. Peep this, guys, it's important. One who doesn't behave like a goddamn disgusting piece. I don't think that's a lot to ask. Wow, the bar is on the fucking floor with the way men are showing up and moving through the world.
You know, on this whole topic of women who feel like men, the bar is so low with men today, considering how our internet heavy and technologically reliant our culture is, any age at this point, I genuinely wonder how many women actually think like that. Like, what is the actual ratio? Because I feel like a lot of social media paints it out to be like, oh, we're lost as a society, and a woman that doesn't think like that is so rare. And I feel like while it may be close to that, I feel like it's probably exaggerated to reality. Just like in comparison to reality, social media paints it out to be that men are, I don't want to repeat a lot of the gross and terrible things that are said about men to put them down on the ground. I mean, you see some of it on the screen already, but I feel like the picture that's painted for men nowadays is vastly different to the actual reality. Like, I get that there's some truth in observing that with certain men. You can observe that in certain men, they lack maturity or readiness in certain aspects or life experience or, whatever. Or heck, talk about their job and how much money they make or whatever. It's still such an exaggeration to like what is actually realistically relevant and how many men probably fall in that category. I will say we probably have a major issue with that, especially in our rising generations, our younger generations coming up, because of many factors. But to just dog on all men, period, I feel like it's become so much of a trend that just like blew up on the internet that it seems so blown out of proportion. That so many people who are like their eyes and their ears are so close to the internet all the time, 24/7, that they truly believe all men are pigs and good men don't exist out there, and if they wanted a man still, they could not find one because everyone's disgusting. And that even on the opposite side, a lot of guys think that all women only want guys for their height and their money, and all women are quick to flaunt their stuff, and that they just want to show skin, show their body, make money on OnlyFans, or be a content creator, or want to take advantage of guys for their money and stay at home and be bought designer bags, get their, what do you call them? Not Balenciaga, Birkin bags. And like, I feel like we're each kicked in the behind in that regard, that the internet has blown out of proportion what we see out of the negatives on each side.
World. I'm gonna tear this motherfucker a new one the next time I see him. Later that day, oh my god, time at the gym passes in a vortex. I don't know how you guys took that.
I'm wondering if this is just truly him just giving some context of like, hey guys, she regularly dogs on men. This is not new. Or like, hey look, she's a bad person, she dogs on men all the time. I'm not the only one. Or if he's about to say that like, because she's a PR social media expert, she crafted this story, manipulated it so that talking about this predator at her gym before, and then immediately the next day dropping maybe some unaccompanied screen recording of their dialogue that they had, made it seem like he was the predator. I'm wondering if he's about to say that.
But it seems like this individual is really, really upset, angry, rageful, livid by their own admission at what seems to be all men and the way they act in the world. From this alleged story she has heard secondhand from someone else at her gym, she somehow divined that this person was a goddamn disgusting, fucking misogynistic, predatory piece of shit. It's a lot of anger here. A lot of anger. And I guess the next morning after writing this rant is when she endeavored to go back to the messages I had sent her from a week before and answer me, inviting me to explain further. What do you guys make of that? Let me know in the
so he
comments.
acknowledged.
Remember, folks.
Why does he go in the beginning from acknowledging the way she shut down the conversation or responded, concluded, whatever words you want to use? Acknowledging that she said, sorry, I didn't realize my Facebook dating profile was still active, meaning you could still message me on here. When now you're gonna say
inviting me
she went all the way back. Like, now you saw what she's posting on her Twitter feed, so it changes the narrative for you in your brain immediately that, oh, she must have been on the hunt for a new guy to dog on.
to explain further. What do you guys make of that? Let me know in the comments. Remember, folks, it took her an entire week to respond to my initial DMs. This shit happens, and then the very next day, she just happens to finally message me back. I find it hard to believe that these tweets didn't skew her perception of reality.
I mean, I'm not saying that it's impossible. It is possible. You know, she was scheming in the way he's mentioning, but the fact that he's just accepting this new idea that he came across as this is what happened. She's literally a social media consultant. This must be what happened is kind of crazy.
absolutely no way of knowing that she was
And
the
it's kind of tone deaf too, in my opinion.
type of person who would post stuff like that. Rageful, man-hating, violent, vitriolic shit the day before we had a conversation. And I walked right into her trap. I mean, even if you were to try and justify her in
Hey George, how's it going? To be honest, this feels like kicking someone who's down. If he's being genuine, he's clearly not entirely well, and he's already received a lot of unwarranted abuse from strangers. Why keep engaging with him? He hasn't posted in 10 months. That is a detail that I did not notice. But, well, I'll just address that last part really quick since you brought it up. He said he's not going anywhere and that this situation deserves to be spoken about. I think he meant by him, but that does imply a dialogue being opened up. Since if he's going to talk about it, is going to keep the conversation going. Hey George. But also, as you can see, he posted this video a year ago, but he's still editing for context and such. And I would appreciate if he could let me know if is it just the fact that I'm reacting to his videos or talking about it at all, or is it something specific that I'm saying or doing that feels like kicking someone who's down? Because, like you said, if he's being genuine, but we don't know where the genuineness lies, and that's what I'm trying to dissect. This isn't purely for reaction content, I promise.
insane attack on my life as an attempt to protect all women from my DMs, then why was she trying to monetize this event at every turn? These hardly seem to me like the actions of an altruist.
Okay. We're finally seeing the mention of what he was saying, the 6 different ways she was soliciting donations, profiting off of him. But this sounds like stuff that she was posting before the situation.
From my DMs. Then why was she trying to monetize this event at
Okay, unless this is actually post expose, then I could see how this is profiting off this scenario. Not necessarily. Actually, yeah, I could see soliciting donations, but the fact that he was listing 6 different ways when he actually meant 6 different tweets or posts is a little bit misrepresentative.
every turn? These hardly seem to me
But
like
I
the
do see what he
actions
was
of an
saying better
altruist.
now.
Let's take a look at some of these screenshots, folks. Yes, while ripping apart my life, doxing me and my friends and family, and taking away my jobs, She endeavored to say that she was afraid for her security. Twice, she reminded people that she had to install a security system, allegedly, and that these were expenses she didn't expect to incur. You'll also note that her PayPal link was so slyly inserted to the top of her Twitter bio throughout the whole attack on my life. Here's her asking for someone to pay for her cider cart, which I'm now being told by friends is not apple cider, it's some sort of a store. Earlier that month, she wanted to let guys know that she would actually judge and rate your online dating bio for $25. Seems legit. Oh, here's an update from June 22nd. 6 days after she began to accidentally go viral off of our private conversation and my voice and my thoughts, she decided to retweet her own tweet and remind us that she would judge their bio. But the price has now gone up to $50. She doubled it. Here's a post about an OnlyFans that she says isn't hers. She says someone used her email, but I'm not quite sure about that. Maybe if I just paid her $33 DM me fee, she wouldn't have doxed, tormented, and harassed me for 18 months. Looking through this link tree on her Twitter, oh look.
I was about to say, it's a little bit undercover, but just based off of the way the tweets are reading, her bio isn't necessarily, or I'll say her Twitter profile isn't necessarily screaming findom or goddess Twitter, but her tweets are highly reminiscent of those types of Twitter pages. So I feel like this guy really did probably just get mixed up with the wrong lady. But you know, we already expressed our opinions about how he approached her and how he went on after the initial approach, but I do think that the other half of it is that he happened to message the wrong lady, because a lot of findom Twitters are not afraid to humiliate men. That's kind of part of the community, you know? And he already made it clear that, like, her whole Twitter history is making fun of men or whatever.
Oh, look, there's a fee for her to unblock you. So you can pay to message her and you can pay to get unblocked. Okay.
So, like, this is quote unquote pay pig stuff. If you know the findom lingo, this is pay pig behavior. Look, you even got a throne wish list right here.
Oh, it's $138.
And we got the supposed angel numbers, which is more findom goddess behavior.
If she wants to unblock you.
So I really think that he managed to just
and a fee to
be intrigued by the wrong person too, in addition to his own natural impression.
unblock you if she's upset with you and has blocked you. So that's interesting. She actually does know that you can block people. She does know you can do that. Okay, cool. This is the person that claimed I invaded and violated her privacy. Perhaps if I paid that $33 DM fee, she wouldn't have invaded and violated my privacy for the next 18 months. Go through a couple of these links. Oh, look, a throne wish list. Let's check out what that is. Wow, there's a lot of really neat options here and stuff. Oh, look, it's her PayPal link again, and an Amazon wish list. Well, that's cute. For context, folks, I actually make my living off of my voice. I play guitar. It sounds just that bad. I entertain and sing people almost every day. At least I used to before the Fire Nation attacked. I do a lot of shows
before
at local
the Fire
bars,
Nation
pubs,
attacked.
private events, etc. But a large part of my income, a large staple part of my income, comes from performing at retirement homes. I perform at retirement homes and long-term care for senior citizens, and as you guys know, I am a big hit with women over 80. And I'm called back to these retirement homes to perform regularly, often, sometimes once or twice a month. You can see a couple clips here of me kicking ass at my job. I really enjoy it. I love to make people laugh and smile, as you guys know, and
Oh, that's good.
yeah, these clips
Love the
just
jab.
they
Oh
bring
my
joy to my heart.
gosh.
So back to Graham. When her vicious and hateful Twitter mob
Again, those are all spaces she consented to be available. Another great point. Another great point. You know, another layer of Levis thinking. Because if he did the sleuthing necessary to go and find her on another social media profile separate from the Bumble dating profile, would he not have run into her social media to see if she really is as cool as that initial bio made him feel like she was? Because something tells me if he saw this before, he probably wouldn't have made those DMs. That's my guess. That's my guess.
Somehow found a video of me doing my job at a local retirement home. They attacked and harassed the company's Facebook page. What makes it even more disgusting is that when she, Graham, who purports to be an anti-bullying supporter and to have a heart that's so pure, and who began unapologetically seeking joy last year, she reposted the link so that more people could harass this retirement home and told them that they were so sweet for doing this. Because it's not enough to just target me, who she's never met.
Without any further context, this is reminding me of like calm girl behavior.
I removed my presence from all social media accounts, fearing for my safety and the safety of my friends and family.
He or anyone deserves that.
My information was out there. The mob had tasted blood, and people were having so much fun tearing apart my entire life. Her mob, the mob that she armed and galvanized and sent in my direction, even found photos of me from my father's Facebook page and reposted them. I'm going to say that again, but slower. When I took down images because I was getting death threats and having people message my friends and family, when I took down my images out of fear, they found pictures from my dad's Facebook and she reposted them. I know that the online landscape has been largely wiped of his image, and I've received many DMs asking what he looks like from women.
Bruh, this is too much. This is too much. This is too much.
Ontario gal who shall remain anonymous. Because when you're so mad that someone violated and invaded your privacy, so much so that you're violating and invading theirs to a degree that none of us could have even imagined, you do really want to protect the villains that are...
I'm not going to say it's unimaginable, but I guess if you're not regularly in online spaces, or probably not enough considering he doesn't recognize what sort of page she has, I could see how that would be unimaginable.
Sharing information about someone else because they deserve to stay anonymous. On the advice of some friends, I have reported this Google alert website probably over 20 times. It has not been taken down. A quick aside about this. This is a threat to my personal safety. It posts the make and model of my car and information about where I live. What the fuck? This would almost be funny if it wasn't.
This girl needs to chill a little. Yeah, I think she needs to chill a lot.
So dangerous, callous, and malicious. Guys, this is very scary stuff for me and my family. Whether she's willing...
George said, this is an interesting and unfortunate saga. We all know the internet tends to overreact and mistreat people behind the protection of anonymity. I appreciate that you take a fair approach to this. Yes, sir. But it doesn't feel right to be making fun of this guy, especially based on what's been said in chat here. I'm wondering... I'm not gonna say no one made fun of him, but that hasn't been the mood, at least not from my perspective. But please call me out. Please call me out if that's not the case. Seriously. Chaotic said, I wish he had put this information in the prior video. It would have clarified a lot of what he was saying there. Yeah, I wonder if it was just like too much going on in his head in the first place. Kind of like how we speculated when he was talking about the comments, like, you know, all these people doxing me and whatnot, but I didn't do anything wrong. Kind of skimming over the comments that would have told him actual constructive criticism. I'm wondering if that kind of clouded judgment in including that information in the first video, but I'm not sure. You know, it's his choice at the end of the day, what he wants to respond and what he doesn't want to. Evergarden said, so this guy was really undeserving of some of the hatred? I think so. I think so. I think we knew that from the beginning once he said people were doxing him and stuff. Cause like, you know, we could have literally done this stream without any mention of his name or where he worked or anything. Again, the initial video was cropped, but apparently the initial source is what people should take more issue with, not Moist Critical's video. So it seems. Because what went viral on Twitter, again, Twitter's even nastier cesspool, lots of doxing happens, lots of unnecessary drama and gossip, and situations just like this where, yeah, he might have used I'll use his words, used an unconventional means to slide into a woman's DMs that he was interested in. However, again, that wasn't the end of that story. However, that also does not warrant what we've seen in this video so far. Connor said, so she just got a bunch of simps to attack him. That's my thought. Considering she has a very Findommy page, pay piggish page, that's my thought. Chaotic said, I think we clowned on a lot of what he said, and now that he's providing the evidence to his claims, we all look silly. I think his initial approach wasn't good, but he absolutely didn't deserve this. I think, considering what he was putting forward, not everything that was said was silly. A lot of what was said was facetious and given what was said at hand. However, yes, nothing malicious should be said.
Graham didn't just start this fire, but she spread it as far as she possibly could. Here's her posting it.
Brandon said, oh hey Kaylin, the guy is a clown who lacks self-awareness, but the degree to which he was hunted down is actually horrifying, way beyond what was appropriate for his transgression. I think this is a valid statement. Before the Fire Nation attacked. I know that was funny. George said, I mean, I've seen comments here invalidating his complaints about doxing just because he's made these response videos. Is that true? What's coming to mind for me is, let's see, doxing. The fact that, like, because he was making his own videos and responding to comments and stuff, that the doxing, or like, okay, I see what you're saying, invalidating his complaints, maybe playing it down as in a possibility is that the doxing he's referring to is him responding to the comments on the video that he went viral on, or his situation went viral on. Therefore, or henceforth, quote unquote doxing, like his name, I don't know if Ryan Andrews is his name, I'm guessing it is, because Ryan Andrews is in his YouTube channel name, and he's like sharing it by responding to a bunch of people on the comments of that viral video. I think that's what I remember being said, but if there was more, then I am not in agreement with that. Twitter is a scummy, weird, dark pit. For real. George said, or that his style of speech is infuriating, and I don't mean to be antagonistic or mean here, but I mean, why should he feel obligated to read through abusive hate comments for criticism? I don't mean to be antagonistic or mean here, but I mean, why should he feel obligated to read through abusive hate comments for criticism? That's definitely a different perspective to what I was thinking. As far as why should he feel obligated to read through abusive hate comments for criticism. It's definitely not his obligation to read any of them at all. It was the fact that, and I can't quote him because a lot has been said. A lot of words have been exchanged by him alone in the last hour video as well as in this one. But he had said something that prompted the discussion of him not seeing anything wrong with what he did, but only focusing on the negative attention that he got afterwards. And I mean, aside from, the literal crimes like doxing and, you know, harassment and stuff. I mean, like, the internet's response, basically. Like on Moist Critical's video, that's what we were talking about. But you're right, you know, he has no obligation to read through any comments, let alone to try and pick through them for criticism. But in the same token, it's all the way up to him to self-reflect at all. I don't get how things can go so far, man. From what I've gathered, it was just a fling that went wrong and they both being petty. Thing is, it wasn't even a fling, it seems like. They didn't even know each other at all. What we saw in the screenshots was the extent of the interaction. She just found a way to profit off of it. But not just profit off of it. Run him into the ground with it, too. Because she hates men. At least that's what it looks like. You said, I pity him now. Reasonable. Brandon said, I didn't believe his claims because he didn't provide any proof and he refused to actually engage with what he actually did that was wrong. Of course, I can acknowledge what is being shown is wrong. Yeah, for sure, for sure.
In a well-known Facebook group full of defamation with no burden of proof called Are We Dating the Same Guy? Friends of mine that are in the group, perfect fucking cash grab for her as well. Let's take a look at her LinkedIn. Past job titles: Senior Communications Manager, Public Relations Manager, Senior Public Relations Specialist, Marketing Communications Coordinator, Marketing and Communications Director. The rest of
we have another confirmation that he's Canadian. My earlier joke stands. It's not just the duck. Excuse me.
Some. And boy, oh boy, she was just getting started. Someday, with a whole bottle of Tito's and a box of Kleenex, I will tell you what it was like for me to get through this time. But that is not for tonight. It's also my fucking birthday.
Is Tito's an alcoholic beverage?
Like I said, I was the target of a storm of life-threatening DMs, hateful Twitter threads, malicious YouTube videos with millions.
I wonder if, I'm not downplaying it, but I wonder if this is the extent of said life-threatening DMs. Because I actually wonder, like, is this considered a life-threatening, like, a threat to your life? When people say that they receive death threats, does this fall under that category? Because I didn't think so. I'm not saying this is right by any means. This is terrible. I hate when people say this, even as a joke. But I don't know that this is a death threat. Can you guys give your input on this?
Of views, cancel culture attacking my sources of work.
George said, from what I've found... Oh, George did his research. Kelsey posted his DMs about 3 years ago and actually doxed him. Moist Critical posted his reaction video about 2 years ago, and Ryan Andrews started posting about this on his channel after that. Yes.
And
Yes.
large media
Here's the
sources
timeline.
viciously covering this story that she engineered. There's my pal
Dang,
Charlie.
lots of
How's it
articles,
going, Charlie?
too.
I look forward to chatting with you at some point. I think we can do some good here, and I really hope that you do that as well. Nick is not green. Yeah, these look like two happy, healthy people. Narcity, cool. Thank you. Woman's account of GTA creep goes viral.
GTA? I can only think of the game. Am I missing what that stands for?
It's funny, as an example of how not to act on dating sites, I would say that if someone doesn't want to talk to me, that's it. It's a one and done thing. Call me an asshole, block me, don't respond. I would say what she did is an example of how not to act in dating, how not to act in the world, and how never to act as a human being. But what do I know? Dating, how to act on dating sites. I would say that if someone doesn't want to talk to me, that's it. It's a one and done thing. Call me an asshole, block me, don't respond. I would say what she did is an example of how not to act in dating, how not to act in the world, and how never to act as a human being.
Yeah, I think that's fair to say. Wind Reader said that's not a death threat, lol. It's harassment, sure, but no one actually threatened to cause him harm in that screenshot. Yeah, that was my line of thinking. George said there are actual news articles about this. Some other women have come forward and complained about his behavior with them. Oh? Is there more to the story?
Thank you. Woman's account.
Did they do their research to see his other failed conquests for these articles or something, or is this just like testimonials that got mixed in the spiral of this virality? You have played so many games since leaving. There's no way,
Account of
because there's more
GTA
unfolding.
creep goes viral. You know, it's funny. As an example,
I would give this man head pats on his shiny head, beloved shiny head. You know, like I said before, none of us are perfect. You know, there may be plenty of us who would go about things in our own quirky ways. We shouldn't be like punished for being different, or unapologetically ourselves, even if not everybody likes it. However, you know, again, we bring into the account someone's ability to take accountability for what went wrong in a social interaction, especially if it was their part of the interaction. But yeah, also, none of this criminal stuff should have happened. He didn't deserve that. Even if the way he came on was also not great, none of this is warranted.
how not to act in dating, how not to act in the world. This shit it's rough. You are truly a walking abortion. I can't.
Sure, stalking and unprompted lewd comments are totally okay, right? You know, people call him a stalker, but all he did was go on a woman's public social media profile and send her unsolicited messages. I get the consistently calling him a stalker might seem like much, but I don't think it's coming from nowhere. I think it's more accurate to describe it differently, for sure, but I don't think it's like, you know, you're pulling things out of your butt to call him a stalker for that specifically. Because I get it, you know, it is technically public information, but it's kind of in the same thread as when people say, oh, I found your address on public records. Like, you know, people can find that because you're an influencer with an LLC, right? Like, it's kind of in that same thread. Like, there's still a social etiquette. She made herself available on spaces that have a completely workable way to contact her, and he liked her profile on there, so he could have very well contacted her there. But because out of his own desire to stand apart, be different, stand above the rest, he took that so-called extra step to go find her other social media in order to message her about her Bumble profile, and yes, with said unsolicited messages. So I feel like there's a lot more nuance there that causes people to label that stalker behavior. I'm sure I don't remember who mentioned the comments on her body, like, or her assets, sorry. Those kinds of things tend to add nuance to that. So I'm not saying it's like the most accurate description, but I also see where it comes from. Why are we headbutting the baldy? Because I imagine he went through a lot of stress and duress with the doxing and harassment and stuff. No one deserves to go through that, I think. Brandon said he did violate someone's privacy, but the internet went full scorched earth on him and ultimately made a victim of someone who just needed to learn boundaries. I agree. George said, yeah, I get it, it's creepy. He's really socially awkward, but it doesn't look like he acted with any malice that deserved malice in return. Right. So my ASMR VTuber becomes drama channel in 2026. Hi, Simka, how are you doing? And technically we are covering drama, but this is a case study. He wanted to be sneaky and go for Facebook when she was perfectly contactable in Bumble, then it bit him in the butt. What's interesting though is, like, he went the extra mile for another social media profile, but I wonder if it was because it was really that innocent that he just stopped at finding her Facebook? Or, and was it her private Facebook? She said her Facebook dating profile. See, this is a part of context that I don't have because I don't use Facebook or Facebook dating. I don't know if those things go dormant or she just had it up and he decided, well, she has a Bumble dating profile. Let me see if she has another dating profile. But it didn't seem like that was his angle. It was just, let me DM you on another platform so that I can have, like, you know, I can stand out. I wonder, I feel like I kind of said this a little earlier in a different way. I wonder if we would see a different result if he took this same intention or action or behavior and found her other social media that would have told him this is a red flag. Or if he would have DM'd her anyway. We have no way of knowing. LOL, I didn't realize that's what he said. Yeah. I think it was at the very end of his message. It was like what he ended on. Brandon said, the problem is you don't know if someone is malicious, especially when they reach out through an inappropriate channel. Ironically, in this case, she ended up being malicious. This right here. Which I think is where a lot of misplaced negativity, however severe, kind of stemmed from, especially in the name calling or the stalker calling and whatnot, is because, or even the resharing and reposting, because, and we talked about this before, like, you know, in his voice note when he was talking about, I know you're gonna send this to the girlies, you can add yes that I referenced the notebook and whatever in your girly group chat. He knows, people know that girls tend to screenshot or share their interactions with guys to their other girlfriends. It's not a secret. Earlier we talked about how on the other side, women also tend to put either on their social media, whether it be their Instagram or YouTube for the world, some sort of PSA, or let me shoot a story on my Snap or an Instagram reel or something. Instagram story, a YouTube short. A quick PSA to the girlies in the world of this thing that I experienced, because these are red flags to look for because something bad could happen. Or this is something bad that happened to me. Or this is something creepy that happened to me. So look out for this. Or you can learn from this or whatever for your own life experience. Like this is part of what the internet grants us the ability to do. Not everyone's going to agree with it or whatnot. I think in the sense of, for example, like PSAs for physical signs to look out for sex trafficking and whatnot. That's a great use of internet, great use of PSA, women to women. Even men hop in on that channel too. But it does, by default, by consequence, create a an increased, heightened sense of maybe paranoia, but not just paranoia, but like, I'm trying to choose my words wisely. I guess a sense of everybody's the enemy. Not legitimate paranoia always, but a sense of everybody's the enemy. Because while we see with Graham, as he labeled her, while we see with her, she makes it clear that she hates men, whether actually or just for the money or something, because it's funny on the internet. There's plenty of people who will bite at any sniff and any whiff of a red flag of a man being creepy, because they've heard all these stories and seen all these things and seen all this evidence that amount to men are horrible, men are creepy, they don't have good intentions. So I think there's a whole lot of different factors and nuances at hand that contribute to, for example, someone being led to call him a stalker for something that doesn't evidently point him out to be a stalker, but is related to stalker behavior. See? Brandon said, I just need to know if this was through Facebook dating, in which case her dating profile was linked to her Facebook, or if he found her Facebook that was separate from where he first saw her. So Brandon, do you or any one of you guys have any experience with Facebook or Facebook dating? Because if it's anything like I'm imagining, like how there's Facebook and Facebook Marketplace, like these are things in the Facebook app. So like it's all the same account, but then there's just like different sub pages, if you will, on the website. So like Facebook Marketplace is not going to change your profile. It's just a different sub page and means of interactions you're expecting on that sub page. Just like I'm imagining Facebook dating would be a different realm of interaction you're expecting on that sub page, but it's still her Facebook. So I think it's one and the same. But this is my guess, because I don't use Facebook. Now I want to know. Is Facebook and Facebook dating the same? Okay, let's see. Dating over 40 says, can someone someone posted this question to the Reddit thread, Dating Over 40. Can someone explain to me how Facebook dating works? I'm a fairly private person. My features, I'm easy to spot. I got over Hinge, not a big fan of it anymore. Can someone explain me how it works, how it's set up, etc.? My basic-ish is that I use Facebook to stay in touch with friends in a different state, and I've used this means since 2012. I don't want to have to delete my account, quit Facebook because the dating side ruined it for me, thanks to those who take pity on me. Someone said, you need to make a new profile for Facebook dating. It has a built-in message feature, so unless you add someone to your Messenger or Facebook, they can't see it. Unless you add someone to your Messenger or Facebook, they can't see it. So it's 100% separate from Facebook in general. You add them to Messenger? Do you add them to your regular Facebook profile too? Facebook dating is inside your Facebook, but a different thing. No access to your Facebook profile or Messenger from Facebook dating unless you grant it. See, now I'm confused as to the granting part. Do you have to add someone as a friend or something, or just allow them access to your DMs? Like, accept this message from stranger type thing. It is separated from Facebook. You'll have to create your profile for Facebook dating. The messages will not be a Messenger unless someone requested for it. Okay. There's our answer. It will also show if you have common friends. That part I didn't like. I didn't want my friends to know who I have started dating. When and if I'll introduce him to my closest friends. You can see who you have friends in common. Not linked to your Facebook page, but there is an option to share your page or move the chat to Messenger. It's similar to Hinge in that once you match with someone, you can message each other for free. Completely separate. Separate from your Facebook profile, but you have the option to share your profile without adding them. Okay, so consensus is that it's separate but connected, and you can choose to connect it more via Messenger and sharing your profile. But you have to allow access in some sort of way, is what the consensus is sounding like. This is what I collected from that. Hey Gabby, how's it going? What's up? When readers said, so many men being creepy and sometimes even violent. I understand why women are more reluctant to assume someone acts in good faith. Not everyone can risk checking if he's one of the good ones. I appreciate that understanding. I like when we can see eye to eye on things. It helps us to come to a middle ground and also be empathetic towards one another. I love that. Brandon said, I have no idea about Facebook dating, but like, if she had her Facebook open to be interacted with, then she's totally wrong. But if it's separate, then he did transgress, not that he deserved what followed, yeah. he did transgress on social norms. He found her on Bubble where they didn't match, and then he went and looked for her Facebook, not Facebook dating. Okay, verified that. This story unlocked a core memory from my college years, which I'm not proud of at all. Not sure I want to elaborate. No worries if you don't want to elaborate. I'm sure it does pique curiosity, but hey, no one's putting you on the spot. Facebook dating? Doesn't Facebook only have people over 40? Hey, people over 40 want to date too, man. It's just unfortunate he was never chained into proper behavior and he bumped into someone who was eager to ruin his life over this. Yeah, I agree. Imagine getting doxxed by someone who laughs at exercise? I thought you said extra fries. When readers said, I assume you either have to link your real profile to your dating profile and or accept Facebook dating Facebook dating people on the normal thing. Got it. That's what it sounds like. Not much, just chilling. Of course, because you're a chill guy. What the heck? That's so mean. That's also an absurd thing. You truly are a walking abortion. What the heck? Yeah, I'm sorry that this guy had to lay eyes on these messages. That's not cool at all. It's terrible. Plain and simple, it's terrible. I can't decide if I want to see you lose bookings for being a failure or if I'd like to see a group. Oh, okay. This is sounding more like the death threats, honestly.
Can't decide if I
Which, yeah, even more terrible.
a pipe to your face and great. But to have someone say that they can't decide if they
I'm
want me
sorry,
to get beat
Ryan,
to death
that's terrible.
I remember reading that and being like, you are a worthwhile him. Guys, oh gosh, for me. As a result,
And the
so
fact that they also went through the trouble of finding the footage of one of his gigs, which doesn't just involve him. It's not like they unearthed some, I don't know, home video that he filmed off of his laptop photo booth camera from 5 years ago and wanted to make fun of him for that. Like, that's still not cool, but this is involving other people. Also, his means of making a living. He's actually putting in labor too. It's not like, it's not cool. Unfortunately, it has come to the attention of the management team as well as our family and residence council about your personal matters. Personal matters in social media. At this time, we cannot continue to have a professional affiliation with you in our home due to our vulnerable population, and we cannot risk having negative publicity related to the safety and well-being of our residents. It has not been an easy decision to make, and although there have been no reported incidents during your time here with any staff or residents, we feel that it is in our best interest to unfortunately end our professional relations with you. We do wish you all the best in moving forward from this, and truly thank you all for the joy and support you have brought into our home. If there are any further outstanding invoices, please let us know right away so that we can process it as soon as possible so there is no further delays for you. Thank you, and we wish you all the best. Very professional, but also very unfortunate. So he's basically giving evidence of how this is affecting his work.
I want to start off by
making a living. Yeah, we don't really want to dwell on this too much. We can see that people are being really horrible. And I'm really sorry to see this. As we have all come to agree at the end of this case study, that what originally on the surface appeared one way, we peeled back the layers and there was a lot of misplaced, criminally unjust behavior that was directed at this man, and that's really unfortunate and really not right. And I think it makes more sense, the emotional charge that we found in the other video, even if we noticed there was a lack of evidence or support to back up what he was trying to say. You know, there was a lot of holes that was kind of making it seem like he was being hypocritical, but I think in this video he gave a lot more support as to where the emotional charge was coming from. It wasn't necessarily that he was just being selfish and only focusing on, you know, I did nothing wrong, I'm the victim. Not necessarily that, but probably the emotions of being victim of actual, like, targeted behavior like this. So again, you know, he's not completely innocent, but the internet, people were really, really rash and terrible, and he did not deserve that. I think we can all hope and wish the best for this guy, that hopefully, you know, maybe in other situations, not necessarily this one, because I feel like he's already experienced a lot of pain from the situation, pain and stress. But whether from this situation or others, that he can see some pointers for self-reflection, because we all benefit from that. I would hate for him to find himself or land himself in another situation where people are pointing and laughing at his lack of awareness on certain things and he falls down another rabbit hole. Hopefully that will be avoided. He didn't deserve these meanie heads. And I think that is the end of this case study. If you guys have any lasting thoughts, now would be the time. Wind Reader said, this situation reminds me of those. The worst she can say is no memes. Yeah, that came up a couple times. We were saying, actually, I think Frost said the worst she can say is never no. Brandon said it sucks because there's legitimate criticism for his behavior that could go a long way in making online interactions more safe and comfortable, but it's lost when people go full cycle on him. Yeah, for sure. It definitely would cloud the mind, cloud the judgment, cloud priorities and all that. It's not a recipe for success at all. Does anyone know if he's still alive? I don't know, because I don't think anyone's following him or where he's at, but I think he's alive. He seems like a strong enough fella. I hope he is, and I hope he is doing well. Anywho. I think it's time we wind down. She called it the psychology hour, but it's been 8. Why did she lie so casually? What? I'm not lying. We were having fun. Fascinating study. I think there's something to be said about the utility of shame in learning social norms. People don't always have the means to have calm, thoughtful discussions about their, punishment didn't fit the crime. Glad I got to see all the info because I remember first seeing it and didn't think it got that deep. Yeah. Good lasting cap. Thoughtful discussions about their behavior, and sometimes it's more natural to resort to reactions based on emotion. Yes, for sure. For sure, we see plenty of that on the internet. Plenty. But I am counting on the next time I see you. It will be for a much more positive reason. That we will catch each other for a more lighthearted and more positive stream filled with jump scares, giggles, and jokes as we usually carry on, or a laid back ASMR stream, who knows. any of those, but either way, I hope you guys have a wonderful, wonderful, wonderful rest of your day. I miss you guys always. Thank you for enjoying the content, and live, laugh, love, and